Harper Audio presents The Vampire and the Virgin by Carolyn Sparks. Performed by Therese Plummer. If only she could see his face better. Her gaze drifted over to the telescope. Why not? She rushed over, pointed it in the man's direction, and peered through the eyepiece. Oh, yeah. He did not disappoint. His eyes looked sharp and intelligent, pale, though she couldn't tell the color. He had a straight, strong nose, a wide mouth, and a strong jaw with a sexy hint of dark whiskers. There was a grim expression on his face, but it didn't make him unattractive. Quite the opposite. It added to his aura of masculine power. She lowered the scope to his body. His chest expanded with each deep breath, and she found herself matching her breaths to his. Even lower, she noted his muscular thighs and calves. His white running shoes pounded on the sand, leaving a steady trail. He continued down the beach toward the rock known as Petra, giving her a glorious view of his backside. Opa! Chapter 1. Robbie McKay had murder on his mind as he approached the rendezvous site in Central Park. The peaceful scene did little to dissuade his violent thoughts. Moonlight sparkled on the still lake and gleamed off the aluminum hulls of overturned rowboats along the shore. The boathouse sat nearby, empty and quiet. Robbie only took notice because he was checking for signs of an ambush. He and his companions halted in front of a series of steps that descended into a dark gully. At the bottom was a tunnel with a malcontent waiting inside. Waiting for his death, if Robbie had his way. He started down the stairs with Zoltan and Phineas. Angus McKay and his wife Emma charged over the hill with vampire speed so they could investigate the far side of the tunnel. "I told you, come alone," a Russian-accented voice whispered from the black interior of the tunnel. Phineas stopped on a landing halfway down the stairs, his hand curling around the hilt of his sword. "You've been trying to kill me for months, Stan. Of course I brought some mean and nasty dudes with me. One wrong move and they're gonna make you look like beef stroganoff." After surviving entirely on blood for almost 300 years, Robbie wasn't sure what beef stroganoff looked like. But he took grim pleasure in being called a mean and nasty dude. Unfortunately, right now, he was more of a clumsy weakling. Each step felt like he was sinking into wet, shifting sand. The casts and bandages had been removed last night from his feet and hands, so tonight he'd claimed he was ready for action. It was a bluff he could pull off only if he didn't fall down the stairs. Meanwhile, the other mean and nasty dude, Zoltan Zikvar, zipped down the stairs at vampire speed and positioned himself against the brick wall to the right of the tunnel entrance. The Russian had insisted earlier on the phone that he would come alone to meet Phineas. Robbie and his fellow vamps suspected a trap. But the question was, where? No doubt the malcontents realized a group of vamps would accompany Phineas to Central Park. Did the malcontents plan to attack in the park? Or were they hoping the vamps would leave their base at Romatech Industries understaffed and vulnerable? Either way, the vamps knew they had no choice but to divide and protect both Phineas and Romatech. Robbie had asked to go with the group to Central Park, figuring it afforded him the best chance at killing a malcontent. One wouldn't be enough, but it was a good start. He made it to the bottom of the stairs and stationed himself to the left of the entrance. "Yo, Stan!" Phineas called to the Russian. "You paying rent for that tunnel or what?" He drew his sword and affected a gangster voice. "Come out and say hello to my little friend." The Russian vampire, dressed in black cargo pants and a black sweatshirt jacket, eased slowly from the tunnel. The hood was pulled over his head, casting his face in shadow, although the icy blue of his eyes glittered as his gaze darted nervously about. He flinched when Zoltan whipped his sword out, the blade gleaming in the moonlight mere inches from the Russian's shoulder. Robbie followed suit, reaching overhead to draw the claymore from the sheath on his back. When his grip faltered, he grasped the hilt with both hands to keep from dropping the weapon and making a dent in his thick skull. Bugger. He should have brought a lighter-weight sword. He lowered the sword and rested the tip on the ground. The Russian lifted his hands in surrender. "I did not come to fight. I have no weapon." "And he's alone." Emma emerged from the tunnel and sprinted up the stairs to stop on the landing next to Phineas. "The tunnel's clear." Angus exited the tunnel, returning his claymore to the sheath on his back. He patted the Russian down from behind, then moved in front of him to pat him down again. He jerked the hood off the Russian's head, then stepped back to glower at him. "Stanislav Serpukhov, what are you up to?" Robbie stiffened at the sight of the Russian's spiky white blonde hair. He'd seen that hair before. His newly healed fingers flexed jerkily around the hilt of his sword. "You were there, in the cave." Stanislav whirled around toward him and his eyes widened. "You..." He moved back, stumbling onto the first stair step. "You're alive?" Memories shot through Robbie's mind. Images of the torturers with their twisted, gleeful faces. The stench of his burning flesh. The snap of his breaking bones. "You bloody bastard. You were there." He used both hands to raise his sword. "Robbie, stop!" Angus ordered. "He was there!" Robbie lurched toward the Russian, who scurried up the steps to the landing. "I said stop!" Angus planted one hand against Robbie's chest and his other hand on Robbie's arm, forcing the sword down. Robbie glared at his great-great-grandfather, who only looked a few years older than himself. "I require revenge. You cannot stop me." Angus glared back. "I expect you to follow orders." Robbie pulled away from Angus's grip and focused on the Russian. "I know who you are now, and where to find you." "I do not want trouble." Stanislav sidled closer to Phineas. The young black vamp gave him an incredulous look. "What the hell are you doing, man? You think I'll protect you? You've been trying to kill me." "I did not want to," Stan grumbled. "Jedrick said I must kill you, or he will kill me. But he is dead now. Everyone who heard the order is dead. So I do not feel that I must kill you now." Phineas scoffed. "That's real sporting of you." Stan glanced warily at Robbie. "I did not like what Casimir did to you." "But you stood there and watched," Robbie growled. "You helped tie me to the chair with silver chains. Did you enjoy the smell of my burning flesh?" Stan's jaw shifted. "Niet. But I tell you this. If they catch me here, talking to the enemy, they will do things to me that make your torture look like walk in the park. Instead of 30 pieces of silver, they will take 30 pieces of flesh from me, and the first piece will be my tongue. Then let me kill you now and save you the misery." Robbie lunged toward the stairs, but ran into Angus's outstretched arm. "Enough, lad," Angus hissed softly. He turned toward the Russian. "Are you thinking of betraying your master?" "If you mean Casimir, I never met him till he came here to America and said he was our leader. I am not killer. I never was. I was farmer. I stayed with Russian vampires because I am Russian, and they helped me learn how to live here." "And you learned how to kill mortals," Robbie grumbled. "I never killed," Stan insisted. "I feed from mortals, that is true, but I never kill mortals." Zoltan snorted. "He expects us to believe that?" Stan stiffened. "You are one to talk. You killed my best friend at the battle at DVN. I lost another friend in South Dakota. You vamps act like you are better morally. But when it comes to war, you do the most killing." Phineas cocked his head with a grimace. He has a point there. We've been whipping their ass. Angus shrugged. "They're bloody fiends. They deserve to die." "Then I can kill him now," Robbie muttered. Angus ignored him. "You have 2 minutes, Stan. Talk. And then I can kill him," Robbie asked a bit louder. Angus shot him an annoyed look. "I came to America 7 years ago," Stanislav began. "Me and 3 vampire friends from Moscow. We wanted a new life with no tyranny and no terror. We went to Coven in Brooklyn so we could learn English. We hoped to get jobs someday and our own place. The American dream." Phineas pretended to wipe away a tear. "I'm getting choked up." Stan scowled at him. "But all we found was more tyranny. Ivan Petrovsky liked to capture mortal women for food and sex. If we did not follow orders, he would kill them. He killed so many, and he abused the vampire women. I was glad when Katya and Galina murdered him." "So you just fell in with the wrong crowd." Phineas rolled his eyes. "Where have I heard that one before?" "My friends and I, we hated following orders from the ones you call malcontents. But we knew if we tried to escape, they would kill us. I lost 2 friends in battle. And last night," Stan glanced away, his eyes watering, "my last friend died. Nadia killed him because he was blonde." Phineas winced. "Tough break." "Isn't she the one who stabbed Tony?" Emma asked Zoltan, and he nodded. "Nadia is crazy bitch," Stan growled. "And Casimir put her in charge of the Coven." "Bummer. So what do you want from us?" Phineas motioned to Stan's white blonde hair. "Some L'Oreal hair color? I'm not sure you're worth it." "I want asylum. If you can hide me from malcontents, I will tell you everything I know." The vamps grew silent as the Russian's request sank in. "Do not trust him," Robbie whispered. "He did nothing while they tortured me." "Robbie has a point," Angus said, regarding the Russian sternly. "You never give us reason to trust you." Stan glanced nervously about. "You checked the area. It is clear." "Yes," Emma answered. "What can you tell us? Do you know where Casimir is hiding?" Stan licked his lips. "You scared him very much. He thought Apollo's place was secret, but you knew about it. And he thought his camp in South Dakota was safe, but you attacked with no warning. I do not understand how you knew about his camp." Robbie snorted. "He's fishing. He's still working for them. Let me kill him now." "No!" Stan raised his hands. "Please! I can see how it is going. Ivan, Katya, Galina, Jedrik, they are all dead. You killed over 60 malcontents in South Dakota. Casimir will lose. He must lose. He is evil." "Nice speech," Zoltan said. "Where is Casimir?" "He was afraid you would find him if he stayed in America, so he went back to Russia. He is very angry, and he cries for revenge. He will come back." "When?" Angus asked. Stan shook his head. "I do not know. He lost too many men in South Dakota. And then he killed more himself, because he thinks one of his men betrayed him and told you our location. He is paranoid now. He trusts no one, and many followers have run away to hide. He is in very bad shape till he can find way to rebuild army." Robbie leaned close to Angus. We should go after him, finish him off while he's weak. Angus nodded, then addressed the Russian. We appreciate the information. We'll have to verify it first, of course. Then you will take me? Stan asked. Eventually, perhaps. Angus crossed his arms. For now, I want you to go back to the Coven in Brooklyn and continue to bring us information. Stan grew pale. You want me to spy for you? He ran a hand through his white blonde hair. You know how dangerous that is. If they find out, we're not asking you to die, Angus interrupted. Speak for yourself, Robbie muttered. If you have the slightest inkling of danger, Angus continued, you must teleport away immediately. Then call us, and we'll take you somewhere safe. Phineas will give you his cell phone number. Memorize it. What do you say? Stan took a deep breath. All right, I will do it. Good. Angus turned to Phineas. He'll be reporting to you. Take him away and make your plans. Yes, sir. Phineas took hold of Stan's arm. Let's go. He teleported away, taking the Russian with him. Robbie shook his head. I should have killed him. Nay, Angus said. He's much more valuable as a spy. We cannot trust him, Robbie argued. Casimir could have sent him as a double agent. I should have killed him. Robbie. Emma descended the stairs, frowning. All this talk about killing. It's not like you. I know they did terrible things to you, and it breaks my heart, but I do not want your pity, Robbie growled. And I'm not sorry for what happened. It bloody well opened my eyes. We should have killed all the malcontents years ago. I say we teleport to Moscow immediately and hunt Casimir down. We will. Angus motioned to Zoltan. Call Mikhail in Moscow. Find out if there's any news about Casimir. Got it. Zoltan headed up the stairs, slipping a cell phone from the pocket of his black leather jacket. If it's still dark in Moscow, we'll teleport there right away, Angus told his wife. If not, we'll go as far as our castle in Scotland. Emma nodded. I hope Stanislav was telling the truth. 'Twill be bloody well impossible to find Casimir in Russia, Robbie grumbled. The place is huge, and he knows it much better than us. I think we should divide up. Robbie, Angus interrupted. Lad, you're not going. He stiffened. Of course I'm going. My hands and feet are healed. Nay, Angus said softly. I can tell that you're struggling, lad. You're slow and weak. A flash of anger sizzled through him. Damn it, Angus. I'll heal quickly, you know that. By the time we locate Casimir, I'll be ready. I said, you're not going. Robbie squeezed the hilt of his sword so hard his newly healed fingers ached. You cannot do this to me. I have the right to avenge myself. That's all you're thinking about, lad. You're obsessed. And much too angry, Emma added. Of course I'm angry, Robbie shouted. The bloody bastards tortured me for 2 nights. You need to get past your anger, Emma said gently. Robbie scoffed. Believe me, my anger will be miraculously cured once I've killed the bastards. Angus sighed. Lad, you're a loose cannon. I'm ordering you to take some time off. Robbie glowered at his great-great-grandfather. As the CEO of McKay Security and Investigation, Angus was his boss. And his sire. Angus had transformed him as he lay dying on the battlefield at Culloden. So Robbie felt an extremely close bond. His fierce sense of loyalty had kept him strong during captivity and torture. He'd managed to endure the pain without betraying his family and friends. But he also had plenty of money set aside. He didn't need to work for McKay S&I. He could look for Casimir on his own. I can guess what you're thinking, lad, Angus said softly. Do not consider it. You're too full of rage to take off on your own, and you're too weak. That makes a lethal combination. You'll get yourself killed. Your confidence in me is touching. Robbie, Emma touched his arm. We do believe in you. You just need some time to recover. That's all we ask. He groaned inwardly. He hated to admit it, but they had a point. Maybe a week off wouldn't be too bad. He could lift weights, get his strength back, then go after Casimir and kill him. All right. I'll think about it. Excellent. Emma smiled. I know the perfect place for you. The West Coast Coven Master invited you to stay at their vacation spot in Palm Springs. It's a luxury resort and spa just for vamps. Robbie blinked. Spa? Yes. They have all the latest state-of-the-art equipment. Jacuzzis that will be wonderful for your hands and feet, fully trained physical therapists, an Olympic-sized heated swimming pool, a huge exercise room. They do fencing and martial arts? Robbie asked. He could use some practice with his sword. Well, actually, they're more into Pilates and yoga. When Robbie snorted, she raised a hand to stop his objection. Now listen, those are excellent exercises for gaining flexibility and balance. You need that right now. And do you expect me to kill Casimir by holding a yoga pose for 30 seconds? Emma frowned. There you go again with the killing. This obsession is not healthy, Robbie. You're lucky to be alive. You need to learn how to smell the roses again. Yoga will help you relax and find your center. I do not think I ever lost it. He touched his flat stomach. If you don't want to do yoga, fine, Emma snapped. I was looking at their brochure, and they have lots of ways to help you achieve inner peace. There's the hydrothermic massage in the tropical tranquility grotto, or the rejuvenating body wrap with aromatic oils. When's the last time you exfoliated? Robbie looked at Angus. Is she still speaking English? Angus snorted. Show respect to your elders, lad. Are you joking? I'm a few centuries older than her. True. Emma's mouth twitched. But when I married Angus, I became your great-great-grandmother. Step-grandmother, Robbie corrected her, then arched a brow. Make that evil step-grandmother. She laughed. That may be, since I expect you to stay at the spa for at least 3 months. What? Robbie gave her and Angus an incredulous look. You cannot be serious. If I do not practice with my sword for 3 months, I will not be fit for duty. They also have an excellent vamp psychologist. Nay, Robbie interrupted her. Now he knew why they were pushing this damned spa on him. I'm not going to a psychologist. Lad, Angus began, you're suffering from post-traumatic. I know damned well what I suffered. I do not need to whine about it to a therapist. 'Tis a complete waste of time. There was no way he was going to talk about what had happened to him. Why on earth would he describe every painful, humiliating detail? It would be torture all over again. No, it was much better to simply put the whole nasty ordeal behind him. And kill the bastards. Emma took a deep breath. If we made it an order, then I would quit, Robbie interrupted again. He could hunt down Casimir on his own. Angus gave his wife a sympathetic look. I knew he wouldn't agree to your fancy spa, but you gave it a good try. He glanced at Robbie. We do not want you to quit, lad. We just want you to get better, both in body and mind. I'm not crazy, Robbie growled. Nay, but you're angry as hell, and it makes you too unstable for work. Not only would you be risking your own life, but the lives of anyone working with you. Bugger. Robbie ground the tip of his sword against the brick pathway. Angus knew exactly how to get to him. He could never put the lives of his friends at risk.
"I might agree to a short vacation. That's all."
"Good," Angus nodded.
"He can use our castle in Scotland, or Jean-Luc has offered his home in Paris."
"Been there, done that," Robbie mumbled. He'd been head of security for Jean-Luc in Paris for 10 years.
"Jack said he could use his palazzo in Venice,"
Angus continued.
"Does everyone want rid of me?"
Robbie grumbled. "We all want you to get better," Emma insisted. Roman offered his villa in Tuscany or his new one on Patmos.
"Patmos?"
They'd never been there before.
"'Tis a Greek isle,"
Angus explained.
"Very lovely, I hear."
"It's where St. John envisioned Revelations and the end of the world," Emma added.
"Oh, that's comforting."
Robbie shrugged one shoulder.
"Fine. Whatever. I'll go for a week or two." 4 months,
Angus said. Robbie gaped.
"What? The spa was only 3 months."
"The spa had a therapist," Angus reminded him.
"We figure if you're on your own, you'll need more time. Of course, you could change your mind about therapy." "No. Hell no." "Then 4 months it is," Angus said. "All expenses paid, plus your usual salary. You cannot beat that, lad."
Emma smiled. "We'll see you at Christmas, and you'll be so much better." Better his arse. This wasn't a vacation. It was a bloody exile. Imprisoned on an island like Napoleon. But then, Napoleon escaped from his first island. Robbie figured he could do the same. For a vamp with teleportation abilities, it would be easy. And no one would ever know. Chapter 2. Island of Patmos, 3 months later. Olivia Satiris eased the back door shut. It had to be about 1:30 in the morning, she guessed, but her inner clock was still on Central Standard Time. Her ferry had arrived in the port of Scala that afternoon, and her grandmother was there, waiting with a young taxi driver who just happened to be single. After driving them the short distance to the Satiris home in Grikos, the young Greek had stowed her luggage in the guest room, then taken them to a local taverna. The whole village had gathered there to gawk at Eleni Satiris' American granddaughter. And according to Eleni, every eligible bachelor on the island was in attendance. Olivia endured several hours of gentle scolding in broken English from the older villagers. Her crime? Not visiting Yaya, her poor grandmother, for 6 long years. It didn't matter that she saw her every Christmas in Houston, where her family lived, and her grandmother migrated for a few months every winter. Olivia was still guilty of breaking her poor old widowed grandmother's heart. At the time, her grandmother was bouncing across the dance floor with a line of young men happily yelling, "Opa!" and breaking plates. So Olivia decided this was one guilt trip she could decline. She drank more wine than usual, hoping it would help her sleep. But here she was, 2 hours later, wide awake. And once again, she questioned her reason for coming. Her supervisor had insisted she take time off, but part of her argued that running away from a problem never solved it. She should have faced the monster again. She should have told him the game was over. No more sick manipulation. But what if running away just proved he was still pulling the strings? A chilly breeze swept off the sea and up the rocky bluff to the courtyard of her grandmother's house. Olivia snuggled her white blanket tighter around her green cotton pajamas. She wouldn't think about him anymore. He couldn't find her here. She breathed in crisp, salty air. It was wonderfully quiet, with just the sound of waves breaking on the beach and the breeze ruffling the tamarisk trees. So peaceful. Except that her feet were freezing on the tile floor. She padded across the courtyard. It was much the same as she remembered. On her last visit, the summer after graduating from high school, her father had built the arbor that covered a small section on the left. The grapevines had grown, their branches curling like snakes around the wooden frame. In the dark shade of the arbor, she could barely see the familiar wooden table and 4 chairs. The rest of the enclosed courtyard had been left open to the sky, and a half-moon shone down, reflecting off the whitewashed walls of Yaya's house and the waist-high walls enclosing the patio. 3 large clay pots, each one holding a small lemon tree, lined up along the right wall. Around the base of each tree, green clumps of parsley and mint grew. In the far corner, a pot of red geraniums stood guard by the stone steps that wound to the beach below. Next to the geraniums, she recognized the telescope her father had given Yaya for Christmas last year. An excellent present, she thought as she glanced up at the night sky. So many stars. They were never this bright in the cities back home. She reached the far wall, leaned her elbows on top, and peered down at the beach. The moon glittered on the dark sea and gleamed off the white sand. "You cannot sleep, child?" Olivia whirled around. "Yeah, I didn't mean to wake you." "I'm a very light sleeper, these—" Her grandmother's eyes narrowed. "Are you barefoot?" Before Olivia could explain that she'd forgotten to pack house shoes, her grandmother scurried back inside, muttering about scorpions. A minute later, she reappeared with some bright red booties. "These are one size fits all, which means they are too big for me." She tossed them on the floor next to Olivia. "Your brother Nicholas gave those to me for Christmas." What was he thinking? A woman my age in red boots. Olivia smiled as she draped her blanket over the courtyard wall, then leaned against it to pull on the boot-shaped house shoes. Her brother probably thought the same thing everyone in the family thought. Alini Satiris never acted her age, unless it got her something she wanted. Her hair might be gray, but it was still long and thick. Right now it hung in a long braid over her shoulder. She was still active, her eyes still sharp, and her brain even sharper. Alini cinched the belt tighter on her blue terry cloth bathrobe. "Tell me what's troubling you, child." "I'm fine, just jet lag and—" Olivia stopped when she felt a flash of anger emanating from her grandmother. "Sorry, I'm used to telling people I'm fine when I'm not." Alini sighed. "I understand, but you should know better than to lie to me." Olivia nodded, relieved that her grandmother's anger had quickly dissolved. She knew all about her grandmother's strange gift, for she was the only grandchild to inherit it. They could both tell when a person was lying, and they could sense people's emotions. "I've known you all your life, but I've never seen you this frazzled," Alini continued. "You were happy and relieved when you arrived. Then you were annoyed with me during the party." Olivia winced. "Sorry." Alini waved a hand in dismissal. "No matter. That's what family's for. But there is something else troubling you. Something dark and hidden." Olivia groaned inwardly. It was hidden. She'd been repressing it for months. "There is a problem, but I don't want to talk about it." She took the blanket off the wall and wrapped it around her shoulders. "It frightens you," Alini whispered. Olivia's eyes welled with tears. He frightened her. Her grandmother looped an arm around her and pulled her close. "Don't be afraid, child. You're safe now." She hugged her grandmother and squeezed her eyes shut, willing the tears to go away. Yaya had always been the one she relied upon, the one she told her secrets to. When she was young and struggling to adjust to her empathic abilities, it was only her grandmother who understood. Alini patted her on the back. "Who is frightening you? Is it a man?" Olivia nodded. "Did the bastard mistreat you? I could send your brothers after him to teach him a lesson." Olivia laughed. Her skinny younger brothers would have trouble intimidating a chihuahua. As usual, her grandmother had chased away the tears. "You just leave this to me. I'll find a good man for you." Eleni stepped back and tilted her head. "Did you like any you met tonight?" Olivia groaned. "I'm not looking for a husband." "Of course you are. What are you, 24? I had 3 babies by the time I was your age." Olivia grimaced. "I have a career, a master's degree." "And I am proud of you, but nothing is more important than family. What did you think of Spiro?" "Which one was he?" "The very handsome one. He was dancing on my right." Olivia thought back, but couldn't remember a man who stood out. They had all congealed into a greasy blob of testosterone. "I can't recall." "He's a good boy. Goes to church every week with his mother. Very nice body. Does push-ups every morning in his underwear. Not too hairy." Olivia cocked her head. "And how do you know that?" Eleni motioned toward the telescope. With a gasp, Olivia noticed the telescope was not pointed toward the sky. She rushed over and peered through the eyepiece. A whitewashed wall came into view with a large window. Yeah, what have you been doing?" She shrugged. "I'm old, but I'm not dead. Spiro is a beautiful young man, and he takes good care of his goats. You should go out with him." Olivia wrinkled her nose. "What on earth would I do with a goat herder?" "Make little kids?" Olivia snorted. "I can't get married. I can't even date worth a darn. It always ends up badly. I can tell when the guys are lying, and unfortunately, that's most of the time. We just need to find you an honest man." "I'm afraid those have gone the way of the dinosaur." Olivia pointed the telescope away from Spiro's home. "How did you find Grandpa?" "I didn't. My parents arranged the marriage." Olivia winced. "How old were you?" 16. I was from Kos." Eleni gestured to the south, where the island of Kos was located. "I met your grandfather here on Patmos at our engagement party. I told Hector right away that he must never lie to me because I would know, and I would make his life miserable." Olivia blinked. "That didn't scare him away?" Learning that she was a human lie detector had certainly made her high school boyfriend run for the hills. Hector was surprised, but then he said we should both be honest, because if I lied, he could make me miserable too. Eleni chuckled. And then he said I was the bravest, most beautiful woman he'd ever met. And I knew he was telling the truth. Oh, Olivia's heart squeezed. That's sweet. 6 months after the wedding, he told me he loved me. And that was the truth, too. Eleni's eyes glittered with unshed tears. And he never lied? Olivia whispered. Once, when your father was young, he fell out of a tree and broke his arm. Hector told me not to worry, that he was certain our boy would be all right. But he was lying. He was scared stiff. So was I. That's not much of a lie. He was trying to comfort you. Eleni nodded. Not all lies are bad. It is the intent to deceive that is bad. Your grandfather was a good man. May God rest his soul. She crossed herself in the orthodox fashion, touching her right shoulder first. Olivia crossed herself too, an automatic response that had been ingrained in her since childhood. Eleni blinked away her tears and straightened her thin shoulders. I'll make you a cup of chamomile tea. It will help you sleep. She hurried back into the house. Olivia rested her elbows on the courtyard wall and gazed at the beach below. A breeze swept a tendril of hair across her face, and she shoved it aside. Most of her long hair was secured on the back of her head with a big claw clip. But as usual, there were always a few unruly strands that managed to escape. She took a deep breath, savoring her solitude. There were times, like during the party that evening, when the constant bombardment of everyone's emotions became hard to bear. It would feel like she was drowning, her own emotions submerged under the flood of those around her to the point that she feared losing herself entirely. She'd learned over the years to handle it, but still, every now and then she had to escape the maddening crowd. Being an empath had certainly helped with her job. Unfortunately, her unique abilities had also caused the monster to become obsessed with her. "Don't think about him. You're safe here." A movement far to the left caught her eye. She turned toward a grove of tamarisk trees, but only saw them swaying with a breeze. Nothing strange there. Then she saw him. A lone figure emerging from the dark shadow of the trees. He was jogging along the beach. At this time of night? He reached a clear, sandy expanse where the moon shone brightly, and Olivia forgot to breathe. His body was beautiful, and she suspected his face was too, but it was hard to tell at this distance. Dressed in dark jogging shorts and a plain white t-shirt, he moved quickly and easily along the beach. His skin seemed pale, but that could be caused by the moonlight. She sucked in a deep breath as he came closer. He was a big man. His t-shirt was stretched across wonderfully broad shoulders, the short sleeves tight around his biceps. If only she could see his face better. Her gaze drifted over to the telescope. Why not? She rushed over, pointed it in the man's direction, and peered through the eyepiece. Oh, yeah. He did not disappoint. His eyes looked sharp and intelligent. Pale, though she couldn't tell the color. Green, she hoped, since that was her favorite. He had a straight, strong nose, a wide mouth, and a strong jaw with a sexy hint of dark whiskers. There was a grim expression on his face, but it didn't make him unattractive. Quite the opposite. It added to his aura of masculine power. He passed by the house, and she admired his sharp profile for a few seconds, then lowered the scope to his body. His chest expanded with each deep breath, and she found herself matching her breaths to his. Even lower, she noted his muscular thighs and calves. His white running shoes pounded on the sand, leaving a steady trail. He continued down the beach toward the rock known as Petra, giving her a glorious view of his backside. "Oh, bah," she muttered as she continued to spy on him through the telescope. She'd seen plenty of fit men during her training days for the Bureau, but this guy put them to shame. While their muscles had seemed forced and clumpy, this guy looked completely natural, moving with an easy, graceful control. She was still focused on his rump when she noticed the attached legs were no longer moving. Did he run out of steam? He hadn't seemed tired. His jogging shorts slowly turned, affording her a long look at his groin. She gulped. She raised the scope to his chest. Oh, dear. That huge, expansive chest was now facing her direction. Surely he wasn't... She lifted the scope to his face and gasped. He was looking straight at her. She jumped back, pulling her blanket tight around her. How could he see her? The courtyard was dark, and the walls reached to her waist. But then the walls were whitewashed, and she was cocooned in a white blanket, and the moon and stars were bright. Maybe he could see this far. Surely he hadn't been able to hear her. She'd barely spoken over a whisper. He stepped toward her, gazing at her with intense eyes. Oh, God. He'd caught her ogling him with a telescope. She pressed a hand against her mouth to keep from groaning out loud. Apparently, the smallest of sounds was carrying across the beach. He took another step toward her, and the moon glinted off his hair. Red? She hadn't met any red-headed men at the party. Who was this man? Olivia, Eleni called through the open door. Your tea is steeping. She strode into the kitchen and waited impatiently for her mug of tea. There's a man on the beach. Are you sure? It's almost 2 a.m. Come and see. Maybe you know him. Olivia wandered back to the courtyard and peered over the wall. He was gone. He was there. Olivia pointed south toward Petra. There was no sign of him anywhere. Eleni gave her a sympathetic look. You're exhausted and seeing shadows. Drink your tea, child, and go to bed. He was real, she whispered, and the most beautiful man she'd ever seen. Dear God, please let him be real. Bloody hell, she'd better be real. Robbie sprinted up the stone steps to Roman's villa. He'd hate to think that 3 months of forced boredom was causing him to see things. Lovely things, like an angel dressed in white, gazing down at him from an ivory tower. He strode around the pool and jacuzzi to enter the whitewashed house. It was an old house, but thoroughly renovated with all the modern amenities. Carlos was in the family room, lounging on a sofa, watching a DVD and munching popcorn. Robbie waved at him as he passed into the kitchen. He retrieved a bottle of synthetic blood from the fridge and silently cursed his great-great-grandfather. Angus must have guessed he intended to escape this forced vacation, 'cause by strange coincidence, this house had suddenly become everyone's favorite vacation spot. Roman Dragonesti and his family had visited the last week of August and the first half of September, accompanied by their bodyguards, Connor and Howard. Since Connor and Howard both worked for McKay's security and investigation, they reported straight to Angus. And Robbie had been unable to slip away. Then, Jean-Luc Ishard and his family had stayed for the last half of September, accompanied by their bodyguards who also worked for Angus. Then Jack and Laura dropped by for a few weeks. Then Ian and Tony. And now Carlos. And of course, they all worked for McKay S&I. Jailers. That damned Angus was using his employees as jailers to keep him on his island prison. He stuffed the bottle into the microwave and punched a button. "What's up?" Carlos wandered into the kitchen with an empty popcorn bowl. "Nothing." Robbie leaned against the counter and folded his arms across his chest. "Something's up. I've been here 2 weeks, and every single night you go out for a run. Then you come back, give me a dirty look, and growl that I should call Angus and tell him you're in great shape and not crazy. Did you call Angus? No, they don't have a clue where Casimir's hiding. You might as well stay here and enjoy yourself." Robbie sighed. Angus could make better progress locating Casimir if he wasn't sending some of his best employees here to babysit. "Something's different," Carlos continued. "Tonight you came in with no scowling or growling. Why the change?" Robbie shrugged one shoulder. "I'm trying to convince you I'm not crazy. If I kept doing the same thing when it wasn't working, would that not be crazy?" "Good point." Carlos rinsed the bowl and placed it in the dishwasher. "So you're trying a new strategy tonight." Robbie removed the bottled blood from the microwave and filled a glass. "Tonight, we saw an angel." Carlos's eyes widened. "And you're still trying to convince me you're not crazy?" Robbie snorted. "Not a real angel. Not unless they've taken to watching the mortal plane with telescopes." "Ah," Carlos grinned. "You caught a babe scoping you out. Was she hot?" She was a goddess, a beautiful Greek goddess, but Robbie didn't feel like sharing that news with a Brazilian shapeshifter who could meet people during the day, while he was dead to the world. "She was all right." "Just all right? I thought she was an angel." Robbie ignored the comment and took a long drink from his glass of synthetic blood. "Did you talk to her?" Carlos asked. "Get her number?" Robbie frowned at his half-empty glass. "No." He'd heard her whispering Greek, so he wasn't sure she understood English.
There's no point in pursuing her. My prison term will be over in 3 weeks.
Carlos rolled his eyes.
You're not in prison, muchacho. Besides, a lot can happen in 3 weeks.
Robbie finished his glass. He wasn't the sort of man who could indulge in a casual fling. When he was attracted to a woman, there was nothing casual about it. And he was definitely attracted to this woman. The minute he'd laid eyes upon her, the world had screeched to a halt around him. He'd forgotten he was on vacation and due to leave soon. He'd forgotten it was the wee hours of the morning and not a proper time to approach a lone woman. He'd forgotten he was a stranger dressed in sweaty gym clothes and likely to frighten her. Hell, he'd even forgotten he was a vampire and had no business getting involved with Immortal. He'd simply been drawn to her. And then, suddenly, she disappeared. He'd sprinted all the way home, wondering if he'd just imagined her. After all, he'd jogged down that beach every night for the past 3 months. If she lived in that house, why hadn't he seen her before?
If you see her again, you should talk to her,
Carlos said as he strode from the kitchen.
A beautiful woman might be just the therapy you need. I do not need therapy,
Robbie grumbled. He just needed revenge. 3 months of exercise had whipped him back into shape, and he was ready to go. Ready to leave this wretched island and hunt Casimir down. The angel's lovely face floated back into his mind, erasing the image of his enemy. She had to be real. A mere dream couldn't have affected him this strongly. He had to see her again. Even when there were a dozen reasons why he should avoid her, he'd still try to see her again. Maybe he did need therapy after all. It was past 3 a.m. when Olivia finally fell asleep. Unfortunately, it was Sunday morning and her grandmother woke her at dawn so they could go to church. Apparently, if she didn't go, everyone in Gricos would say bad things about her. Afterward, Olivia was put to work in the kitchen, helping her grandmother cook an enormous amount of food, and then, surprise, 2 of Yaya's best friends showed up for dinner with their eligible sons. Olivia was cordial, but disappointed that neither of them had red hair. Luckily, their English was as limited as her Greek, so she didn't have to talk much. Her mind kept wandering back to the man on the beach. Who was he? Would he be back tonight? By 9 o'clock in the evening, jet lag and sleep deprivation caught up with her, and she stumbled off to bed. As she pulled the blanket up to her chin, she told herself she'd only take a short nap. She'd be in the courtyard at 1 a.m. waiting for the mysterious jogger to pass by. She blinked awake when sunlight poured into her window. Oh no! She sat up and looked at her bedside clock. 8:30 in the morning? Damn! She slipped the red booties onto her feet and shuffled into the kitchen. There you are, sleepyhead. Her grandmother was stirring something on the stove. I've already been to the bakery. There's fresh bread on the table next to the honey jar. I'll bring you a cup of tea. Thank you. Olivia sat down and cut off a thick slice of bread. As she reached for the honey jar, she noticed the narrow vase in the center of the table with a single red rosebud. I didn't know you grew roses. I don't. You can't eat them. Alini set a cup of tea on the table and regarded her with a gleam in her eye. I think you have a secret admirer. Olivia blinked. Me? Who do you think he is? Georgios or Dimitrios? Alini referred to the men who'd come over the day before. I don't know. Olivia's mind had immediately snapped to the mysterious jogger with red hair and intense eyes. Could it be him? She reached out to touch the soft red petals. You didn't see who delivered it? No. Eleni planted her hands on her hips and frowned at the flower. There was no note with it. I swept the courtyard early this morning, and while I was sweeping off the steps, I found it halfway down to the beach. It was lying there, pinned down by a rock. Olivia's heart raced. Then whoever left it came from the beach. It had to be from him. Eleni gasped. Of course! It's from Spiro. He lives just down the beach. She clasped her hands together, grinning. My beautiful Spiro and Olivia together, right here on Patmos. Oh, the beautiful babies you'll have. Wait a minute. I'm not so sure it came from Spiro, and I don't want you getting your hopes up about me living here. I specialize in criminals, and I seriously doubt if Patmos has enough of those to keep me in business. Eleni sat at the table with a huff. We do have criminals. Last year, there was a boy from Hora whose bicycle was stolen. Right in front of the monastery, too. It was shocking. Olivia shook her head as she drizzled honey on her bread. Not bad enough. Why do you need criminals? Can't you help normal crazy people? Patmos has plenty of those. There's a goat herder in Cambos who talks to his goats. Olivia sipped her tea. It's not unusual for people to talk to their animals. Ah, but in this case, his goats talk back. And the solid black goat speaks Turkish. Olivia stifled a grin. He's the worst case you've got to offer? Eleni tilted her head, considering. Well, there's the old widower in Scala who was caught peeping in Maria Stephanopoulos' window. His son started taking him to the nude beach at Plaki once a week, so he's much better now. Olivia nodded. I'm afraid that peeping Tom syndrome is contagious. I heard there's a window woman in Grikos who uses a telescope to spy on a nearby goat herder. Eleni scoffed. I'm not a peeping Tom. I'm just admiring Spiro. He's a work of art. It's like I'm going to the museum, and I've never seen him naked. That wouldn't be right, not when I want him to marry my granddaughter. Olivia winced, then took a bite of bread. Maybe her grandmother had a point. Not about Spiro, but about her work with criminals. Her life could be so different if she played it safe and lived here. Who was she kidding? She wouldn't last 2 months before boredom drove her absolutely bonkers. She thrived on the excitement that came with her work at the FBI. At least she had until her job had brought her into contact with one criminal in particular. The monster Otis Crump. She didn't have to worry about him sending roses. That sick pervert preferred apples. Big, red apples. Eleni drummed her fingers on the table as she glared at the rose. I don't like secrets. I want to know who this admirer is. Olivia sighed. If dreams could come true, her secret admirer wouldn't be Spiro, Georgios, or Demetrios. He'd be the mysterious man who jogged along the beach in the middle of the night. Could he have left the rose? Her heartbeat raced at the thought. One way or another, she'd find out tonight. Chapter 3. That's not what you usually wear to go jogging, Carlos commented as Robbie strode across the family room. Robbie grunted and headed into the kitchen. He'd already had 1 bottle of blood when he'd first awakened, so he wasn't really hungry. This was just a precaution in case he actually met the Greek goddess. Sometimes good old-fashioned lust managed to trigger his lust for blood, and he didn't want his fangs popping out and scaring her. He poured half a glass and warmed it up in the microwave. Carlos entered the kitchen. Your hair's damp. You took a shower before jogging? He wasn't going to jog tonight. He didn't want to arrive at her house all sweaty, especially since a vamp's sweat tended to be a wee bit pinkish in color, just like their tears. It came from a steady diet of blood, he supposed. I'm taking a walk. Ah, a midnight stroll. Sounds wonderful. Carlos regarded him with a smirk. I think I'll join you. Nay. I like to walk on the beach.
Piss off. Carlos laughed. I know you're hoping to see her. I know you know. Robbie removed his half glass of blood from the microwave and downed it. I also know that a red rose is missing from the garden. Robbie arched a brow. You're keeping inventory on all the flowers? Carlos chuckled. I had my eye on that rose. I was planning to give it to someone, and you beat me to it. Robbie wondered briefly what Carlos was up to, but refrained from asking. Tony claimed he was gay, but Ian disagreed. When they were here on the island, Robbie had heard them argue over the matter for 10 minutes, then rush off to their bedroom to make up. He'd gone jogging for 2 hours, and when he returned, they were still making up. He groaned inwardly. His vamp friends, Ian, Jean-Luc, and Jack, were deliriously happy with their mortal women. But he doubted he could ever experience such happiness. First, there was the problem of finding a woman who could actually love a creature of the night. Then there was the matter of trust. How would he know what she was doing during the day? He couldn't bear another betrayal from a woman he loved. What if she tired of him and decided to stake him while he was in his death sleep? And then there was the last problem, the one that bothered him the most. Loving a vamp was a death sentence. He didn't know how his friends could even stomach the thought that one day they would have to literally kill their wives in order to transform them. What kind of love was that? So what the hell was he doing? He set his empty glass in the sink. This was a bad idea. Dude, don't chicken out now. He shot Carlos an annoyed look. 'Tis no fear that's given me pause. She's an innocent mortal. She deserves better than me. Right, because you're a disgusting, slobbering beast who'll rip her throat out and toss her dead body out to sea. Robbie stiffened. Are you asking for a bloody nose? I wouldn't harm her. Exactly. Go see her, muchacho. Robbie glanced down at his clothes. It had taken him 15 minutes to decide what to wear. He'd finally chosen some worn jeans, a dark green t-shirt, and a navy hoodie lined with the green and blue Mackay tartan. His hair was tied back with a leather strip. I do not look too casual. You look fine. Go get her, tiger. Robbie snorted. Strange words from a werepanther. He strode from the house before he could change his mind. Rather than descend the stone steps, he simply jumped off the edge of the rocky bluff and landed neatly on the pebbly beach below. Even in the dim light of the 3/4 moon, he could spot the rock called Petra about half a mile to the north. He teleported there and walked around it to the beach at Grieco's. What was he going to say? He doubted she'd want to hear about his favorite topic. Which swords were best suited for different situations? Bugger. He was woefully out of practice when it came to talking to women. Olivia debated what to wear for 15 minutes, even though her choices were severely limited to the few items she'd packed. She finally opted for a pair of jeans and a soft pullover sweater. Then she trapped her unruly hair in a claw clip on the back of her head. Her grandmother was sound asleep when she made herself comfortable in the courtyard. She lit a trio of candles on the table beneath the grape arbor. On a chair, she set an old cricket bat Yaya used to beat rugs. She hoped she wouldn't need to defend herself, but her work at the bureau had taught her that looks could be deceiving. She'd been surprised the first time she met Otis Crump by how harmless and ordinary he appeared. Underneath the pleasant exterior lurked a monster who had raped, tortured, and murdered 13 women. She shoved him out of her thoughts. This was her time to recover and heal. He had been an assignment, nothing more, and she was done with it. Done with him. She could only pray that he was done with her. She strode back into the house to make a cup of hot tea. As she exited the kitchen, she grabbed the rose and took it with her. Back in the courtyard, she waited. And waited. She finished her tea and left the cup on the table.
Back at the wall, she smoothed her fingers over the velvet rose petals. The thorns had been pinched off the stem, so her secret admirer appeared to be considerate. She hoped he was the mysterious jogger. But where was he? Maybe she was too early. Or maybe he had left the island and this rose was his way of saying goodbye. After all, the last week of November was way past the tourist season. Or maybe she'd imagined him. After dealing with the ultimate dregs of humanity in the person of Otis Crump, her subconscious could be trying to compensate by manufacturing a handsome, honorable hero. She sighed. Too many years of psychology classes had left her with a tendency to overanalyze everything. She just needed to relax and smell the roses, or one rose in particular. She lifted it to her nose and smiled. Her attention snapped to a figure coming from the south. She looked through the telescope, and her heart lurched in her chest. It was him. He was real. He wasn't jogging tonight. Instead, he walked toward her with a quick, determined stride. He lifted a hand in greeting, and her heart did another flip. Through the telescope, she could tell he was focused entirely on her. He certainly had good eyesight. She stepped toward the wall and waved a hand to acknowledge his greeting. He immediately broke into a jog, and her heart pounded with each step that brought him closer. His eyes never seemed to leave her. He was checking her out, and that brought heat to her cheeks. Was he excited and attracted? Or was he already regretting his actions? She opened her senses to detect his feelings. Nothing. In all her 24 years, she'd never met a person she couldn't read. She closed her eyes and furrowed her brow with concentration. Nothing. She opened her eyes to make sure he was real. Yep, he was almost in front of her. Why couldn't she sense him? She always knew how people felt. She always knew when they were lying. Good God, this was awful. How would she know where she stood with this man? How could she trust anything he said? A spurt of panic flashed through her, and she considered escaping into the house. But then she saw his face. He had stopped on the beach below her, and he was gazing up at her with an intense, searching look as if he didn't know what to think. Well, that made two of them. She met his gaze, and an instant wave of desire flooded through her. It caught her by surprise, nearly buckling her knees. Whoa! She gripped the edge of the wall to steady herself. She didn't usually react like that. Actually, she wasn't sure how she usually reacted. She'd always concentrated on other people's feelings so she would know how to deal with them. This was a first for her. She was in the company of another person, but alone with her own feelings. And she'd never realized her feelings could be so strong. Maybe they just seemed that way because they were isolated. Or because this situation was new to her. Or maybe he was the cause. She swallowed hard. She'd have to be careful. She had no idea what he was feeling, or if he could be trusted. How did normal women survive like this? It was terrifying. And incredibly exciting. He raised a hand. "Good evening." His low voice carried up to her with the slight stir of a breeze that tickled her neck. She felt giddy with excitement, almost giggly. "Do you speak English, lass?" She bit her lip to keep from laughing out loud. His accent was adorable. "You're Scottish?" "Aye. You're American?" She nodded with a growing smile. He smiled back, and a fluttery feeling started in her stomach. Careful, you don't know if he can be trusted. "I'm Robert Alexander McKay." He inclined his head, leaning forward. He was bowing? She stifled a giggle and wondered what the gorgeous Scotsman would do next. He regarded her expectantly. "Green," she noted with great satisfaction. His eyes were green, just like she had hoped. And even though his hair was a rich, dark red, his eyebrows and whiskers looked more brownish.
"And you?"
he asked. "Yes?" His mouth quirked with a half-smile.
"Forgive the bold assumption, but I thought you might be in possession of a name I could call you."
She laughed. Several suggestions flitted through her mind. Sweetheart, love of my life, center of my universe. She'd been so busy admiring him, she'd forgotten to introduce herself. "I'm Olivia. Olivia Satiris."
"Ah, then I was wrong about you."
"How?"
"I thought you were a Greek goddess."
She snorted. What a smooth talker. And what a shame that she couldn't tell if he was lying. She lifted the rose. "Did you leave this?"
"Aye."
"Where?" His eyebrows lifted.
"I left it on the steps, pinned down with a rock. Why do you ask?"
Because she needed to know if he was an honest man. She loved the way he pronounced down like dune. But she'd be a fool to fall for a man just because his voice was like music and his face and body were like a beautiful sculpture. She sniffed the rose. "It's lovely. Thank you."
"Would you care to walk with me a wee bit?"
Her heart rate sped up. I'd rather stay here. You can join me if you like." His gaze flitted over the rocky bluff, separating them. Then his mouth twitched.
"I'll take the stairs."
"Be careful. The stairs are steep and dark." Her heart raced as he disappeared in the narrow stairwell. He was coming up. She glanced toward the back door. Her grandmother was alone and asleep. What if she'd invited an axe murderer up here? She left the rose on the table and grabbed the cricket bat. It wasn't just her work at the FBI that made her suspicious. She'd learned as a young child to be wary when she discovered how often people lied. He reached the top of the stairs and stopped, motioning to the cricket bat in her hands.
"Are you planning to whack me now?"
He was taller than she'd realized, and his shoulders broader. She flexed her hands around the bat. "I don't usually talk to strangers. I should warn you, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo." His jaw shifted.
"I will not harm you, lass."
"I know. I won't let you." He studied her a moment, then his mouth relaxed with a hint of a smile.
"You're as brave as you are beautiful. That's a rare combination."
Her heart stilled for a moment. Brave and beautiful. That's what her grandfather had said to Yaya the day they met. "I don't mean to be rude, Mr. McKay. A woman has to be careful these days."
"Aye, you're correct."
His gaze moved slowly down her body to her feet. His mouth lifted in a half-smile as his gaze roamed back to her face. Damn. She didn't know whether to whack him or melt into a puddle. Part of her was flustered and flattered. Her skin tingled when he examined her with those gorgeous green eyes. But another part of her was nervous. She tightened her grip on the bat in case he made a lunge at her. It was so hard, not being able to read his emotions. For a second, she thought his eyes were darkening, but he turned toward the telescope and peered through the eyepiece.
"So, Olivia, what brings you to Patmos?"
She liked the way her name sounded with his accent. "I'm visiting my relatives. 4 uncles. They're big, professional wrestlers." When his mouth twitched, she figured he wasn't buying her story. "What about you?"
"Vacation. And recuperation. I was injured, so I've been trying to get back in shape."
She glanced at his muscular body. "I would say you definitely succeeded."
"Thank you for noticing."
Her face heated with a blush. "How did you get injured?" He grew silent, frowning at the tile floor. "Sorry." She propped the bat against a wooden column of the grape arbor. You don't have to talk about it.
It just happened. My job can be dangerous.
What do you do? When his frown deepened, she felt a sudden need to comfort him, to make him smile again. I know. You're a bullfighter. He gave her a dubious look.
A Scottish bullfighter?
Yeah, with a red plaid cape. And little sequins on your kilt. Drives the Scottish bulls crazy. He chuckled.
Nay.
Her heart expanded in her chest. It felt so good to chase away his frown. She wandered toward the whitewashed wall to stand next to him. Then you're a lion tamer? When he shook his head, she continued. Rodeo clown? Snake charmer?
Nay.
He grinned, his green eyes twinkling. Okay, I'm thinking Navy SEAL.
I'm thinking seals are black.
She snorted. You know what I mean. You could be a member of a special macho elite force, protecting mankind from insidious evil in all forms, including the triple-decker bacon cheeseburger.
I can safely say I've never battled a cheeseburger.
Sure, but have you battled evil? He stiffened and looked toward the sea, frowning again. The skin on the back of her neck prickled. You are some kind of soldier. His chest moved as he inhaled deeply.
Aye.
Top secret, she whispered. Are you fighting terrorists? He hesitated a moment before answering.
You could say that.
She nodded. His reluctance to speak on the subject made her fairly certain he was telling the truth. You're on leave now?
Aye.
He planted his hands on top of the wall, then drummed his long fingers on the plaster for a while before continuing.
My boss insisted I take some time off.
She blinked. You're kidding. That's why I'm here. My boss wanted me to take time off, too. He turned toward her, regarding her curiously.
Why? What do you do?
She didn't want to discuss her work with criminals. She was here to get away from all that. And besides, she enjoyed making this gorgeous man smile. You were right from the beginning. I'm a Greek goddess. Zeus told me to take off a millennium or two. His mouth tilted and his eyes twinkled.
I knew it. One look into your eyes, and I could fall at your feet.
Her cheeks grew warm. She didn't usually flirt like this. Normally, she was too busy analyzing people's feelings. With a jolt, she realized she'd always been an observer before, not a participant. This was new and scary, but so much fun. She lifted her chin. No groveling allowed. Goddesses find that very annoying. He smiled slowly.
If I fell to my knees, I'd find something better to do than grovel.
Her face blazed with heat. This was getting too hot to handle. I work for the FBI, she blurted out. His eyebrows shot up.
Do you really?
Yes. We're in the same sort of business, Mr. McKay. Catching bad guys. He cocked his head, studying her.
Where are you stationed?
Kansas City. You?
Wherever they need me. So you really are a black belt in Taekwondo?
He doubted her? She planted a hand on her hip. I've been thoroughly trained in self-defense, Mr. McKay. A corner of his mouth dimpled.
My friends call me Robbie.
Her heart pounded. Are you calling me a friend?
Aye.
He reached out and touched a strand of her hair that had escaped from the clip on the back of her head.
Does your hair curl like this naturally?
I'm afraid so. It's impossible to deal with.
I like it.
He tugged on the strand till it was taut, then let it go, and it bounced back into its normal corkscrew shape. He grinned.
A man could play with your hair for hours.
He touched her temple. With a gulp, she stepped back. I should check on my uncles. Would you like something to drink? Some hot tea? He lowered his hand.
I'm fine, thank you.
I'll be right back. She dashed into the house and quickly set some water to boil on the stove. Chicken, she chided herself. She should have let him touch her, maybe even kiss her. But how could she trust him? She was so attracted to him, but as far as she knew, he was simply looking for a little fling to spice up his vacation. She'd never been the type to indulge in a fling. Growing up with the ability to detect lies had caused her to avoid anything that smacked of insincerity. Besides, she would only be on the island for 2 weeks. Was that enough time to forge an honest, meaningful relationship? Did she dare even try it with a man she couldn't read? The unknown could be scary, but also very exciting. She peered through the window pane in the back door. He was still in the courtyard, amusing himself by peering through the telescope. Robbie McKay, a soldier on leave. She wondered how badly he'd been injured. She fixed her cup of tea and carried it back to the courtyard. When he smiled at her, her heart stuttered. She was seriously falling fast. She sat at the table and motioned for him to join her. Are you sure I can't get you something to drink or eat?
I ate before I came.
He sat beside her. She liked the way his red hair glinted in the candlelight. It seemed rather long for a soldier, but it was neatly tied back. How long will you be on Patmos?
About 3 more weeks.
He hesitated a moment, then continued.
I'm ready to go back now, but my boss disagrees. He thinks I was traumatized or some such nonsense.
Post-traumatic stress syndrome. Olivia sipped some hot tea. It's very common among soldiers. He shrugged one shoulder.
'Tis much ado about nothing. I know life is not fair. There's no point in whining about it.
She gave him a worried look. Sometimes it's healthier to talk things out. Repression can lead to serious side effects down the road, and I don't just mean emotional outbursts. It can affect your physical health. He shot her an annoyed look.
I'm perfectly fine, and hell will freeze over before I'll talk to a damn psychologist.
She sucked in a quick intake of air. Her cup wobbled in her hand, and she set it down on the table. He frowned at her.
What's wrong?
Everything was wrong. Her heart plummeted into her stomach. She should have known this couldn't last. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. He jumped to his feet and crossed the courtyard.
Bloody hell,
he whispered. He turned back to her, regarding her with a look of horror.
You're a psychologist?
She nodded slowly. I think hell just froze over. For both of them. Chapter 4. Robbie paced across the courtyard.
Bugger. Bloody hell.
He glanced at Olivia, and a mixture of anger and futility surged through him. Damn it to hell! Just when he had his hopes up, everything came crashing down. For a few minutes, he'd actually believed that his future could hold more than revenge and violence, and it had felt good. He'd found a woman who was beautiful, clever, and adorable. She made him laugh. She opened a world of new possibilities, and, to his surprise, he wanted it. Even more surprising, she seemed to like him. He was definitely taken with her. She had soft brown eyes, thick black lashes, a perfect oval face, small straight nose, enticing pink mouth, all framed with a riot of black curls that made him want to dive in. And she was so much more than a classic beauty. She was brave, witty, and kind. He couldn't recall ever laughing or smiling so much. For the first time in many years, he'd felt blessed. But the last surprise had been on him. He wasn't blessed. He was cursed. He stopped at the wall and gazed at the dark sea, his gut churning like the waves.
Did you think I wouldn't figure it out? You can call Angus and tell him to piss off.
I don't know Angus. He whipped around to glare at her.
Of course you do. He sent you here.
She rose to her feet with a skeptical look. The only Angus I've ever seen are cows, and they've never told me where to go. Robbie snorted.
Either Angus or Emma sent you here. You're probably not even Greek. Is your name really Olivia?
Yes, it is. And I never claimed to be Greek. I'm American. She planted her hands on her hips, glaring at him. And I don't lie.
Are you sure? Would you care to introduce me, then, to your 4 uncles who all happen to be professional wrestlers?
I ought to. You deserve the thrashing they'd give you. He arched a brow.
Bring it on.
She crossed her arms over her chest, scowling at him. Okay, it was a slight embellishment, but just for self-protection. And now that we're being perfectly honest, I think you should leave. He stiffened. She was rejecting him? Why was she upset? He was the one who'd been tricked into seeing a therapist.
Angus will pay you unless you do your bloody therapy.
I don't know Angus, she shouted, then winced and glanced at the house. We need to keep it down. I don't want to wake my
4 uncles on steroids? He growled.
She gave him a bland look. Believe it or not, I have no interest in being your therapist. You're obviously too stubborn and paranoid to listen to reason.
I'm not paranoid.
He wasn't sure he could deny the stubborn part. You think there's a big conspiracy that brought me to this island just to be your therapist. That's paranoid. Not to mention, totally self-absorbed.
Bloody hell. They sent you here to insult me?
Paranoid, she muttered under her breath. Who are they? Aliens from another galaxy? Talking Angus cows who demand we eat more chicken?
Don't mock me, woman. Angus is my grandfather.
Woman? He scowled at her.
I noticed. A man would have to be crazy not to. And I'm not crazy.
She gave him a dubious look. You think your own family is out to get you?
Bugger.
He was sounding paranoid. But it was too much of a coincidence that Angus and Emma had wanted him to see a psychologist, and then one magically appeared.
You swear Angus didn't send you here?
I swear. I told you, I work for the FBI. I specialize in criminal psychology, so you're of no interest to me. She gave him a wry look. Unless you're a criminal. He cocked a brow at her.
Did Sean Whelan send you?
I don't know him.
He works for the CIA.
So the CIA is out to get you too? He gritted his teeth.
I'm not paranoid.
Maybe you should check the lemon trees, she whispered, pointing in their direction. They could be bugged.
Woman!
He paused when her brown eyes flashed. Lord Almighty, she was beautiful.
Maybe I should strip you to check for bugs.
Her cheeks turned a rosy pink. Maybe you should leave. He swallowed hard. What the hell was he doing?
I apologize. I wouldn't strip you.
Tonight. She refused to look at him and motioned to the stairs. He trudged toward them. What a fool he was, accusing her of working for Angus, insulting her. The stairwell loomed before him, dark and ominous. He hesitated, suddenly feeling like the stairs descended into the pits of hell itself. Could he return to a life filled with nothing but rage and revenge? No laughter, no flirtation, no Olivia. His heart sank with a heavy sense of loss.
I'm truly sorry, lass. I didn't mean to insult you.
He glanced at her and noted the tears in her eyes.
Do not be sad. It was my fault for reacting so badly to your job. I'm sure you're a very fine psychologist. I just do not want to talk about certain things. I see no point in opening old wounds.
She sighed. I understand, but it doesn't change anything. You might as well go. She looked so defeated, and he had no idea why. He hated to see her this way.
Why are you so sad?
She rubbed her brow as if her head hurt. Things never work out for me. They all go.
Who?
Men. Dates. I get my hopes up, then they learn the truth about me and hightail it away as fast as they can. He studied her curiously. He thought he was the one with the dark secret. He inhaled deeply of her scent. Not a shapeshifter. Deliciously sweet as only a mortal could be. Blood type A negative.
You're very clever and beautiful. I cannot imagine why any man would leave you.
That's kind of you to say, but... She took a deep breath and released it with a whoosh. I'm an empath. I can sense people's feelings. I even see them in color if the emotions are really strong. He winced.
You know what I'm feeling?
He'd been fighting a major case of lust all evening. It gets even worse, she continued. I can tell when people are lying, like a human lie detector. Comes in real handy in my line of work, but it's the pits for personal relationships. The minute a guy lies to me, I tell him to hit the road. Just like she was doing to him. Robbie thought back over their conversation. He might have hedged a few times, but he'd actually told her more about himself than he'd originally intended. She'd been so easy to talk to.
I did not lie to you, lass.
She bit her lip, frowning.
Since I'm not a liar, you must want me to leave because you think I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. Your lie-detecting skills should tell you I'm speaking the truth.
She shifted her weight. I don't think you're crazy. You have some baggage, obviously, that you're dealing with, but we all do.
Then we should be all right.
She gave him an incredulous look. Doesn't my gift disturb you? Guys are usually out the door right after I tell them. Some would be halfway to another island by now. He shrugged one shoulder.
'Tis an odd ability. I grant you that, but I'm not in a position to cast stones for being different.
She still looked stunned. You're okay with it?
Aye. I'd like to see you again.
I can't. I'm sorry. It hurt more than he expected. Damn it. Why would she reject him? She didn't know he was undead. She didn't think he was crazy. He'd been honest, so she couldn't have caught him in a lie. But if he kept seeing her, wouldn't he have to lie at some point? And then she would know. Unless... A niggling suspicion crept into his thoughts.
What am I feeling now?
Her eyes widened. I would say you're... annoyed. Not even close. His heart was aching at the thought of never seeing her again. He stepped toward her.
You're not sensing me, are you?
Her face paled. I'd rather not talk about...
Since you value honesty so much, you should tell me the truth.
She looked away with a grimace. Okay, I can't sense you at all. And I don't know why. It's never happened to me before. Obviously, she'd never met the undead before.
You cannot tell if I'm lying.
No. Her shoulders drooped. It's terrible. I've never felt so blind.
Lass, 'tis not that bad. We're in the same boat. I cannot tell if you're lying either.
She snorted. You knew the Four Uncles was a lie. He smiled.
I didn't hold it against you. I thought it was understandable and adorable.
Her mouth fell open, and it struck him like an invitation. Lord Almighty, he wanted to kiss her. He took another step toward her. She stepped back, her cheeks a lovely shade of pink. I'm sorry, but I can't get involved with someone I can't read. A spurt of anger shot through him. He was accepting her even though she was a therapist. Why the hell wouldn't she accept him?
Lass, we were having a grand time, joking and laughing. You do not need special abilities to recognize how happy we were.
Her eyes glimmered with tears. I enjoyed it too, but I can't have a relationship with someone I can't trust. Of all the complaints to lodge against him, this had to be the absolute worst.
Ye think I cannot be trusted?
His voice rose to a shout. Her eyes widened. She moved closer to the grape arbor.
Bloody hell!
He paced away, fighting to control his anger, but it was obvious that he was pissed. She grabbed hold of the cricket bat.
Lass, I will not hurt you.
Damn it to hell. First he'd insulted her, and now he was frightening her. There was no help for it. He would have to explain. Otherwise she would never understand.
I didn't want to tell you this, but I was in battle one night with the enemy, and I was captured.
She drew in a quick breath. He looked away, ashamed to admit he'd been a victim.
They wanted information about my comrades. When I refused to talk, they tortured me. For 2 nights.
The bat she was holding fell onto the tile floor with a clatter. He turned to her.
I told them nothing. I wouldn't betray my friends. They burned me, cut me, broke my fingers, shattered my feet.
She covered her mouth with a trembling hand, but a strangled whimper escaped. He stepped toward her.
I didn't betray my friends. I prayed for death so I wouldn't betray them.
I'm so sorry, she breathed.
I do not want your pity, lass.
But I am sorry.
Bloody hell. I didn't want to tell you.
He paced away.
Now you look at me like some poor weakling who was fool enough to get captured.
No, she stepped toward him. Don't you dare blame yourself. It wasn't your fault.
He groaned. There she went with the therapy. Olivia, I only told you so you'd understand how much I value loyalty. I would rather die than betray my friends and family. He'd be hard-pressed to find any man in the world as trustworthy as I.
Her mouth curled up. Or as modest.
He smiled. There, you see? You read me quite well, so I do not think you need your special powers with me.
She hooked a curly tendril behind an ear. Maybe. I don't know. This is so strange.
You can trust me, lass. May I see you tomorrow night?
Her eyes met his with a searching glance. The lust he'd battled all evening returned at full force. He stuffed his fists into the pockets of his hoodie to keep from grabbing her. Lord Almighty, he wanted to kiss away her doubts. His gaze dropped to her pink mouth, so soft and sweet. Everything was slowly becoming tinted with pink, which could only mean his eyes were turning red. A sure sign that he desperately wanted her. She licked her lips, and he closed his eyes, praying for control. All right, she whispered. Thank God. He opened his eyes and found her gaze drifting over his body. She wanted him. He didn't need any empathic powers to feel the heat coming from her. He could hear her heart pounding. Maybe he could steal a kiss after all. He stepped toward her, lowering his gaze to her feet so his red glowing eyes wouldn't frighten her. I'll see you tomorrow. She turned and dashed into the house. He took a deep breath to calm his raging lust.
Olivia,
he whispered, simply because he liked hearing it. He liked the way it rolled off his tongue. She was so beautiful, unique, worth fighting for every step of the way. His eyes slowly returned to normal, and he headed toward the stairs with a growing sense of triumph. She'd tried to reject him, but he'd persevered and emerged victorious. Fate was on his side after all. By the time he reached the beach, Robbie was grinning. He'd see her again, flirt again, laugh again. Life was good. He'd found Olivia.
"I thought you'd never get up."
Elena Satiris frowned when her granddaughter wandered into the kitchen shortly before 11 the next morning.
"Are you still not sleeping well?"
"No, afraid not." Olivia yawned. She'd spent most of the night tossing and turning, replaying her meeting with Robbie McKay over and over in her mind. And after recreating the scene faithfully a dozen times, she'd started fantasizing alternative endings. What if she'd let him kiss her? She fixed a cup of hot tea while her grandmother sat at the table chopping an onion into tiny bits. Eleni scraped the onions into a mixing bowl filled with ground meat.
"Are you still worried about that bad man? You never told me about him."
It's not him. That was one good thing about Robbie McKay. He'd completely taken her mind off Otis Crump. Olivia peered at the contents in the mixing bowl. Is that hamburger?
"A little beef, a little lamb, some tabbouleh."
Eleni peeled some cloves of garlic.
"Don't you recognize the stuffing for dolmades?"
Olivia sat across from her grandmother and sipped some tea. She could lie, but her grandmother would know. I guess not. Eleni gave her a worried look.
"You remember how to make dolmades, don't you?"
Not really. It had been years since she'd tried stuffing grape leaves. Her attempts had always turned out messy and lopsided. Her grandmother clicked her tongue disapprovingly as she chopped garlic.
"How will you make a proper Greek wife if you don't know how to cook? What have you been doing with yourself?"
I went to college, got a master's degree, went to Quantico for training. Been chasing down bad guys. She gave her grandmother a wry look. You know, the usual girly stuff. Eleni's mouth twitched.
"It'll take a special husband to keep up with you."
Olivia's thoughts immediately snapped to Robbie McKay. He was definitely special. She tried to scare him away, but he'd refused to give up on her. Eleni scraped the minced garlic into the mixing bowl.
"I need some fresh parsley."
She grabbed a pair of scissors and headed out the back door to the patio. Olivia sipped her tea and noted that the red rosebud had opened. After Robbie had left, she'd returned it to the vase on the kitchen table. Its sweet scent competed with the onions and garlic of Yaya's cooking. She wondered how long the rose could last, and how long a relationship with Robbie could last. In 2 weeks, she'd be accompanying her grandmother to Houston for the Christmas holidays. And then she'd be returning to her job in Kansas City. It seemed highly doubtful that she'd ever see Robbie again once she left Patmos. She sighed. Why should she let it bother her? The relationship was doomed anyway. She could never get involved with a man she couldn't read. She would never know if he was being completely truthful. Still, there were a few facts she could believe. 1, he was extremely handsome. 2, she was hopelessly attracted to him. She felt fairly certain that his story was honest. He was a soldier who'd been captured and tortured for 2 days. That sent a shudder down her spine. Could he have made up the story to gain her sympathy? Yes, but his reluctance to tell her had seemed real, and the pain in his eyes had seemed real. Too bad there was no computer or internet at Yaya's house, so she could run a check on him. She was tempted to believe him. She wanted to believe him. If he'd really survived being tortured, it explained a lot. His reluctance to admit that he'd been traumatized, his tendency to be suspicious and paranoid. It wasn't surprising that his family wanted him to see a therapist, and it wasn't surprising that he'd be averse to it. Who would want to relive such an experience? No doubt a big, strong guy like Robbie found it humiliating to admit he'd been victimized and totally helpless. With a gulp, Olivia realized his physical wounds might have healed, but the wound to his pride was still raw. She'd smacked his pride badly when she'd implied he couldn't be trusted. Eleni marched back into the kitchen with a bouquet of parsley clutched in her hand.
"We're having dolmades, spanakopita, lamb, and salad for dinner. I'll need your help."
She rinsed off the parsley in the kitchen sink. Olivia winced. She had a bad feeling about this. "That seems like a lot of food for just the two of us." Eleni sat across from her and chopped the parsley. "I invited Spiro for dinner. Dolmades are his favorite." Olivia groaned. "Does he speak English?" "A few words." Eleni added the chopped parsley to the mixing bowl. "I can tell you're annoyed with me, but don't worry. The language of love doesn't need words." Olivia snorted, then sipped some tea. She doubted it would do any good to complain. Eleni dug her hands into the mixing bowl to combine all the ingredients. "We'll be busy for a few hours. Why don't you tell me about the bad man who's got you so worried?" Olivia sighed. "He can't bother me here," she hoped. "He's in prison." "Prison? What did he do?" "He raped and murdered 13 women." Eleni made a sound of disgust. "I don't know how you can deal with such terrible people." Otis Crump was more than terrible. Olivia interviewed lots of criminals, but she'd never felt like she'd come face to face with evil incarnate until she'd met Otis. "I'd rather not talk about him." She didn't want her grandmother exposed to all the gruesome details. Eleni shook her head, making tisking noises as she readied the grape leaves. "All right. Now you watch, so you'll know how to do it." She spooned a dollop of the meat mixture onto a grape leaf, folded over the stem, then the sides, and rolled it up. Olivia wanted to shove all thoughts of Otis out of her mind, so she took the rose from the vase and held it up to her nose. The scent filled her head, reminding her of Robbie. "You're not watching me," Eleni admonished her. Her eyes narrowed. "Your emotions have suddenly changed for the better." Olivia smiled as she stroked the velvet rose petals. "Last night, I met the guy who left this." "You're a secret admirer? Who is he?" "His name is Robert Alexander McKay. Robbie, for short." Eleni looked confused. "He doesn't sound Greek." "He's Scottish." When her grandmother gave her a blank look, she elaborated. "You know, Scotland, plaid kilts and bagpipes." Eleni pursed her lips. "He's from an island?" "Yes." Then it can't be too bad." She rolled another grape leaf. "Did he come here? Why didn't I meet him?" "It was after midnight. You were asleep." "Why so late? Is he some kind of smuggler?" "No, he jogs at night. I saw him the first night I was here, and he saw me, from a distance. We didn't talk. Then, the next night, he left this rose." Eleni frowned as she stuffed another grape leaf. "And you talked to him last night?" "Yes, in the courtyard." "He didn't try any nonsense, did he?" "No. He seemed really nice." Olivia returned the rose to the vase. "He told me I was brave and beautiful, just like Grandpa told you." "That's good." Eleni tilted her head. "Now I'm sensing worry and fear. What's wrong?" Olivia took her teacup to the sink and rinsed it out. She knew her emotions were waffling back and forth. One minute she was basking in the warm glow of her attraction to Robbie, and another she was backing off in cold fear. "I told him about my abilities." "How did he take it?" "He seemed all right with it." "Seemed? Couldn't you tell how he was feeling?" "No, I couldn't." Olivia strode to the table. "Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever met anyone you couldn't read?" Eleni shook her head slowly. "No, never." A chill tickled the back of Olivia's neck. "Doesn't that strike you as really strange?" "I suppose. This is making you fear him." With a groan, Olivia sat and rested her elbows on the table. "A little, yes. I thought if I told him I could detect lies, he would make a run for it. But he didn't."
You tried on purpose to scare him away?
Yes. Eleni regarded her with narrowed eyes.
Child, you're not making any sense. Didn't you tell me you have trouble dating because you always know when a man is lying?
Yes.
So you don't want to date men you can read, and now you don't want to date the man you can't read. You have two choices, and you're rejecting them both.
Olivia winced. She hated to admit it, but Yaya was making a good point. I didn't realize I would ever have a choice. Robbie caught me completely off guard. I simply reacted emotionally.
With fear?
Yes, with fear. It was scary as hell.
Watch your language, young lady.
Olivia groaned and rubbed her forehead. I need to analyze the situation and figure out the pros and cons so I can arrive at a logical course of...
Child,
Eleni interrupted her.
Sometimes you don't need to think.
I always think things through. I've spent years honing my ability to analyze any given...
Do you like him?
Eleni asked. Yes, but...
You find him attractive?
Yes, but...
Then it's settled.
Eleni waved a hand in dismissal.
There are no buts.
There are, too. I don't know if I can trust him. I don't know what he's feeling. Eleni shrugged and started rolling another grape leaf.
He came to see you because he wanted to meet you. That means he was attracted to you. Did he ask to see you again?
Yes, tonight.
Then he is still attracted to you. It's not brain surgery, you know.
Olivia slumped in her chair. Was she overanalyzing again? I won't know if he lies to me. Eleni arranged her finished grape leaves in the bottom of a pot.
I loved your grandfather dearly, and he loved me. But there were days, bad days, when I could feel more anger or resentment from him than love. And it would hurt something terrible.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Eleni sighed.
I never speak of it because over the years he always stayed faithful. He always found a way to keep on loving me. But it was hard. There were times when I wished I couldn't tell what he was feeling. So what I'm saying is this could be a blessing for you.
Olivia swallowed hard. I don't know. I still think it's scary.
Of course it is.
Eleni went back to stuffing grape leaves.
Everything worthwhile is scary.
You think I should continue to see him?
Eleni huffed. I think you should help me with the cooking. I still have my hopes for Spiro. And my friend, Alexia, she's hoping you'll fall for her son, Georgios.
Olivia smiled and reached for a grape leaf. She didn't care how handsome the Greek men were. They couldn't compare to Robbie McKay. Robbie had said she was brave and beautiful. There wasn't a whole lot she could do about her looks, but she could work on being brave. Tonight, she'd see him again. And if he tried to kiss her, she wouldn't chicken out. Chapter 5. Shortly after sunset, Robbie met Carlos in the garden at Roman's villa for their weekly sparring match. Barefoot, bare-chested, and dressed in white martial arts pants, they bowed to each other on the rectangular-shaped lawn. The nearly full moon shone down on them, casting Carlos's shadow across the green grass, but not Robbie's. At the back of the garden, a row of white stone columns gleamed in the moonlight as they stood guard at the head of the reflection pool. The scent of roses and gardenias filled the air, and Robbie glanced quickly at the flower beds, wondering if he should pick a bouquet for Olivia. His attention snapped back to Carlos as the were-panther began to shift his weight back and forth. Robbie had learned not to underestimate him.
I could beat you easily if I shifted,
the Brazilian boasted as he danced around the garden's perimeter.
I could beat you easily in my sleep, if I slept. Too bad you can't dream about your angel, Carlos said, his amber eyes twinkling. I know her name.
Robbie frowned as he pivoted to keep Carlos in view. He didn't recall mentioning Olivia by name. After meeting her the night before, he'd returned to the villa to investigate her on Roman's computer. She was employed by the FBI as a professional consultant and stationed in Kansas City. She'd earned a master's degree at the University of Texas. She was 24 and the oldest of 3 children. Her family resided in Houston, Texas, where her father worked as a geologist for an oil company. Just as the sun neared the horizon, Robbie had finished compiling all the information into one report. He'd clicked on print, then stumbled off to his bedroom for his death sleep. Now, he narrowed his eyes.
You looked at my private papers. What do you expect me to do all day while you're playing dead?
Carlos feigned an attack, then jumped back, grinning.
I'm a good investigator too, you know. So out of the goodness of my heart, I decided to help you. Hell no. It's out of my business.
Carlos shrugged with a nonchalant look.
Fine. I guess you don't want to hear what I learned today. The bastard.
Robbie was contemplating how to get Carlos to talk when the wily werepanther suddenly pounced forward with a flying kick. He dodged it just in time. Carlos chuckled as he pranced backward in retreat.
Oh, muchacho. That was close. Talk. Yes, sir. Lovely weather we've been having. About Olivia, you bloody hellcat.
Carlos laughed.
Well, if you insist.
He crouched low as he circled Robbie.
They went shopping for supplies around noon, and everyone in Gricos was talking about the beautiful American girl who's come to visit her old widowed grandmother.
So the 4 burly uncles were actually one frail old woman. Robbie swiveled to keep up with Carlos.
Go on. The grandmother is Eleni Satiris, and apparently she has some odd empathic abilities. The rumor is that Olivia shares the same gift.
Robbie shrugged one shoulder.
They already know about that.
Oh, Carlos gave him a sly look.
And I guess you also know that the grandmother's looking for a nice Greek boy to marry Olivia.
Robbie stiffened. The thought of Olivia marrying another man was wrong. More than wrong. It was infuriating. Too late. He realized Carlos had made his move, and he leaped to the side. The kick that would have struck him in the chest landed on his arm. Bugger. It smarted, but Robbie would never admit it. He deserved the pain for letting Carlos distract him.
1 point for me,
Carlos announced.
Aye, thought you had to resort to trickery and lies. I'm telling the truth, muchacho. If you go to the taverna in Gricos, you'll find them laying bets on which guy will win Olivia's heart. So far, the leading contenders are Georgios, Dimitrios, and Spiro.
Robbie gulped. He was competing with 3 men? Men who could see Olivia during the day, who could court her while he lay useless in his death sleep. A surge of possessiveness grabbed hold of him. Damn it! He wanted her for himself. But what on earth did he have to offer her? Could he, in clear conscience, woo Olivia, knowing it could eventually be a death sentence for her? Carlos spun and aimed a roundhouse kick at Robbie's chest. With vampire speed, he seized Carlos's leg and hurled him through the air. Carlos fell on his rump.
Oomph!
Robbie cocked an eyebrow.
I thought cats always landed on their feet.
Carlos snorted, then rolled onto his back and leaped forward into a standing position.
1 point for you, Big Red. What do you know of the 3 men?
Robbie moved forward, forcing the werepanther to retreat toward the reflection pool. Carlos grinned.
How badly do you want to know? Enough to rip your arms off if you continue to play cat and mouse with me. Can't blame me for acting like a cat.
Carlos feinted to the right, then danced to the left.
I heard the grandmother favors Spiro. He's a goat herder. A goat herder? A very good-looking one. I've seen him.
Robbie couldn't imagine Olivia being content to live out the rest of her days on an island with a goat herder. Even though he was undead, he could show her the world. He could help her with her work at the FBI. Thanks to Roman's scientific breakthrough, he could even father children. Surely he was better suited for her than a goat herder. But a goat herder could be with her during the day. Or maybe not. Didn't he have to be with his goats? The more Robbie considered it, the more he decided he had a fighting chance.
I saw her too.
Carlos snuck behind Robbie. He pivoted.
You saw Olivia? Oh, yeah. I can see why you have the hots for her.
Carlos made sizzling sounds while he wiped his hands on his hips. Robbie's hands curled into fists.
I saw her and her grandmother coming out of the butcher's shop. Man, what a rack!
With a growl, Robbie lunged forward at vampire speed and seized Carlos by the neck.
Rack of lamb,
Carlos squeaked.
That's what they bought.
Robbie eased his grip.
You'd better have 9 lives, you mangy cat, for I cannot allow you to insult Olivia.
With a shock, he realized he'd come damned close to saying, my woman. Somehow, in just a few nights, he'd become obsessed with her. He still managed to be realistic, though. There was so much he didn't know about her. What if she couldn't be trusted? An employee from the FBI might be more inclined to kill a vampire than date one. He didn't want to fall in love just to have his heart crushed with betrayal. Carlos cocked an eyebrow.
How many lives do you have, muchacho?
Robbie felt a slight jab in his stomach and glanced down to discover a knife pointed at his belly.
You brought a weapon. That's cheating. You think a malcontent's going to fight fair?
Carlos smirked.
I win.
Nay! Robbie gave the werepanther's throat a slight squeeze.
I could have pinched your head off. I win. I would have stabbed you first.
Carlos gave him a little poke.
I win.
With vampire speed, Robbie seized the knife and tossed it away. Before Carlos could even object, Robbie picked him up and dropped him with a splash in the reflection pool.
Merda,
Carlos growled.
I win.
With a smile, Robbie grabbed the fallen knife and circled the garden, cutting flowers.
A mighty warrior gathering flowers.
Carlos climbed out of the reflection pool, his white pants dripping.
You are so owned.
He walked over to Robbie, then shook his head vigorously, causing water to fly off his long black hair and shower Robbie.
Take that.
Robbie continued to smile. He was going to shower anyway before his date with Olivia.
Did you see him?
Eleni asked as she fixed herself some tea.
Is he coming?
Not yet. Olivia shut the back door behind her. She'd just checked the beach, but no sign of Robbie. Eleni yawned.
It's after 11. Why does he keep such late hours?
I don't know. Olivia had mixed feelings about her grandmother's insistence on meeting Robbie. No doubt she intended to interrogate him. You don't have to stay up, you know.
Of course I do. I have to make sure this young man is a decent sort.
Eleni set her mug on the kitchen table with a clunk.
He should court you at the proper time.
He's not courting me. Eleni snorted.
He'd better be. If he can't see what a prize you are, then...
Her eyes widened.
Is that him?
Olivia whirled to look out the window pane in the back door. There was a man in the courtyard, standing with his back to them. Moonlight glinted off his red hair. Robbie. Her heart began to pound. How thrilling and confusing. She'd just checked the beach and it had been empty. How had he arrived here so fast? Eleni scurried to the kitchen window and peered out.
Agios Gyros. He's a big man. Looks very strong.
Yes. Olivia hesitated with her hand on the doorknob. He must be waiting for her to join him. Can you sense his emotions? Eleni tilted her head, concentrating.
No, I can't.
She slanted a sly grin at her granddaughter.
I've never met a man of mystery before.
How exciting! Olivia sighed as she peered out the window. He was exciting, and so gorgeous, but still a little scary.
I like his hair,
Eleni whispered.
It reminds me of a fiery sunset over the sea.
Yes, Olivia whispered back. He's the most beautiful man I've ever met. Suddenly, he turned toward them. Eleni gasped.
He brought flowers. Olivia, he is courting you.
I don't think so. Her cheeks grew hot.
Don't just stand there.
Eleni smoothed her gray hair into the bun at the base of her neck.
Invite him in.
She opened the door. Hi, Robbie.
Olivia.
He smiled slowly. She smiled back, completely mesmerized by his green eyes that focused on her so intently.
Let him in,
Eleni hissed, snapping Olivia back to reality. Please, come in. Olivia stepped back. Watch your head. Robbie leaned over slightly to keep from hitting the top of the old blue-painted doorframe.
This is for you.
He offered her a bouquet of roses and gardenias as he entered the kitchen. Thank you. When she realized the flowers were loose, she grabbed them with both hands to keep from losing any. Her fingers brushed against his hand, and zings of excitement raced up her arms. It was the first time she'd touched him. Her cheeks blazed with heat, and she glanced at him, overwhelmed suddenly with a feeling of awkward shyness.
You're so beautiful,
he whispered. Her heart melted, and she held the bouquet against her chest. Once again, his gaze captured her eyes. Tingles shimmered down her arms and legs. Oh, God, she wanted this man. She was actually falling for a man she couldn't read. Eleni cleared her throat. Oh, Olivia stepped back. This is my grandmother, Eleni Satiris.
Mrs. Satiris, it's a pleasure.
Robbie bowed to her.
I am Robert Alexander McKay.
Please, have a seat. Eleni motioned to the kitchen table and chairs.
Would you like something to drink?
Some wine? Hot tea?
Robbie sat at the table. Some tea would be nice.
Excellent. Eleni plucked a mug off a cupboard shelf.
So why do you keep such late hours, Mr. McKay?
Olivia glanced at him as she arranged the flowers in an old pickle jar. She hoped he didn't mind being interrogated. He smiled at her.
I'm busy during the day, providing security at a villa on the other side of Petra.
I thought you were a soldier. Olivia set the jar of flowers on a table.
I was, but I work for a private company now. McKay Security and Investigation.
McKay? Olivia sat beside him. Is it a family business?
Aye. My grandfather owns it. 'Tis based in London and Edinburgh, but we have clients all around the world. Is your grandfather married?
Elena asked as she set a mug of tea in front of him.
Ja?
Olivia whispered with a warning look.
She shrugged. I'm a single woman, and if the grandfather looks anything like this one...
She gave Robbie an appreciative look. Robbie's mouth twitched.
I'm afraid my grandfather has recently remarried.
Well, that's his loss. Eleni pulled on oven mitts, then began removing pans from the oven.
Are you single, Mr. McKay? Please, call me Robbie.
He slanted an amused look at Olivia.
Definitely single. You're in for a special treat. Eleni readied a plate with leftovers. My granddaughter is an excellent cook. Olivia shook her head and wrinkled her nose. Robbie's eyebrows lifted with a questioning look. She's been cooking all day. Eleni plunked a plate on the table. Try these. You'll love them. Robbie gave the Dalmatis a dubious look while Eleni went back to the counter to ready another plate. What are they? He whispered to Olivia. Stuffed grape leaves, she whispered back, then pointed at a messy, lopsided one. That's one I made. He smiled and picked it up. What's inside? Ground meat, onions, bulgur wheat, and spices, Olivia explained. I suppose that sounds strange. Nay. My mother used to stuff minced meat and oats into a sheep's stomach to make haggis. Ew. Olivia made a face, then lowered her voice. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to. My granddaughter made all this food, Eleni boasted as she spooned rice onto a plate. One of her suitors came for dinner. Spiro. Robbie's hand flinched, tightening so hard that the grape leaf squished and the stuffing popped out. It bounced off the pickle jar and splattered on the table. Sorry. He dropped the mangled grape leaf on the plate. Olivia stifled a laugh. He was jealous. Here. She grabbed a cloth napkin and reached for his hand to wipe off the mess. Thank you. His fingers curled around hers. Her heart raced, and she glanced at his eyes. Big mistake. Whenever she looked at his eyes, she felt like she was drowning, and actually enjoying it. Well, what do you think? Eleni plunked another plate on the table, this one filled with lamb, rice, and spanakopita. Looks delicious, doesn't it? He never took his eyes off Olivia. Yes, I can't wait to have a taste. He continued to hold her hand. His thumb smoothed over her knuckles. Her skin tingled as goosebumps rushed up her arms. You won't find a better cook than Olivia, Eleni announced. She uses lots of fresh garlic. His gaze shifted to the plates of food. Garlic? Yes, Eleni smiled proudly. Try it. You'll love it. Actually, I ate right before coming here. Robbie gave her an apologetic look. But it looks and smells so wonderful. I wonder if you would mind if I took it home with me to eat later. Eleni pursed her lips. I suppose I could wrap this up. That would be great. Robbie smiled at her. Thank you. Eleni tilted her head, studying him. Why are you interested in my granddaughter? His hand tightened on hers. I've never met anyone like Olivia before. He looked at her and smiled. She's beautiful, brave, and clever. I feel at home with her, but at the same time, completely lost. Olivia was melting inside. The man was practically a stranger, but she didn't seem to care. A deep sense of longing welled up inside her. She wanted to touch him. She wanted to be touched. She wanted him to love her. She must be losing her mind. She'd always been so sensible before, always carefully analyzing all available information and options before taking action. Now she just wanted to throw herself at this guy. Why don't you two take a little walk? Eleni suggested. The moon is beautiful tonight. That's a great idea. He stood, releasing Olivia's hand. Will you walk with me, lass? Yes. She grabbed her sweater, pulled it over her head, and fixed the clip that held her hair in place on the back of her head. No funny stuff, Eleni warned. I'll be watching with the telescope. Chapter 6.
This was one of those moments, Robbie thought, as he strolled along the beach with Olivia. One of those rare and perfect moments that he would remember 100 years from now. If he lived that long. The minute he left this island, he would jump back into the ongoing struggle against the malcontents. He'd been eager to do that for weeks, but for the first time in many months, he was happy to be exactly where he was. A nearly full moon shone over the sea, causing sparkles on the dark waves. The moon was also casting Olivia's shadow, so he walked close to a line of tamarisk trees that disrupted her shadow and, hopefully, disguised the fact that his was missing. The air was crisp and cool, and the breeze caressed his face with the scent of salt and Olivia. He breathed deeply, enjoying her fragrance. Type A negative mixed with rose-scented soap. The scent of wool from her thick-knitted jumper. A hint of lemon from her hands. His hands, too, after squashing one of her stuffed grape leaves. There'd been an awkward moment when Olivia's grandmother had wanted him to eat real food, but he thought he'd avoided it without looking suspicious. Overall, he'd thoroughly enjoyed the feisty grandmother's blatant attempts at matchmaking. And he'd enjoyed seeing the close, protective bond between the two women. Even now, when he glanced back, he could see Mrs. Satiris watching them through the telescope. The breeze was tormenting Olivia, blowing a curly lock of her hair across her face. She was telling him about her childhood and the family trips here every summer, but the tendril of hair kept wafting into her mouth. She hooked it behind an ear, but the next breeze dislodged it once again. "Allow me." He smoothed it behind her ear, then let his fingers linger there, outlining the shape of her ear. "You're fortunate to have a close, loving family." No doubt they would object to her becoming involved with a vampire. "What about your family?" She tilted her head slightly as his fingers moved to her neck. He rested his fingertips on her carotid artery. It throbbed against the pads of his fingers, an erotic sensation that caused his gums to tingle and his groin to tighten. He lifted his fingers and stepped back. "Control yourself." It didn't take much to trigger an onslaught of lust for Olivia, and he couldn't risk glowing red eyes. "My family has passed away, except for my grandfather." "I'm so sorry. It must be lonesome for you." His chest tightened with a sudden realization. He was lonesome. And although he had good friends, there were some things a man didn't discuss with other men. Like the need to feel loved. Another guy would laugh and call that a weakness. Hell, he'd considered it a weakness too. He'd taken pride in being self-sufficient. He'd played the role of the proud, tough warrior for so long. It was all he knew. And then he'd found himself entirely helpless and humiliated while the malcontents tortured him. His self-sufficiency had been nothing but an illusion. His pride had only covered up the deep, gaping loneliness inside. He glanced at Olivia. She was watching him curiously, but not even attempting to do therapy on him. Even so, it was happening. He was seeing things he'd never seen before. A warm, gentle feeling swelled in his chest, tempering the hard lust that had seized him earlier. Lord Almighty! He truly cared for this woman. He swallowed hard. How should he go about this? When should he tell her the truth about himself? "I hear there's stiff competition over who's going to win your heart." Stiff? Bad choice of words. He avoided looking down. She waved a hand in dismissal. "That's my grandmother's doing. I'm not really interested in any of the men here." "Then I have a chance." Her eyes widened. "Are you competing?" "Aye. Are you interested?" Her cheeks turned a rosy pink. "Maybe. But you have to understand, I've worked hard to get where I am. I'm not giving up my career." "I wouldn't want you to." He resumed his stroll, clasping his hands behind his back to keep from touching her as she walked beside him. "What do you do at the bureau? Criminal interrogation and analysis, mostly. When I was working on my master's, I interviewed a bunch of inmates at the Huntsville State Penitentiary in Texas. I convinced a guy on death row to confess to some unsolved murders, and it was covered in all the local papers. When the FBI offered me a job, I jumped on it. I've always wanted to use my gift for something important.
Then you shouldn't have stopped.
She smiled wryly. Tell that to my parents. They want me to get a cozy little private practice in a nice suburb and only see the right kind of mentally disturbed people. He smiled.
There's a right kind.
Non-violent, or rather, people who only harm themselves. Eating disorders, or... She gave him a pointed look. Nice guys suffering from post-traumatic stress. His smile quickly faded.
I'm not suffering.
Robbie, you were tortured. That's not something you easily recover from.
I'm fine.
How long ago did it happen? He shrugged one shoulder.
Last summer.
She halted with a small gasp. That's no time at all. You said they broke your bones?
He wiggled his fingers. All healed.
His gaze drifted down her body.
And ready for action.
Don't make light of this. You've barely had time to heal physically, and mentally...
Olivia,
he interrupted, then softened his tone.
Sweetheart, I do not want to discuss it. We've all had bad things to deal with. I'm sure you've seen some very nasty things on your job.
She winced, then looked down as she dug the toe of an athletic shoe in the sand. It's hard, sometimes, to see the horrendous things a person can inflict on a fellow human being. But I guess you know about that firsthand.
Aye.
She turned her head and gazed into space. Her brow furrowed and a haunted look settled in her eyes. He touched her shoulder, but she was so far away, she didn't seem aware of him.
Are you all right, lass?
I think so, she whispered. He can't find me here.
Who?
She shuddered, then gave Robbie an apologetic look. It's nothing. I'd rather not talk about it.
Ah.
He recalled her words from the night before.
I've recently heard from an expert that repression can lead to serious side effects down the road. It can even affect your physical health.
Her eyes narrowed with warning. His mouth twitched.
Perhaps you should see a therapist.
She punched him lightly on the arm.
Ah,
he rubbed his arm.
I've been traumatized.
She scoffed. I'll tell you what. I'll do therapy for both of us.
I'd rather you hit me again.
She gave him a playful shove. It won't hurt. It's just a few questions, and you don't have to answer out loud.
Then you cannot know if I've answered.
You don't have to answer. Just think about it. She crossed her arms over her cream-colored jumper. When I was interviewing criminals for my master's, I came up with a list of questions to figure out what makes them tick.
You want to interrogate me like a criminal?
She looked annoyed. Let me finish. I discovered the average criminal doesn't have the patience to answer a long list of questions, especially if there's nothing in it for him. So I pared it down to 3 questions. Just 3.
Let me guess.
He stepped closer.
What's your favorite color?
She shook her head, smiling. Green, like your eyes. His heart expanded.
I like your eyes, too.
She blushed. I know what you're doing. You're trying to distract me.
We'll have to try harder.
He touched her cheek. She stepped back. Question number 1. What do you want more than anything in the world?
That was easy. Revenge. Next question.
Her eyebrows lifted. You're already done?
Aye. I know what I want.
She cocked her head, studying him. It must be very important to you.
It is. How do you answer the question?
A hint of a smile played on her lips. If you're not telling, neither am I.
Saucy wench,
he muttered. Her smile widened. Question number 2. What scares you more than anything in the world?
failure to get revenge. Done.
That was fast.
Aye.
He would have revenge on the bastards who had tortured him. They would pay for every blow, every burn, every break of his bones. Okay, then, she continued. The last question refers back to the first one about what you want more than anything. If you succeed, will it make you a better person? He stiffened with a quick intake of air. Bloody hell. He turned and stared at the sea. He didn't want to think about this. He knew his plans weren't an eye for an eye. They hadn't killed him, yet he fully intended to kill them. And what's more, he intended to enjoy it. Would it make him a better person? He closed his eyes briefly. It didn't matter. They deserved to die. They were evil, and the world would be better off without them. He curled his hands into fists. He needed revenge. It gave him purpose. It had incited him to recover physically. With every step he jogged, every weight he lifted, he envisioned himself getting revenge. Killing Casimir. Killing all the malcontents who had tortured him, who had watched his pain and humiliation. They all had to die. Would it make him a better person? With a groan, he relaxed his hands. No. Robbie? She touched his arm. Are you all right? He turned to look at her, examine her, memorize every lovely inch of her face. How could she reach so deep inside him? She made him see things he didn't want to see. She made him want to be worthy of her.
Olivia.
Yes? He could hear her heart pounding, her pulse racing, and he ached to touch her.
How can you be so young and so wise?
I don't feel wise. Her face flushed with rushing blood. I can hardly think at all. He lay his fingers on her neck and felt the throbbing artery.
I shouldn't do this.
You mean, touch me? She sounded breathless. It's okay.
Lass.
He cupped his hand around the base of her neck.
I'm only getting started.
He pulled her hard against his chest, leaning over to claim her mouth. She stiffened with surprise, and he halted a mere fraction away from her lips. Her quick breaths feathered his skin, making him desperate to taste her.
Olivia,
he whispered. He was so damned close. He felt it the minute she surrendered. Her body melted against his. Her eyes fluttered shut. He pressed his mouth against hers, molding her lips, relishing their soft fullness. He wrapped an arm around her to pull her closer. Even through the thick wool of her jumper, he could feel her breasts, round and firm. He slanted his mouth, deepening the kiss, coaxing her lips to open. With a sweet feminine moan, her lips parted and he teased the small opening with his tongue. She panted, as if trying to catch her breath, her breasts pushing against his chest. With each push, his passion threatened to strip away the last remnant of his control. "Robbie," she whispered. She wrapped her arms around his neck and rubbed her cheek against his whiskered jaw. He kissed a trail back to her mouth, and this time she kissed him back, matching the desperation of his desire. His heart soared. He invaded her mouth, tasting her with his tongue. She stroked his tongue with her own, then sucked it. His groin hardened and pressed painfully against his jeans. He slid his hands down her spine to the delicious curve at the small of her back, then over her sweet, round butt. He splayed his hands and pulled her tight against his erection. She gasped against his mouth, breaking the kiss.
Olivia.
In his vision, her face turned from pink to dark red. He tucked her face against his chest to hide the red glow of his eyes. She snuggled against him, breathing shallow and fast. He plucked the strange contraption from her hair, and the long, curly locks fell free. He grabbed a handful and buried his face in it. It was so soft, so silky against his skin. He willed himself to regain control, a losing battle when he imagined how thick, black, and silky her hair would be between her legs. Patience. He needed to court her slowly and carefully. Good timing would be essential, or he could lose her. In the distance, he heard a clanging sound. He turned and spotted Olivia's grandmother standing by the telescope and banging a large metal spoon against a pot. "What is that?" Olivia glanced toward the house and winced. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. I forgot she was watching." Robbie stepped back, releasing Olivia, and the clanging stopped. "Apparently, round 1 is over." Olivia turned to him with a shy smile, but it transformed instantly into a frown. "Are you all right? Your eyes seem a little red." With an inward wince, he looked away. "I think some sand blew into them." He hated to lie, so he quickly changed the subject. "Do you want me to take you home?" She glanced at her grandmother, then shook her head. "You've endured enough interrogation for one evening, and you should hurry home to wash out your eyes." The wind swept her hair across her face, and she shoved it back. "Here." He handed her the tortoiseshell contraption he'd removed from her hair and winced when she opened the claw. "Bugger, look at the teeth on that thing. It doesn't poke holes in your head?" With a laugh, she twisted her hair onto the back of her head. "No." He moved closer to observe her attaching the claw. She slanted him an amused look. "Are you worried about my safety?" He smiled. "I won't let anything harm a hair on your head. May I see you tomorrow night?" Her cheeks bloomed pink. "Yes." "Good." He pressed a light kiss against her brow. "I'll wait here to make sure you get home safely." "Good night." She strode back down the beach. He observed her graceful walk, her hair piled on the back of her head and her slender, elegant neck. His gaze lowered to her well-rounded hips, which swayed with every step. He flexed his hands, recalling the feel of her rump. Thank God the bones in his fingers had healed properly. There were times when a man needed nimble fingers. Olivia woke Wednesday morning with thoughts of Robbie. She snuggled under the blankets, closed her eyes, and remembered every delicious detail of the hottest kiss she'd ever indulged in. First, he'd pulled her against him, like a man losing control. Then, he'd hovered over her mouth like a man straining to regain control. His struggle had excited her, making her want to push him past the brink. She didn't need to read his emotions. His desire and passion had been clear with every movement of his lips and every touch of his hands. He'd shown himself to be bold and demanding with the way he'd pulled her tight against his erection. Shocking, but so exciting. She smiled to herself. There was something sweet about Robbie, too. Something trustworthy that made her feel safe, even though her lie-detecting skills didn't work on him. She was beginning to like the fact that she couldn't read his emotions. For the first time in her life, she'd been able to kiss a man only feeling her own emotions. Instead of the usual flood of lust pouring out of the guy, drowning her desires with his needs, she only felt herself. Suddenly, it had all been about her. Every shudder, every tingle, every heart-pounding sensation, it had all come from her. She liked it. She wanted more. She wanted Robbie. With a sigh, she sat up. She couldn't call it love. She'd only known the man a few days. She couldn't fall in love that fast, could she? Why not? An inner voice chided her. Robbie McKay was a gorgeous, sexy, fascinating man. And he wants you. She'd have to be made out of stone not to react to that. But what if she was simply reacting to his desire? Or maybe she was fascinated with him because she couldn't read him. With a groan, she headed to the bathroom. She was overanalyzing again. Hopefully her grandmother was no longer angry with her. Last night, after she climbed the stairs to the courtyard, Eleni had given her a stern look. "Decent people should be in bed by now," she'd huffed. Then she'd tramped inside the house to her bedroom. Olivia ventured into the kitchen. Her grandmother was sitting at the table, nibbling on bread, olives, and feta cheese. There was an aura of concern and worry, but no anger that Olivia could detect. Eleni stood with a smile. "Sit down and eat, child. I'll fix you a cup of tea." "Thanks." Olivia sawed off a piece of bread, then reached for the pot of honey. "I went to the bakery early this morning and asked if anyone knew about a house owned by a foreigner on the other side of Petra." Olivia frowned as she drizzled honey on her bread. "You're checking up on Robbie?" "Of course." Eleni plunked a cup of tea in front of her. "Don't you think you should know something about the man you're kissing?" "I know a lot about him." "You know his address?" Olivia bit off a hunk of bread to keep from having to answer. "I take that as a no." Eleni sat across from her. "I know important things about him." "Like how much he has in his checking account?" Her grandmother popped a morsel of feta cheese in her mouth. Olivia snorted. "He's employed, and he's a sweet, considerate man." "He was groping you like a squid with suction cups attached to your rump." Olivia laughed. Eleni huffed. "I wasn't making a joke, young lady. You barely know the man, but you were... I hope you don't make a habit of behaving like that." "I don't. Believe me, I don't know how it happened. I've never gotten so carried away before." Eleni's eyes softened. Obviously, she could tell her granddaughter was telling the truth. "Are you in love with him?" Olivia took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "I don't know. I feel very strongly for him, but as a psychologist, I have serious doubts a person can actually fall in love this quickly." Eleni waved a hand in dismissal. "It's not science. It's love." "There's a certain amount of science involved," Olivia protested. "Chemistry, hormones, pheromones. And how are your hormones reacting?" Olivia winced. "Off the charts." "And the chemistry?" "Highly combustible. We could provide electricity for half the United States." Eleni nodded knowingly. "You're falling in love." "It's too fast." "Then slow it down." "We're leaving for Houston in 2 weeks." Olivia drank some hot tea. "That's plenty of time. Besides, he can come to Houston, too. He'll need to if he's going to ask permission to marry you." Olivia spewed some tea on the table. "Who said anything about marriage?" She grabbed a napkin to wipe up the mess. Her grandmother narrowed her eyes. "Surely you're not intending to live in carnal sin." "I just met the man." "You look well acquainted with him last night." Olivia ate some more bread. "I am extremely attracted to him, but I still can't read his emotions, so I don't know how he feels about me." "Child, he was mauling you like a bear. We can safely assume he's attracted to you." "That doesn't mean he wants to marry me." "If he wants to climb the honey tree, he'll have to." Olivia shook her head, smiling. "You make him sound like Pooh Bear." I hope he's more intelligent than that." Eleni motioned toward the fridge. "He forgot his plate of food." "I'll give it to him tonight." "We can take it to him right now." Eleni stood and started clearing off the table. "I found out at the bakery which house he's staying at." "What else did you find out?" Eleni placed the cheese and olives in the fridge.
The house is owned by a rich American family, the Dragonestis, and they have lots of friends who come and go. No one has seen much of your Robbie, but they all know a man named Carlos who is also living there. Now go on and get dressed so we can go."
30 minutes later, Olivia was dressed in jeans and her nicest cashmere sweater and knocking on the door of an elegant villa. Pots of overflowing geraniums flanked the rough antique wooden floor. The house was dazzling bright in the morning sunshine with a fresh coat of whitewash. The tiled roof looked new, as well as the stone-paved driveway. Eleni had insisted on coming as a chaperone. She was wearing one of her best black dresses, and she clutched a canvas tote bag filled with foil-wrapped food. The door cracked, and a young man peered out at them. He flashed a smile as if he recognized them, then opened the door wider and leaned his long, slim body against the doorframe. "Good morning." Olivia suspected this was Carlos. "We're here to see Robbie McKay." He nodded.
"You must be Olivia and Eleni Satiris."
Olivia detected a slight accent. "Yes, we are. Robbie told you about us?" His grin widened, showing off very white teeth.
"Menina, everyone on the island knows about you."
"Menina? Not quite Spanish, but close. You're Portuguese?"
"Brazilian. From Rio."
He winked.
"If you ever want to samba, I'm your man."
"Ah, I'll keep that in mind." He sniffed and his gaze shifted to Eleni's tote bag.
"Is that lamb? It smells delicious." "It is delicious," Eleni announced. "My granddaughter is an excellent cook." "Excellent timing. I'm starving."
The man stepped back and motioned for them to enter.
"Please, come in."
"Thank you." Olivia stepped into a narrow foyer, followed by her grandmother. She noted a large icon of the Apostle John, patron saint of Patmos, on the wall. "Are you on vacation, Mr.
Pantera? But call me Carlos. And no."
He led them into a large family room.
"I'm working here, like Robbie."
Olivia glanced around the empty room. "Where is Robbie?"
"He's not available right now. He had to go to Horace on business."
It was a lie. Olivia stiffened and glanced at her grandmother. By the look on Yaya's face, she'd caught it too. "When do you expect him back?"
"This evening. Sometime after sunset."
That was the truth. Olivia wondered what Robbie was doing that took all day. The family room was tastefully furnished, but not filled with expensive artwork or anything else that warranted extra security. "You work for the same company as Robbie? McKay Security and Investigation?"
"Yes. Are you investigating us, Olivia?"
He looked back, his amber eyes twinkling. "I was just hoping to see Robbie."
"Believe me, Menina, he will be very sorry he missed you."
Carlos escorted them into a roomy country kitchen, decorated in blue and yellow. Eleni plunked the tote bag on the kitchen table, then began removing foil-wrapped packages.
"These should go in the refrigerator, and when you're ready to eat, you should heat it up properly in the oven." "Yes, ma'am."
Carlos bowed his head and his long black hair fell forward, obscuring his face.
"We will follow your instructions exactly."
Eleni leaned close to her granddaughter and muttered,
"I've never seen so many security guards in need of a decent haircut."
Olivia winced, but Carlos simply chuckled and hooked his black shoulder-length hair behind his ears. A gold stud gleamed in each earlobe. He picked up the food packages and began stashing them in the fridge.
"Is there a message you'd like me to pass on to Robbie?"
"Not really." Olivia grabbed the empty tote bag. "I'll come back this evening."
"Good."
Carlos smiled as he closed the refrigerator door. Olivia could sense a great deal of amusement coming from him. But there was something more. Excitement, anticipation, and underlying it all, a hint of deception. She and her grandmother left and headed back home. Eleni was unusually quiet as they walked, and Olivia felt an aura of concern radiating from her. "Are you tired, Yaya? I could call a cab." She shook her head.
"I walk like this every day. It's good for me."
She grew silent again, frowning at the road. "It's a shame we missed Robbie," Olivia murmured. "Does it seem strange to you that there are 2 security men at that house? I didn't see anything that needed protecting."
"Carlos lied about Robbie," Eleni said.
"I know. What was Robbie doing that needed to be kept secret?"
"There's something strange about that Carlos," Eleni whispered. "But I can't figure out what it is."
"I'll go back tonight and get some answers." Eleni cast her a worried look.
"Are you sure it's safe?"
Olivia patted her on the back. "I'm fully trained in self-defense. I can take care of myself." That evening, after sunset, Olivia strolled down the Gricos beach, headed for Robbie's house. A full moon hung heavy in the sky, casting sparkles on the sea. The breeze was chilly, and she was glad she'd worn a jacket over her sweater. She strode around Petra, or Kalikatsu as the locals called it, and spotted the house she'd visited that morning. From the back, she could see the extensive garden and stone columns. She surveyed the rocky bluff, searching for steps that would lead up to the house. A sudden movement caught her eye. A black blur that seemed to fly off the bluff and land with a soft thud on the sand. Her heart lurched. She blinked her eyes to make sure she was seeing right. A cat. A giant, hulking black cat. A jaguar? On Patmos? It bared its teeth and growled at her. A chill settled over her, prickling her skin. She could die. She couldn't outrun a jaguar. She had no weapons, and she doubted her martial arts could save her from those vicious claws and gleaming white teeth. The giant cat watched her with golden eyes. Then, with a slow, graceful move of its big paw, it took a quiet, lethal step toward her. She could only think she'd better not act like prey. She glared at the cat, then screamed as loud as she could. The cat snarled and took another step toward her. She couldn't retreat without getting caught. She couldn't climb the bluff faster than the cat. She sure didn't want to advance toward it. That left the sea. Cold and treacherous, with a strong undertow caused by the full moon. She could only hope the jaguar didn't like cold water. Chapter 7. Robbie had just stepped out of the shower when he heard a scream. A feminine scream. He dropped his towel, pulled on a pair of boxer shorts, and strode into the family room.
"Carlos, did you hear something?"
The shapeshifter was gone. Robbie stepped onto the patio. A chilly wind slapped his bare skin and whipped his wet hair across his face. He shoved his hair back and noted the steam coming up from the jacuzzi. Carlos must have turned it on. But where was he? Robbie strode to the edge of the bluff and looked down. Damn it to hell. He'd found Carlos. And Olivia. Something must have snapped in the werepanther's head, because for some insane reason he was terrorizing Olivia. He stalked along the water's edge, a large beast with a shiny black coat and a long pair of canine teeth that made Robbie's fangs look downright wimpy in comparison. Carlos was purposely pushing her into the cold sea. Damn him! Robbie could hear her teeth chattering.
"Olivia!"
he called out to her.
"Hold on! I'll be right there!"
He sprinted to the stairs. It was tempting to jump off the bluff or teleport down, but he didn't want to cause her further alarm. He didn't think Carlos would actually hurt her, not if the bastard wanted to live through the night. "Robbie, no!" Olivia screamed. "Don't come down here!" She was trying to protect him? His beautiful, sweet Olivia was so brave.
"I'll be right there."
"Just call the police," she yelled. "Please, I don't want you to get hurt." She moved toward the beach, but Carlos pounced toward her, splashing his front paws in the water. She lurched back, now up to her waist in the chilly surf. Robbie paused at the bottom of the stairs with a sudden realization. Olivia was loyal. He could trust her. After all these years, he'd finally found a trustworthy woman. He couldn't let her go. He strode onto the beach. "Robbie, no!" Her voice cracked with emotion, and he could see the tears on her face. "Go away before it sees you!" Lord Almighty, he could love this woman forever. He stepped closer, and Carlos whipped around, hissing at him. Robbie attempted vampire mind control, focusing all his mental powers on the werepanther. He hit a rock-solid barrier. Bugger. The shapeshifter had good defenses. That would normally be a good thing, since it meant Carlos would be impervious to any control by the malcontents. But it didn't help the situation now.
"You crazy cat,"
Robbie whispered.
"What the hell are you doing?"
The werepanther snarled, showing his gleaming white, sharp teeth.
"Attack me, Big Red. Make it look good."
Robbie stiffened. He hadn't realized Carlos was capable of telepathic communication while in cat form.
"What are you doing here?"
"Waiting for you to chase me off. Come on, dude. Rescue the fair maiden. Be a hero." This was a matchmaking scheme? Robbie balled his hands into fists.
"You bloody bastard. You're scaring her to death."
Carlos growled.
"That's the thanks I get. Look, if you play your cards right, you'll get lucky. The hot tub's ready." "Get the hell out of here!"
Robbie charged toward him.
"Oh, good acting skills."
Carlos backed away.
"You're looking really pissed." "I am pissed."
Robbie scooped an egg-shaped rock off the beach.
"Merda! No need to get violent."
Carlos trotted down the beach. Robbie hurled the rock. Carlos yelped when it clipped him on a rear leg.
"You big lummox. See if I ever help you again." "I do not need your help, you mangy hellcat."
Robbie ran into the water to fetch Olivia. A strong wave pummeled her from behind, and she lost her balance. For a few terrifying seconds, he saw her go under.
"Olivia!"
He reached her just as she broke the surface, sputtering. He swooped her into his arms and charged back to the shore. Her clothes were soaked through, her hair was dripping wet, and her body shook violently.
"Damn you, Carlos."
He watched the werepanther as it scrambled up the bluff.
"Where the hell are you going?" "None of your business."
The werepanther stopped at the top of the bluff and peered down at them.
"I'll be back by sunrise. Have fun, Big Red. Is it true what they say, that a good vamp can last all night long?" "Piss off."
Robbie heard a strange huffing sound that sounded like a feline chuckle. Then the werepanther scampered off. Olivia wrapped a trembling, cold hand around his neck. "How did a jaguar get here?"
"Let's get you warmed up."
He strode toward the stairs. "Robbie," she touched his face with icy fingers. "Thank you." She was turning blue. He should teleport straight to the patio. It was the fastest way to get her in the hot tub, and the surest way to provoke some unwanted questions.
"Forgive me."
He hugged her tight against his chest and invaded her mind with a surge of vampire mind control. Normally, a mortal would feel a blast of cold air when a vampire took over their mind, but in Olivia's case, she was already freezing to death. "Sleep," he commanded. She went limp, and he teleported them to the patio. Olivia felt deliciously warm and cozy as she slowly awoke. Someone was stroking her cheek and brushing her hair back from her brow. Soft fingers. A deep, sexy voice.
Wake up, sweetheart.
Robbie. That made her smile. Her eyes opened, and there he was, his handsome face shrouded in mist. Unfortunately, her mind was just as foggy. She was up to her neck in hot, churning water. Where am I? Her sleepy brain fumbled for an explanation. Then she remembered and sat up with a jolt. There was a jaguar. On Patmos. How on earth did it get here?
Well...
I thought I was a goner. She pressed a hand to her chest, then gasped when she felt bare skin. Good God! She was only wearing her bra and underwear. Where did my clothes go?
Over there.
He motioned with his head, and she spotted a heap of wet clothes on the stone floor next to a chaise lounge. I don't recall taking them off. And what the heck was she doing on his lap? She lurched to the other side of the hot tub and glared at him. What did you do to me? His jaw shifted.
I took off your wet clothes.
Did I give you permission?
Nay. You were unconscious. And turning blue. I was trying to save you.
Heat invaded her cheeks. She wasn't used to men seeing her without her clothes on, and here she was in her boring white cotton bra and panties. Damn, if only she'd worn her black lace undies. She winced inwardly. She'd come close to getting mauled by a jaguar, and all she could think about was the sexiness factor of her underwear? She must be in shock. Or suffering from hypothermia. Or fuzzy-headed from being unconscious. She rubbed her forehead. She was overanalyzing again. I apologize. You did the right thing. A corner of his mouth lifted.
It was a tough job, but someone had to do it. I could say that I refrained from leering or drooling, but that would be a lie.
Her blush grew hotter. Well, thank you for your honesty and your bravery. I can't believe you chased away that huge jaguar. You were incredible. He shrugged one shoulder.
I couldn't have let it harm you.
Her gaze dropped to his broad shoulders and then his bare chest. He'd run down to the beach in his underwear to rescue her. You saved me.
You tried to stop me,
he whispered. Her gaze lifted to his eyes and her heart fluttered in her chest. Well, there was no sense in both of us getting mauled to death.
You wanted to protect me.
The look in his eyes was so intense, she was starting to tingle all over. Now she felt strangely overdressed. His eyes darkened.
You were willing to face danger alone in order to keep me safe.
She squirmed on the molded seat. She shouldn't have left his lap. She could be touching him right now. He could be touching her. I assume you called the police about the jaguar? He hesitated. She sat up. You didn't call?
You're unconscious. I couldn't let go of you.
She stood. We have to call. Right away.
His
gaze shifted downward. She glanced down. Her wet cotton bra had molded to her like a second skin, clearly showing her nipples, which were now reacting to the cold air. She ducked into the water up to her chin. Can you make the call, please? A hint of red glimmered in his eyes, and he rubbed them.
I'll be right back.
He surged out of the jacuzzi, water dripping from his body and black boxer shorts. She watched as he strode to the house. There was something odd about his eyes. They seemed to get irritated easily. Her gaze wandered over his broad shoulders and strong back, then zeroed in on his backside. The wet black cotton was glued to his buttocks, clearly showing the muscles at work with each step he took. She licked her lips. Could you bring me a glass of water? He glanced over his shoulder as he opened the door.
Aye, just a minute.
She moved across the tub so she could see him through the large plate glass window. His back was still to her as he talked on the phone. He'd left the back door open, so she was able to catch most of his conversation.
"Does anyone there speak English?"
he asked after connecting with the police.
"Good. I need to report an incident. 'Tis a wee bit strange, and you may find it hard to believe. I am speaking English."
Olivia chuckled. Then Robbie turned slightly, and her jaw dropped. Good God! The front of his boxer shorts was protruding.
"There was a jaguar on the beach at Petra." "A jaguar," he repeated slowly. "No, not the car. The cat. A black panther." "Nay, it wasn't a big house cat. It was a panther."
Robbie raked a hand through his long hair, inadvertently giving Olivia an excellent profile of his washboard abs. She gulped. His flat stomach made the swelling in his underwear look even bigger.
"No, I'm not high on any drugs," Robbie growled. "And I can tell the difference between a bloody goat and a panther. Hello? Hello?"
He hung up and walked out of her view. With a grimace, Olivia settled back into the jacuzzi. The police thought it was a prank call. Who could blame them? How on earth could a jaguar get on a Greek Isle? And where was it now? She looked about nervously. She'd seen the cat scamper up a rocky bluff not far from here. What if the jacuzzi was his favorite watering hole? She'd look like a yummy morsel floating in the middle. She needed to relocate fast. Robbie heated up a bottle of synthetic blood in the microwave. He needed to take the edge off his appetite before returning to Olivia. He smiled to himself as he fixed her a glass of ice water. Carlos was right. If he played his cards right, he could get lucky. Hell, he'd been lucky ever since he'd met Olivia. It was the best thing that had happened to him since... He thought back. Lord Almighty, since he'd been transformed in 1746. He needed to be careful so he wouldn't lose her, or frighten her away. He glanced at his swollen groin and winced. He looked like he'd been playing the old bagpipe. The microwave dinged, and he guzzled down half the bottle of warm synthetic blood. It was just as well the police in Scala hadn't believed his panther story. He sure didn't want them roaming the island with rifles looking for Carlos. Maybe he'd been too hard on the shapeshifter. There was a full moon tonight, so Carlos might have been forced to shift. Still, he shouldn't have terrorized Olivia just to help Robbie have a hot date. He recalled how good she'd felt in his arms, how she managed to look both sexy and innocent in her white brassiere and knickers. And she was waiting for him in the hot tub. His groin stiffened just thinking about her all hot and wet. Bugger. He couldn't go back to her looking like this. He grabbed the glass of ice water and dumped half of it on himself.
"Oi! Bloody hell!"
"Are you all right?" He spun and discovered Olivia standing in the kitchen doorway. He froze for a few seconds as he looked her over. She was clutching her wet clothes to her chest, effectively hiding the parts he really wanted to see. Still, he enjoyed seeing her bare arms and lovely long legs. His gaze wandered to her face, and he realized she was giving him a similar examination. Her eyes widened at the sight of his groin. Water dripped from his wet boxers, the droplets plopping onto his feet. Bugger. He must look like he'd just peed on himself. The blood he'd recently ingested rushed to his face, giving him a rare blush.
"'Tis not but water, ye ken."
He winced. His embarrassment was causing his accent to thicken. He lifted the glass so she could see it was half full.
"I used some of your ice water to minimize a growing concern."
She made an odd, strangled sound that sounded suspiciously like a stifled giggle. With pink cheeks, she focused on the counter behind him. "I thought I'd be safer in the house, since there's a jaguar out there."
"I see.
So much for making love to her in the hot tub."
"Did you want this water? I can refill it for you."
"That's okay." She looked at the bottle in his other hand. I'll just have whatever you're having.
Nay, ye wouldna like it.
He quickly emptied the rest of the synthetic blood in the sink.
'Tis flat.
She watched him curiously. It was wine, right?
Would you like some wine? I can pour you a glass.
That would be lovely. Thank you. He set the glass of water on the counter and retrieved a wine glass from an overhead cabinet. Then he located a bottle of Merlot in the fridge that Carlos had opened earlier when he'd eaten the leftovers that Olivia and her grandmother had left. He filled the glass, then handed it to her. Thank you. She shifted her clothes to one arm so she could take the wine glass. Her wet jeans slipped from her grasp and tumbled onto her feet. Oops.
I'll get it.
He leaned over to grab her jeans, then noticed how close he was to her bare legs. He straightened very slowly, enjoying the view. By the time his eyes reached her face, her cheeks were pink again. She cleared her throat. I need to get out of my wet clothes.
That would be nice. You want to do it now?
I need a towel to dry off.
Of course.
He grabbed a clean kitchen towel and handed it to her. She gave him a dubious look. That won't cover up much.
Works for me.
He tossed it back onto the counter.
I'll bring you a bath towel.
Could you find something for me to wear?
Aye.
Maybe a handkerchief. Is there a dryer in the house? I need to rinse out my clothes and dry them.
Aye, right through there.
He motioned to a door by the refrigerator. Great, thank you. She headed to the utility room. He waited for her to pass so he could see her from behind. Her wet panties clung to her rump, wedged into the crease and molded to each rounded cheek. Lord Almighty, he wanted to touch her, kiss her, make her shudder and scream. She cleared her throat. He glanced up.
Yes?
She'd paused just inside the utility room to glare at him. I need those jeans.
Of course.
He strode to the doorway and tossed her wet jeans into the sink next to the washing machine.
I'll be back with some clothes and a towel.
Thank you. She shut the door after he left. He dashed to his bedroom to change clothes. He glanced at his bed and smiled. The night was still young. And like Carlo said, a good vamp could last all night long. Chapter 8. Olivia was relieved to find a stack of clean beach towels on the dryer. She rinsed her sweater in the sink, then laid it on the counter on top of a beach towel. After rinsing the rest of her clothes, she tossed them in the dryer. She glanced at the closed door. Hopefully, Robbie would knock first. She quickly stripped off her wet underwear, rinsed it out, and threw it in the dryer. A knock sounded at the door. Just a minute. She grabbed a beach towel and wrapped it around herself. Okay. The door cracked open and Robbie peered inside.
Ugh, you found a towel.
Sorry to disappoint you.
He grinned. Lass, you could never disappoint.
He set a bath towel and some clothes on the counter next to her sweater. He was still barefoot and bare-chested, but he'd traded in the wet boxer shorts for a pair of white martial arts pants.
Come out when you're ready.
He closed the door. Ready for what? She grabbed the wine glass off the counter and gulped down a swallow. Relax. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. But that was the problem. Where Robbie was concerned, she found herself wanting the whole shebang, and she'd only known him a few days. She turned on the dryer, then examined the clothes he'd given her. They were definitely for a woman, so she assumed they must belong to the wife of whoever owned the villa. They were summer pajamas, a blue tank top and a pair of cotton shorts that were blue with white fluffy clouds. The shorts fit, although they seemed a bit baggy around the legs. The top was a snug fit that left little to the imagination. With a grimace, she wrapped the bath towel around her shoulders like a shawl. As soon as her clothes were dry, she'd put them on and hurry back home. Or could she? She didn't dare walk home with a jaguar out there. Maybe Robbie had a car. Or maybe she'd have to spend the night with him. She snorted. Her grandmother would never believe the jaguar excuse. She took another sip of wine for fortification, then left the utility room. The lights in the kitchen had been turned off, but enough light filtered in from the family room that she was able to find her way. She reached the arched entrance to the family room and stopped. A fire blazed in the hearth. Square pillows and an afghan from the couch had been spread on the rug in front of the fireplace. She swallowed hard. Robbie's intentions were clear. He meant to seduce her. He blew out a match he'd just used to light a candle on the coffee table.
Would you like more wine?
I'm okay. I'm in deep trouble. She perched on one end of the couch and set her wine glass on the coffee table.
Are you warm enough? The only clothes I could find were summer ones that Shanna left behind.
Who's Shanna?
Shanna Dragonesti. She owns this house along with her husband. Several houses, actually.
He sat in the middle of the couch and shifted sideways to face her. She noted how muscular he looked, and how the hair on his chest was more brown than red. He tied his damp auburn hair back into a ponytail. Where is your home?
Scotland. A few miles south of Inverness. I have about 20 acres next to my grandfather's land. I have my own house, but he always expects me to stay in his castle.
She blinked. A real castle?
Aye. 'Tis a wee bit drafty for my taste. My house is cozier, but I'm rarely there. I'm usually on assignment.
What kind of assignments? He rested an elbow on the back of the couch.
Security and investigation.
She nodded. Even though her lie detector skills didn't work with Robbie, she believed he was being honest. The physical signs were correct. He was facing her, keeping eye contact with her, and looking comfortable. What's more, she had a strong feeling that he wanted her to trust him. He'd claimed from the beginning that he was trustworthy. He'd endured torture without betraying his colleagues. So why shouldn't she trust him? He'd confronted a huge jaguar in order to save her. You were working for your grandfather's company last summer when you were captured? She asked. What kind of assignment was that? He rubbed his jaw.
Sometimes McKay and I gets involved with some sensitive security issues.
She sat back. You mean national security? That's how you know people in the CIA? He nodded.
We were trying to locate a group of domestic terrorists.
Where? How come I never heard about this? He shrugged one shoulder.
'Tis a secret.
She took a deep breath. And these terrorists are the ones who tortured you?
Aye. But I'd rather not talk about it. 'Tis over and done with.
Is it really? She turned to face him, resting a bent leg in front of her on the couch. Can you honestly say that you never think about it? His jaw shifted.
I think about it every day.
When you answered my first question about what you wanted more than anything, what was your answer? His gaze lowered to her leg. Do you want to get even, Robbie? It would be understandable if you did. He leaned forward and tugged gently on her big toe.
If I tell you, you'll have to give me your answers too.
She bit her lip. Okay, it's a deal. He wrapped his hand around her ankle and squeezed. His green eyes locked on hers, glimmering with emotion.
I want revenge. My worst fear is that I will not get revenge. I know it will not make me a better person.
She swallowed hard. So you still intend to do it? He nodded slowly.
Do you think that makes me a bad person?
He trailed his fingers up her calf. She watched his hand as it slowly approached her knee. Oh, he could definitely be bad. And she'd like it. I think it means you're human. and you suffered more than physical injury."
"It was humiliating,"
he whispered as he stroked the tender crease behind her knee. She was having trouble concentrating. There's a famous saying by Eleanor Roosevelt. I can't recall the exact words, but it's something like, "No one can make you feel inferior without your permission." He sat back, withdrawing his hand from her leg.
"I like that. Thank you."
"You're welcome." He slanted her a curious look.
"For someone who didn't want to be my therapist, you're doing a great job."
She grinned. It was about the best compliment she could ever receive. "It's a good thing I'm not your therapist. Otherwise, it would be totally unethical for me to be involved with you." With a smile, he touched her hair.
"So, you want to be involved with me?"
Heat rushed to her face. "I think I already am." His smile widened, and he coiled one of her curls around a finger.
"Your turn now. What do you want more than anything?"
"A long, happy life. I'm not quite sure what that would entail, though."
"A long life,"
he murmured and released her hair.
"And what was your greatest fear?"
This was the part she didn't want to talk about. She turned to face the fireplace. "Apples."
"The fruit?"
"Yes." She drew her legs up in front of her, hugging her knees. "He sends me apples. Big red ones in a box. First, he sent them to my office. Then, he sent them to my apartment. I moved to another apartment. But he found me."
"Who is he?"
She shuddered. "Otis Crump. I even moved to a safe house, but the apples still came." Robbie moved closer to her on the couch.
"He must be following you."
"He can't. He's in Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary, in solitary confinement."
"He's ordering the apples from prison."
"There's no record or proof of that."
"Then how can you be sure he's the one sending them?"
She closed her eyes briefly. "Don't make me explain it. It's too awful." "Believe me, it's him." Robbie touched her shoulder.
"I believe you. He must have an accomplice."
She rubbed her forehead. "That's what I thought, but my supervisor thinks I'm overreacting. That's why he sent me away, so I could calm down, regain some perspective."
"You were a wee bit vocal in stating your opinion."
"More than a wee bit. I was told I was being paranoid." Robbie smiled.
"Ugh, we have so much in common."
She snorted. "Thanks."
"I still think you're a prisoner as an accomplice."
"I agree, but I don't know how. He's been in solitary for 2 years. They monitor all his mail. I've questioned him about it, but it's hard to tell now when he's lying. He scatters just enough truth and half-truths into everything he says that I can't tell what's what anymore. He enjoys playing with me."
"Does he know about your gift?"
"He figured it out after the first few times I caught him lying. He finds me fascinating."
"Bugger,"
Robbie muttered, then rose to his feet. He paced toward the fireplace, then turned.
"Do not see him again."
"If I'm ordered to—"
"What crime did he commit?"
Robbie interrupted. "He raped and murdered at least 13 women." Robbie grimaced.
"He's a bloody monster. Why did you ever see him?"
"He was convicted on 3 murders, but we suspected he'd committed other homicides in several states. It was my job to get him to confess. He'd been in solitary for so long, he really looked forward to our meetings. He kept dropping hints that he would tell me more if I continued to see him."
"He was manipulating you."
Olivia sighed. "I know. We all knew. But my supervisor wanted me to play along. Otis is very proud of what he did." She shook her head, wishing she could block out the images. "We knew he'd want to brag about it eventually." Robbie sat next to her on the couch.
What happened?"
She focused on the fire in the hearth. "He promised to tell me everything if I would just bring an apple to our next meeting. A big red apple and a paring knife. He watched from behind the glass while I peeled it, and he..." How could she admit that the monster had ejaculated in her presence? Or that he described to her in great detail how he tortured the girls using a paring knife just like she had? She covered her face, but the gruesome images still haunted her. Tears burned her eyes. "That's how I know he's the one sending the apples. He wants me to go back to see him. He's obsessed with me."
"Olivia."
Robbie scooped her into his lap and wrapped his arms around her.
"Sweetheart, you're safe now. I will not let anyone harm you."
She buried her face against his shoulder and let the tears go. She'd held them in for so long, always trying to be strong on the job. She cried for the girls who had died. She cried for the perversion she'd been forced to endure. She cried for the torture Robbie had suffered. He continued to murmur sweet things as he rubbed his hands up and down her back. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "I got the confession like I was supposed to, but I felt so dirty." He took her by the shoulders.
"Sweetheart, you're an angel. You cannot be tainted with that man's evil."
She smiled and touched Robbie's cheek. His whiskers were prickly and sexy, but above the whiskers, his skin was baby soft. He was the sweetest man she'd ever met. And God help her, she wanted him with an ache that squeezed her heart till she could hardly bear it.
"I think we should modify that quote of yours. No one can make you feel dirty without your permission."
The tears returned to her eyes. "Thank you." He smiled.
"We're good for each other."
He wiped her damp cheeks with his fingers.
"Enough sad tears."
He kissed her cheek.
"We should be happy."
She smoothed a hand over his temple and into his hair. "You make me happy."
"Lass, you fill every dream in my head and every desire in my heart. I'm falling in love with you."
She was speechless. She was lost. She opened her mouth to speak, but simply stared at him. He pressed a kiss against her lips, then sat back. "Robbie," her heart cracked open, and she knew he was the one she'd waited for all her life. She flung her arms around his neck and squeezed him tight. "I want to be with you forever."
"We can do that."
He rose to his feet, still holding her in his arms, then skirted the coffee table. He dropped to his knees on the rug in front of the fire, neatly depositing her on the Afghan and pillows. She pulled him close for a kiss, and he claimed her mouth with a hunger that thrilled her. He stretched out on the floor, half on top of her. She smoothed her hands down his back and arched against him. She'd never felt so desperate before, or so bold. A small voice in her head reminded her that she'd only known Robbie a few days. It was all happening too fast. She didn't know him well enough. But she knew he was the one. Wasn't that what mattered? She needed to stop overanalyzing and enjoy this. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. He groaned and rolled onto his back, pulling her on top of him. She dusted his cheeks and closed eyelids with kisses. His hands slid underneath her tank top. Abruptly, he shifted her onto her rump and whisked the top over her head. She gasped, but before she could react, he'd pushed her onto her back. "Robbie," she struggled to catch her breath, painfully aware that each breath caused her bare breasts to heave. And he was watching, his eyes downcast.
"You're so beautiful."
He rested a hand on her ribcage, then slowly moved it up to cup the underside of a breast. Her nipples pebbled, and she closed her eyes, feeling suddenly shy and embarrassed. She shivered when Robbie nuzzled her neck and nibbled on her ear.
"Your nipples are growing darker,"
he whispered.
"They were a lovely shade of pink, but now they're turning red." Do you think they're more sensitive now?
She jolted, her eyes flying open when he tweaked a hardened tip.
Ah, I was right.
She watched as he lowered his head and circled his tongue around her nipple. With his free hand, he cupped her other breast and teased the nipple with his thumb. She moaned. She'd never felt anything this good before. He sucked her nipple into his mouth. She jerked in response. Oh, now this was even better. She'd never felt anything this wonderful. Her fingers dug into his back, her toes curled. He was doing something incredible with his tongue, and it was making her squirm, making her feel wet. He released her nipple and she stared at it, shocked that it could be so red and distended. He moved to her other breast and clamped down on the nipple. All the itchy, wiggly sensations started again. They prickled her skin and sent waves of heat straight to her vagina. With a moan, she squirmed and pressed her thighs together. His hand skimmed over her pajama shorts. Her heart lurched. Yes! She lifted her hips just as his hand cupped her. She gasped. She lowered her hips to the floor and held her breath. She'd never gone this far before. The one time she'd come close, she'd caught the guy lying and she'd stopped him. But now all she could feel were her own sensations, and Robbie was making it so good. He suckled her breast gently and started pressing his hand against her core, massaging her in a circular motion. Her nervousness melted away and she was able to breathe. Her breaths matched the movement of his hand. It felt like her whole body was in sync with his hand. She moaned and rocked her hips in rhythm with his hand. This was definitely the most incredible thing she'd ever felt. Her whole body was tingling and tensing. He released her breast and blew on it. She shuddered. Then, suddenly, the slow, languid circles weren't enough. Her fingers dug into his back. Robbie.
Yes, love.
He slipped his fingers inside the baggy hem of the pajama shorts and stroked the damp hair. She whimpered. Something intense and amazing was building inside her. He hooked his fingers around the crotch of her pajama shorts and pulled them down her legs. She'd never been completely naked with a man before, but instead of feeling awkward, she was desperate. Robbie, please. He seemed to understand she was past the point of gentle coaxing. He slid a finger inside her wet passage, then pressed his thumb against her clitoris. She cried out as her orgasm shot through her. She pressed her legs together as her spasm squeezed his finger. She pressed a hand against her chest as her breathing slowly returned to normal. She noted his eyes looked red again. Strange, but maybe it was just a reflection from the fire. His smile was decidedly smug. She grinned. He had good reason to be proud. You were incredible. I've never felt anything so wonderful before. His mouth twitched.
Are you sure?
Yes. He moved between her legs and pressed a kiss into her belly.
Are you really sure?
Her mouth fell open as he trailed kisses down her belly into her pubic hair and then between her legs. She jolted at the feel of his tongue teasing her clitoris. Good God. He was right. This was even more wonderful. She let her legs fall open wide so he could lick and suckle all he wanted. She squirmed while the tension coiled within her. Oh, Robbie. He inserted a finger inside her, waggling it while he flicked his tongue. A second orgasm crashed over her, and she clenched him between her thighs as she cried out. Oh, my God, Robbie! She struggled to catch her breath. He loosened the drawstring around his waist.
Olivia, I'm dying to be inside you.
She swallowed hard. Should she tell him now about her virginity, or let him discover it later?
I want you to know how serious I am about this. Once I've taken you, I will not want to lose you. Ever.
She sat up and touched his cheek. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't love you."
"Ugh, Olivia."
He cradled her face in his hands.
"I've waited so long for you."
A loud knock sounded on the front door. Chapter 9. Robbie groaned.
"Bloody hell. Not now."
"Just ignore it." Olivia glanced toward the foyer. "Could it be the other guy who lives here?" she whispered. "Carlos?"
"Nay, it wouldn't be knocking."
"Oh, right. He probably has a key." She fumbled through the pillows and located her pajamas.
"Sweetheart, we're not finished."
They'd better not be finished. His erection had reached painful proportions. A banging noise echoed through the house as the unknown visitor pounded on the door. Olivia jerked the pajama shorts up to her waist. "Who could it—"
"Police!"
she gasped. "Oh, no!" She pulled on the tank top.
"Bugger,"
Robbie muttered. "What are they doing here?" she whispered.
"It must be about the Jaguar."
"I thought they didn't believe you." Robbie stood and winced at the bulge in his pants. What a way to greet the local police.
"I'll take care of it. Wait here."
He headed across the room. "They might want to check the grounds, and if they look through the windows, this could be bad." He turned and saw her tossing the pillows back onto the couch. A twinge pricked at his gut.
"You shouldn't be embarrassed."
Or ashamed. He couldn't bear to go through that again. I need to get dressed." She dashed toward the kitchen. "If they see me like this, the whole island will hear about it and my grandmother will be mortified."
"Would you be mortified?"
He wanted to ask, but she'd already run into the kitchen. He heard the door to the utility room shut, then more banging on the front door.
"Bugger."
He trudged into the foyer, then cracked open the front door and peered out, making sure his swollen groin was hidden behind the doorframe.
"Police,"
a portly, middle-aged man said with a thick accent and the hoarse voice of a habitual smoker. There was a badge pinned to his khaki uniform.
"You telephoned about the panther?" "Yes. Did you find it?"
He hoped Carlos was all right.
"We thought you were drunk, so we did not look for it. Then we get a call from Spiro. His goats were very loud, so he goes outside. The big cat is there, scaring the goats. He tries to shoot the panther, but it runs away."
So Carlos had wanted goat for dinner. Robbie aimed a surge of psychic vampire control at the police officer.
"There is no panther. Spiro was mistaken. So was I. We had too much to drink. If you see anything that looks like a panther, you will not shoot at it. You will not try to harm it. Do you understand?"
The police officer nodded with a blank, glassy stare.
"I understand. You will leave and not return here." "Thank you for stopping by,"
Robbie added out loud. The officer looked confused as the mind control faded away.
"Oh, okay."
He stepped back.
"I will go, then. Good night, officer."
Robbie shut the door. The policeman would subconsciously follow his orders, so hopefully Carlos would be safe. Robbie wandered back into the family room and glanced at the rug where, just moments ago, he'd brought Olivia to climax. Twice. She'd been so passionate and responsive, so sweet and loving. Tonight should have confirmed their future together. But a small doubt had weaseled into his heart. What if she couldn't handle the truth about him being a vampire? What if she found it ugly or shameful? No, he rejected that thought. Olivia was not like his wife. She would never betray him. His wife had put her own interests first, but Olivia was different. She'd wanted to face the panther alone rather than put him in danger. "Did you get rid of the police?" she whispered from the darkness of the kitchen.
"Aye, They're gone.
He strode into the room and noted with dismay that she'd dressed. She avoided looking at him. I left the sweater. It was still wet, and my shoes are still on the patio. I'm sure they're wet, too.
It's all right. We can wait. No one knows you're here.
My grandmother knows, and if I don't return soon, she'll be sending the police back here. She looked at him now, her eyes sad. I'm sorry. I know you expected more.
Sweetheart.
He touched her cheek.
You're far beyond anything I ever expected. I never thought such a beautiful and brave lass could care for me.
Robbie. Her eyes filled with tears. I don't know how this can be happening. How can I fall in love so fast?
There's no need to question it.
But that's what I do. I analyze feelings and situations. When people fall in love this quickly, how can you trust it to last when times get... She stopped when he placed his fingers on her lips.
Do you believe in love?
She nodded.
Do you believe in faithfulness and loyalty?
Yes. She took his hand in hers and smiled. And I believe good will overcome evil. I believe in family and friendship, kindness and respect. Just don't ask me to believe in unicorns and the tooth fairy. He chuckled.
Nay, but I will ask you to believe in me.
I want to. I really want to.
Then do it.
He kissed her brow.
I wish you would stay with me. Forever.
I need to go for now. She placed a hand on his chest. But I could come back tomorrow night.
Tomorrow?
Yes. She smoothed her hand through his chest hair and over his nipple. Can you wait till tomorrow?
I could wait forever for you.
He slapped himself mentally.
But I do not want to wait that long. I'm ready for you now.
She glanced down and winced. I noticed. Would it help if I threw more ice water on you?
Cruel wench,
he growled, then smiled at the sound of her giggle. Can you give me a ride home? I don't want to walk with a panther out there.
Aye, I can do that.
Robbie gathered the car keys and his ID. The evening hadn't gone completely as he'd hoped, but overall, he couldn't complain. He'd given Olivia pleasure. He'd felt her shatter in his arms. He'd confessed his love, and she'd surrendered her heart. She might not quite realize it yet. She was putting up a wee bit of resistance, but there was no denying it. She was falling in love with him. Tomorrow night, he would lay full claim to her. And then, nothing would ever part them. It was almost noon by the time Olivia woke on Thursday. She'd tossed and turned most of the night, waffling between anxiety and elation. Elation because she was falling in love with the sweetest, most gorgeous, most heroic man she'd ever met. Anxiety because she'd known him less than a week. And she was seriously considering losing her virginity to him tonight. For the first time in her life, the term madly in love was making sense. The overwhelming rush of passion and desire was causing her to do crazy things. But it felt so good. The things he'd done to her with his hands, his mouth. He was incredible. And she didn't need her empathic powers with him. She could feel his love with every touch, every glance, and every word he spoke to her. She dressed and wandered into the kitchen. Good morning, Yaya. Morning, Eleni snorted as she tossed some olives and feta cheese into a salad. It's time for lunch, child. Sorry. Olivia checked the kettle on the stove. The water inside was still hot. I didn't sleep well. No one will sleep well until they catch that nasty jaguar, Eleni grumbled. Just as well you missed breakfast. I didn't dare go to the bakery for fresh bread. What's the latest news? Olivia retrieved a mug from an overhead cabinet. She told her grandmother about the panther after Robbie had driven her home the night before. Of course, she'd avoided letting Eleni know how close she'd come to being attacked by the wild animal.
Alexia called this morning. She heard that a goat was killed near Horace. The goat herder said a huge black cat, like a panther, did it. But the police are saying there is no panther. No one has seen it all day.
Olivia nodded as she fixed a cup of tea. It may be nocturnal.
I don't think you should go out tonight.
I'll be fine. Robbie said he'd pick me up.
Eleni heaved a huge sigh. I had such high hopes for Spiro. But this Robbie seems like a nice boy. He sent you a nice box of fruit this morning.
Olivia's breath hitched. Her hand trembled and she set the mug on the counter. Fruit? She turned to face her grandmother. What kind of fruit?
Apples. Next to the... Child, what's wrong?
Eleni hurried over to her. Olivia stumbled back against the counter. No, it couldn't be him.
What's wrong?
Eleni touched her shoulder.
There's a dark aura of terror surrounding you.
Where? She whispered. Where are the apples?
On the counter by the refrigerator.
Olivia forced herself to walk one step at a time around the kitchen table to the fridge. There was a deafening noise in her ears, the thundering beat of her heart. Her grandmother was right beside her, still talking, but her voice seemed fuzzy and far away. She spotted it, the familiar brown box with the green logo. He always sent 6 apples. Red ones nestled in green Easter grass. Inside would be a note, typed. Previous messages flitted through her mind.
Dearest Olivia, I'll never let you go. Dearest Olivia, you are mine forever. Dearest Olivia, you are the only one worthy of me.
Her hand shook as she opened the lid. 6 red apples, green grass. She stepped back as a sob escaped her mouth. Why did he keep doing this? Did he intend to terrorize her for the rest of her life?
Easy, child.
Eleni patted her back. How did he find me here? The bastard's in solitary. Damn him! Olivia grabbed the note and tore it open. The words were neatly typed.
Dearest Olivia, I will always find you.
Damn it! She wadded the note in her fist and threw it.
Calm down,
Eleni said in a soothing voice.
It can't be that bad.
It is bad. He knows I'm here. This was supposed to be my safe place, my sanctuary. Tears filled her eyes. I was supposed to be safe with you.
Shh, child. We'll be all right.
With a mass murderer sending us gifts and a panther outside the door? Olivia paced across the room. I have to leave. We have to leave. I'm not leaving you here alone.
We are leaving. 11 days from now.
We're leaving today, Olivia announced. When her grandmother started to object, she raised a hand. You don't understand how serious this is. Otis Crump is behind this. But since he's in solitary, he must have someone helping him.
A friend, maybe. But that doesn't mean that we should run away in fear.
I'm not sure this is just a friend, Olivia explained. Otis hinted that he might have had an accomplice for the murders, but I could never get a name from him. If this accomplice exists, then he knows where we are. It's not safe for you here. I'll feel better if you're with Dad in Houston.
Eleni sighed. Very well, I'll go with you, but mainly because I don't like to see you so upset.
Fine. I'll get busy making the travel arrangements. You start packing.
Let me call Alexia first. She can help us get the house ready. You start bringing in the table and chairs from the courtyard."
3 hours later, the furniture was covered with bedsheets, the blue-painted shutters were firmly closed over the windows, and the food, including the apples, had been given to Alexia. A cab picked up Olivia, her grandmother, and their luggage and took them to the port. As they boarded the ferry, Olivia's heart sank at the thought of leaving Robbie. She'd left a note for him with Alexia. She hoped he would understand. She stood on deck with a chilly breeze whipping her face as the island of Patmos grew smaller and smaller on the horizon. Tears ran down her cheeks. Damn that Otis. The monster had defiled her sanctuary. He'd put her grandmother in danger. And he'd caused her to leave the man of her dreams. She could only hope that somehow, someday, she would see Robbie McKay again.
"Ugh, good. You're still alive,"
Robbie said as he crossed the family room to the kitchen. At dawn, Carlos hadn't returned yet, so Robbie had fallen into his death sleep, not knowing if the werepanther had survived his night out. Now the sun had set and Robbie was newly awakened and hungry for breakfast. He padded into the kitchen and grabbed a bottle from the fridge. Type A negative to remind him of Olivia. After breakfast, he needed to shower and change. He was supposed to pick her up at her grandmother's house at 9. He heard footsteps behind him and glanced back as he stuffed the bottle into the microwave. Carlos was shuffling in with a frown on his face.
"I'm afraid I have bad news, bro."
He leaned against a counter and folded his arms across his black t-shirt. Robbie took a wine glass from the cabinet.
"Let me guess. You have a stomachache from devouring a whole goat." "No. I only had a few bites before the goat herders started shooting at me. I've never seen such a dedicated bunch of herders in my life. It's bloody hard to get a meal on this island. How sad."
Robbie poured his bottle of warm blood into the glass.
"Remind me to cry for you later. Save your tears for yourself, Big Red. I went to the taverna an hour ago to eat and listen to the latest gossip on the mysterious panther."
Carlos chuckled.
"The police say I don't exist, but Spiro's telling everyone that I do. And no one can figure out where the hell I came from." Hell being the operative word.
Robbie guzzled down his glass of blood.
"Very funny. But there were 2 big topics of gossip today. The panther, who has mysteriously disappeared, and your girlfriend, who has mysteriously run away."
Robbie gulped the last swallow of blood.
"What? The tavern owner's wife, Alexia, told me all about it. She helped Olivia and Eleni close up the house for the winter. She's Eleni's best friend, so she always keeps an eye on the house, waters the plants, and so on." "Wait." Robbie set his glass down. "Are you saying Olivia left the island?" "A little slow on the uptake, bro. Yes, she's gone. Her grandmother, too. She cannot be gone. I'm supposed to pick her up at 9. The house is closed. I went by it on the way home to make sure."
Robbie stared at Carlos, speechless, completely gobsmacked. She was gone? Why would she leave? Had he pushed her too fast? Bugger. She'd complained about it all happening too quickly. He should have taken it slower.
"Why would she leave?"
Carlos shrugged.
"Maybe you're a lousy kisser. Maybe you'd like 2 black eyes to match your black heart."
Carlos grinned.
"Easy, Big Red. I asked Alexia the same question. She said something had Olivia really scared. A man."
Robbie swallowed hard. Had he frightened her away? She hadn't seemed that scared last night.
"Alexia was upset about them leaving," Carlos continued. "She wanted Olivia to stay and marry her son, Georgios." "Anything else?"
Robbie grated. Now that he'd adjusted to the shock, he was becoming angry. Olivia shouldn't have run away. She'd admitted she was falling in love. You didn't run away from the man you loved. Not if you were loyal and trustworthy.
I asked Alexia if she knew where they were going, Carlos said. The grandmother always goes to Houston to spend Christmas vacation with her son there. So they're probably headed to Houston.
Robbie nodded and strode from the room. Damn it to hell. He didn't even have Olivia's cell phone number. He hadn't expected her to run away. He went into his bedroom and dressed quickly in a pair of jeans, t-shirt, and hoodie. Then he headed out the back door onto the patio.
"Wait up!"
Carlos yelled. Robbie didn't wait. He jumped off the bluff and landed with a thud on the sand below. He stalked toward Petra, tempted to rip the giant rock apart with his bare hands.
"Wait!"
Robbie glanced back when he heard a thud. Carlos had leaped off the bluff, holding a jacket in his hand.
"I do not want company."
Carlos walked toward him as he slipped on his black leather jacket.
"Where are you going?"
"Running." Robbie broke into a sprint. Carlos ran alongside him.
"Are we going to her house?"
Robbie ignored him and kept running. Maybe he would go to her house. It was better than staying at home all alone. Lonesome. His pace slowed to a walk.
"I'm sorry about how things turned out, muchacho."
Robbie grunted. He motioned toward the moon, which was still fairly full.
"Why don't you shift and go away? The goat buffet is waiting for you. Actually, I had intended to shift tonight so I could terrorize Spiro's goats again."
Carlos grinned.
"Just trying to upset your competition, bro. But there's no point in shifting since your bird flew the coop."
Robbie ground his teeth. How could she leave him? It didn't make sense. And something Carlos had said didn't make sense either.
"You intended to shift, but you changed your mind." "That's what I said. You're a little slow tonight, bro." "You have control over your shifting?"
Carlos hesitated.
"Yes." "Then you're like an alpha wolf. You can shift without a full moon."
Carlos grimaced.
"Please, don't compare me to those drooling dogs. Cats are naturally superior creatures."
Robbie snorted.
"You're both shifters. Our cultures are completely different. Wolves huddle into packs and follow the commands of their pack master like well-trained little puppies. A panther obeys no one. I think Phil would disagree with your assessment of werewolves. He broke away from his pack." "Phil is all right,"
Carlos smirked.
"For a dog."
Phil had found his true love, Robbie recalled. A lot of his friends had recently found their mates. He thought he'd found his. He trudged past the area where Olivia had asked her 3 questions. What do you want more than anything in the world? Without hesitation, he'd answered revenge. What scares you more than anything in the world? Robbie halted with a jerk.
Losing Olivia.
A sharp pain pierced his heart. How could he lose her? Somehow, in just a few nights, she'd completely overturned his thoughts and feelings. What did he want more than anything? Olivia. He still wanted revenge, but it was no longer the driving force in his life. He wanted Olivia. Now, when the sun went down and his heart jolted back to life, pumping blood into his brain, his first thought was Olivia. At sunrise, when his heartbeat faded away and his thoughts dissolved into nothingness, the last image in his mind was Olivia. With revenge as his goal, he'd lived in order to hate. Now he wanted love. More than anything, he wanted love. And yes, it made him a better person. His heart ached. He couldn't lose her. She was a part of his heart and soul.
Don't give up, bro,
Carlos whispered.
I tell myself that every day. Never give up.
Robbie nodded.
So are we there yet?
Carlos muttered. Robbie pointed at the Satira's house in the distance.
That's it. I'll race you.
Carlos took off at a fast pace. Robbie focused on the courtyard and teleported there.
Show off!
Carlos shouted from the beach. Robbie surveyed the courtyard. The telescope and table and chairs were gone, probably taken indoors. He examined the house. Blue shutters boarded up the windows. The back door was locked, and the window pane was covered with another shutter. Footsteps sounded behind him as Carlos jogged up the stairs to the courtyard. Carlos paused by one of the lemon trees and broke off a sprig of mint that grew around the base.
"Place is locked up, bro."
He chewed on the mint.
"I'm going to teleport inside. Are you sure that's wise? You could end up part of the sofa."
Robbie placed a hand on the door and focused on moving himself just inside. He materialized by the door, unlocked it, and opened it.
"Come on in." "What are we looking for?" "I'm not sure. Something wrong."
Carlos pivoted as he looked around the kitchen.
"Everything's wrong. The countertops need replacing. That stove is ancient. There's no water dispenser in the refrigerator door. This place needs a major makeover." "Go check the rest of the house,"
Robbie growled. When his annoying companion headed into the parlor, Robbie examined the kitchen. It looked fine to him. But then he'd grown up in a one-room stone hut with a thatched roof. The fridge was empty, the pantry nearly so. All the dishes had been washed and put away. The flowers he'd given Olivia were in the litter bin. Not a good sign. He ventured into the parlor. It was dark inside, with all the windows shuttered. Still, his superior vision allowed him to see the small room. The furniture had all been covered with bedsheets.
"I got it!"
Carlos entered the parlor from a hallway.
"I found something of vital importance in Olivia's bedroom." "What?"
With a smirk, Carlos dangled some blue cotton bikini underwear from his fingertips.
"A little memento for you, bro."
Robbie snatched the underwear away.
"That is not what I was referring to."
"Oh." Carlos's mouth twitched.
"In that case, I'll put them back." "Piss off."
Robbie stuffed the underwear into his jeans pocket and stalked back into the kitchen. Something white snagged his attention. A wad of paper underneath the kitchen table. He leaned over to fish it out.
"What did you find?"
Carlos asked.
"I'm not sure."
Robbie smoothed the paper out. It was a card with a message typed on it.
"Dearest Olivia, I will always find you." "This is it,"
Robbie whispered.
"This is what scared her." "A note?"
Carlos leaned close to read it.
"Who sent it?" "A bastard who's stalking her from prison."
Robbie stuffed the note into his hoodie pocket. Part of him was relieved it wasn't him that had scared Olivia. But another part was still angry. Angry that Otis Crump was terrorizing her. And angry that Olivia had run away. She should have stayed and let him help her. She should have trusted him to protect her.
"Did that woman in the tavern mention any apples?" "No, but she did mention taking some food from here. I need to talk to her." "No problem."
Carlos headed out the back door.
"I'll take you."
They locked up the house, and then 10 minutes later they strolled into the taverna in Gricos. Robbie was surprised when the locals greeted Carlos like he belonged.
"This is Alexia."
Carlos gave a gray-haired woman a kiss on each wrinkled cheek.
"If she wasn't still in love with her husband, I'd steal her away."
Alexia laughed and swatted Carlos on the shoulder.
"You silly boy. You just come here for the moussaka."
Carlos looked properly chastised.
"What can I say? You are the best cook on the island."
Alexia beamed.
"And who is this friend of yours?"
Robbie inclined his head.
"A pleasure to meet you. I'm Robbie McKay."
Her smile vanished, and a wary look glinted in her eyes.
"What would you boys like to drink?" "I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you do not mind," Robbie said. "About Olivia Satiris."
Alexia lifted her chin.
"Olivia would have been perfect for my son Georgios. It was a shame she had to leave so quickly." Did she leave you some apples? Robbie asked.
Yes, a box of very nice apples.
Robbie nodded. It was just as he thought.
And did she mention me at all?
The wary look flitted over Alexia's face once again.
Why would she?
Robbie focused a blast of vampire mind control at the old woman. She stumbled back, her face going blank. Carlos grabbed her arm to steady her.
What are you doing, bro?
Getting answers. Did Olivia say anything about me before she left? Robbie asked telepathically.
Yes.
The woman pulled a small envelope from her pocket.
She left a note for you.
Thank you. Robbie stuffed the envelope into his jacket pocket, then released Alexia from his mind control. The woman shook her head with a confused look.
What? Oh, I was going to get you drinks.
A beer for me. Carlos checked his pockets.
Oops. Forgot my wallet. Looks like you're paying, bro.
Fine. Robbie reached into his jeans pocket and dug out a few coins. When he pulled out his hand, Olivia's bikini underwear slipped out and tumbled to the floor. Alexia gasped. Carlos snickered, then gave Alexia a wistful look.
I just can't take him anywhere.
She sniffed.
Olivia would be much better off with my Georgios.
Robbie stuffed the underwear back into his pocket and handed the coins to the old woman.
I'll be going now.
He stepped outside and ripped the envelope open.
Dear Robbie, I'm sorry I had to leave so suddenly. You can contact me at the FBI office in Kansas City. I'll miss you and remember you always. I hope to see you again. Love, Olivia. She still loved him. His heart swelled with relief.
I love you too, sweetheart. You will see me again.
Chapter 10. 1 week later. Olivia stepped off the elevator onto the second floor of the FBI field office in Kansas City and strode toward her work area. She passed empty desks. Most of the special agents were out, working on assignments. A few remained, catching up on paperwork. They glanced up and smiled. She waved and kept going before anyone could stop her. Most of them hated paperwork and would have welcomed an interruption, but she wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. "How was your vacation?" they'd ask. Ruined by a serial killer. She could only hope her relationship with Robbie wasn't ruined too. It hurt more than she'd expected to be separated from him. There was a constant ache in her heart, as if she'd lost her best friend, along with a nagging fear that she'd never see him again. The family reunion in Houston had not gone well, so she'd left early. Her parents were upset with her, claiming she'd brought a psychotic killer into their lives. She'd assured them that Otis Crump was securely behind bars, but she could hardly refute the fact that he was successfully stalking her. Her parents wanted her to resign, but how could she? She loved this job, and she'd worked hard to be accepted as a contributing employee. At first, she'd suffered a bit of an inferiority complex, surrounded by all the special agents. She hadn't met the qualifications to be special since she'd joined straight out of college and didn't have the required years of work experience. Officially, she was labeled as a criminal psychologist on the professional staff. The FBI wasn't about to admit they'd hired her for her secret paranormal abilities. She reached her workstation, stashed her handbag in the bottom drawer, and glanced over the cubicle wall to see if J.L. was at his desk. Nope, gone. She wouldn't have minded talking to him. He was her best friend at work. Unlike most of the special agents here who had worked previously as lawyers or accountants, J.L. Wang had been hired for his linguistic abilities. They'd both felt like the odd ducks, so they quickly bonded. She smiled at the plaque hanging next to her monitor. J.L. had proudly presented it to her on her 24th birthday. With his love for initials, he'd come up with the plaque's message. Olivia Satiris, APA, FBI, HLD, WACC. He'd translated the last two acronyms for everyone.
human lie detector, weird-ass crap consultant. After that, everyone in the building had decided it was perfectly acceptable to ask her about any weird-ass crap that popped up on their assignments. Finally, she belonged. Damn it. She didn't want to quit. "Olivia!" Yasmin Hernandez rushed toward her. "What are you doing here?" "Gee, that makes me feel welcomed." Olivia smiled wryly. Yasmin waved a dismissive hand. "I just meant you're not supposed to be back till after Christmas." Olivia shrugged and gave a purposely vague response. "Stuff happens." Yasmin was a wonderfully competent office manager, but unfortunately she was equally talented at snooping into everyone's personal life. "Didn't you go to Greece?" Yasmin asked. "Yes." When Yasmin opened her mouth to dig for more information, Olivia quickly added, "I need to talk to Barker. Is he in?" She glanced at the glassed-in corner office of her supervisor, Patrick O'Shea Barker. The door and the window blinds were closed, but the light was on inside. "He's in a meeting right now." Yasmin's mouth thinned. "With Special Agent Harrison." Olivia nodded. She felt a brief spurt of anger from Yasmin, no doubt caused by Harrison, who could be overbearing and rude. Yasmin's emotions were usually steady and cheerful, and Olivia had always sensed that her nosiness was not caused by malice, but rather by curiosity and a sincere desire to help. Harrison, on the other hand, took pleasure in being a jerk. "Why do you need to see Barker?" Yasmin asked. "Is something wrong?" "Just something I need to discuss. Like, how on earth did Otis Crump find her on Patmos? The stalking had to stop. It had been bad enough when it was focused just on her, but Olivia was worried that he'd broadened his scope to include her family, especially her grandmother, who lived alone most of the year. Otis was locked away, but what if he had an accomplice who was free to harm her loved ones? A spurt of alarm emanated from Yasmin. "You're not thinking of transferring, are you? We don't have enough women in this office as it is. You can't leave." "I don't want to leave." Olivia kept an eye on Barker's door, wondering how long his meeting would last. Yasmin gasped with a sudden thought. "I know what will cheer you up. A package came for you this morning." Olivia stiffened. "Not apples." No, of course not." Yasmin waved her hands, then lowered her voice dramatically. "We don't accept any mail from you-know-who." "Is he still sending mail here?" Olivia asked. Yasmin shook her head. "Not for several months. He gave up when it was all returned." "Do you remember what return address he used?" Olivia always checked that. The last few times she'd received apples, the return address had been a post office box that had turned out to be bogus. Yasmin frowned. "I think it was his address at Leavenworth, but that was months ago." A wave of curious excitement rolled off her. "Are you still getting stuff from him?" Olivia didn't want to discuss it further. "You said there was a package for me?" "Oh, right. I'll get it." Yasmin hurried off, her low-heeled pumps clicking on the wooden floor. Olivia booted up her computer to check her email. For the 100th time, she chastised herself for not leaving her email address in the note to Robbie. Or her cell phone number. The island seemed so far away now. The memory of her time with Robbie seemed magical, not quite real. She suspected there was a part of her that hadn't wanted to make it easy for him. She'd had her doubts that two people could fall in love in less than a week, so maybe now she wanted proof. She wanted to know if he'd make the effort to find her and contact her. She glanced up when Barker's door opened and her supervisor exited with Harrison. At 6'6", Barker was easy to spot. He murmured something, then slapped the special agent on the shoulder. Harrison laughed before heading toward his work area. Olivia jumped to her feet and approached her supervisor. "Excuse me, Barker, do you have a minute?"
"Satiris, I didn't know you were back."
Barker's brown eyes narrowed.
"Are you supposed to be back?"
Not till after Christmas, but there was something important I wanted to discuss with you in person.
All right.
He motioned for her to enter his office.
Take a seat.
She perched on the edge of the black leather and chrome chair and gripped the armrests. Barker approached his desk slowly, studying her.
I sent you away to relax, but you still look tense.
She lifted her chin. I want to take another look at the Otis Crump files. Barker closed his eyes briefly with a weary look.
Olivia, we went over this before. He was tried and convicted for 3 murders, and he's serving 3 life terms. Thanks to you, he confessed to 10 more murders. But at this point, it's a waste of taxpayer money to prosecute him. He's not going anywhere. Ever.
I believe he may have had an accomplice.
Not for the murders. Our forensics team went through all the evidence with a fine-tooth comb. He worked alone.
He hinted to me several times.
He was playing you.
Barker planted his hands on his desk and leaned forward.
The man is desperate to keep you on a leash. He'd tell you little green men helped him if it got you to heal. The case is closed, and frankly, I'm getting worried about your obsession with him.
I'd get over it if the bastard stopped stalking me. Olivia took a quick breath to calm herself. Barker straightened.
You're still getting apples?
Yes. She jumped to her feet and paced to the window. He sent them to my grandmother's house on Potmas. My grandmother! I had to rush her over to my dad's house in Houston to make sure she'd be safe.
Barker winced. I can see why you're upset.
Olivia paced back to the chair. There has to be someone helping him. Someone's mailing the apples for him. Barker crossed his long, lanky arms over his gray pinstripe suit jacket. His frown made his long, lean face appear even longer.
I agree he has an accomplice now.
It could be someone close to him, Olivia suggested. If we reopen the investigation, we can interview all his friends and family.
Or it could be a groupie. The serial killers always acquire a few of those.
Barker rubbed his chin.
Does your family understand the importance of keeping this quiet? We don't want the media turning this into the latest fashion. Next thing you know, every prisoner in the country would be stalking their favorite officer of the law.
And Otis would love the publicity, Olivia grumbled. Don't worry. My family thinks this is awful enough already. They're not going to make it worse. Barker frowned at his desk, deep in thought, while she paced about the office. I want to go back home a few days for Christmas, she murmured. I'd like to be able to tell my family that we found the accomplice and that it's all over. Barker nodded.
This person was able to track you to a remote Greek island. There could be a different explanation for this.
Like what?
Not an accomplice, but an employee. Crump may have managed to hire a PI.
Barker leaned over his desk once again.
Think, Olivia. Did you see anyone on that island who could have been a private investigator?
She halted with a jerk. McKay, security, and investigation. The room swirled around her, and she grabbed onto the back of a chair. No, it couldn't be. But there hadn't been any other PIs on the island.
It would most likely be a man who was visiting the island and keeping a low profile.
Barker continued. A shudder racked her body. No, not Robbie. Anyone but Robbie. Carlos? But they worked for the same company. They were probably on the same assignment. She pressed a fist to her mouth. What if the assignment had been her?
Hey, are you all right?
Barker skirted his desk. I need to go.
But we're not.
I have to go. She wrenched open the door and lurched outside. Heads turned her way. No, she couldn't think about it. It was too awful. She couldn't fall apart here. She dashed into the hallway to the woman's restroom. No, not Robbie. He couldn't have done that to me. She shoved the stall doors open. Empty. She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. That pale, panic-stricken face was hers. Could she have been duped? Had she fallen in love with the enemy?
With a sob, she ran back and locked the restroom door. A long, keening cry escaped, ripped from her soul, and she slapped a hand over her mouth. She couldn't let anyone hear. Her knees gave out and she slid down the door to plop onto the linoleum floor. Oh, God, she should have known. Maybe a part of her had always known. He couldn't have fallen in love with her so fast. Tears streamed down her face. What a complete fool she'd been. The first time in her life that she couldn't detect lies, and she'd fallen for such terrible deceit. No, she shook her head. She still wanted to believe. She wanted love to be true. Robbie, she cried. She didn't want to lose him, didn't want to lose the dream, the magic, the glory of his love. She leaned her head onto her knees and wept. Oh, God. The last time she'd cried like this, she'd been in Robbie's arms. He'd held her and comforted her. Then he'd made love to her. A twinge of nausea twisted in her gut, and she breathed deeply to get control. She was at work, damn it. She needed to get a grip. She could fall apart later when she was alone in her apartment. She stumbled to a sink and splashed cold water on her face. She leaned over the sink, reluctant to even look at herself. She didn't want to see living proof of how badly her heart was breaking. The door shook as someone tried to open it. Then she heard a knock. "Olivia?" Yasmin asked quietly. "Are you all right?" She took a deep breath. "I'm fine." She glanced at the mirror and winced. Her eyes were red and puffy, her nose pink and runny. "Do you want to talk?" Yasmin asked. No. Olivia trudged toward the door and unlocked it. Yasmin slipped inside with a large brown package hugged to her chest. She took one look at Olivia and gasped. "I'm not feeling well." Olivia yanked a tissue from the dispenser and blew her nose. "Man trouble?" Yasmin whispered. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'll say you got a bug on vacation. Happens all the time." "Thanks," Yasmin sighed. "It's so hard to find a good man these days. I should know. I've looked everywhere." Olivia's tears threatened to flow again. "I should go home." "Of course." Yasmin patted her on the back. "You still have some vacation days, so stay home and take it easy." Olivia glanced at the mirror and winced. "I'll have to cross the office to get my handbag." "I'll get it. You wait here." Yasmin moved toward the door, then stopped. "Oh, I forgot. Here's your package." She handed it over and left. Olivia's heart lurched when she read the return address. It was from Grieco's. Her fingers trembled as she ripped open the sticky flap on the supersized bubble envelope. Inside, she spotted cream-colored yarn. Her sweater. She'd left it at Robbie's house. She dropped the envelope on the vanity between the two sinks and stepped back. Memories of that night flooded her mind. She'd lay naked beside him. She'd let him touch her and kiss her everywhere. She'd felt so much love and desire for him, she'd been ready to give up her virginity. She doubled over as her heart squeezed painfully in her chest. How could she have fallen in love so fast with a complete stranger? She should have followed her first instincts and stayed far away from a man she couldn't read. Yasmin strode back into the restroom. "Oh my gosh, are you all right?" She dropped Olivia's handbag on the floor and rushed to her side. Olivia took a deep breath and motioned to the package. "There's a sweater inside. Would you like it?" She and Yasmin looked similar in size. "Are you sure?" Yasmin slipped the sweater out of the package. "It's very nice." "Take it, please." Yasmin frowned. "Is it from him?" "He has good taste." "It was mine. I don't want to see it again." "Well, okay." Yasmin peered inside the package. "There's something else in here. A note." She pulled out a small envelope. "It has your name on it."
Olivia swallowed hard. She took the envelope, and her hand trembled when she saw the bold, masculine handwriting. Robbie. A surge of love rose inside her, still clinging hopelessly and desperately to a dream that now appeared false. Before she could weaken, she ripped the envelope in two, threw the pieces in the toilet, and flushed it down. Whoa! Yasmin's eyes grew wide. That bad, huh? Her eyes blurred with hot tears. It's very bad. The worst ever. Yasmin wrinkled her nose. You deserve better than him. Olivia sighed. Part of her still believed there was no one better than Robbie. No man could ever touch her heart like Robbie had. No wonder this hurt so damned bad. Chapter 11. 2 weeks later. Robbie hesitated at the open doorway. He dreaded this evening, but everyone expected him to be here. No one ever missed the Christmas ball at Romatech Industries. The partitions from 8 large meeting rooms had been pulled back to make one huge ballroom. The band, the high-voltage Vamps, was on stage playing a waltz. Normally, he would enjoy the lyrical music, but tonight it was just noise. Shanna Dragonesti had outdone herself this year. Instead of the usual 15-foot Christmas tree, there were 4 of them, one in each corner of the ballroom. Giant ice sculptures in the shape of reindeer adorned the buffet tables. By the looks of their shrinking antlers, they'd been in place for several hours. The party usually started at 4 in the afternoon, with tons of mortal food and a mortal band for the unsuspecting human employees who worked at Romatech during the day. By 6:30, the last of them were shooed away, and a subtle change came over the ballroom. All the buffet tables but one were cleared of mortal food. Huge tubs of ice were hauled in, each one containing bottles of vampire fusion cuisine. Roman Dragonesti had used his scientific genius to mix synthetic blood with beer, whiskey, chocolate, and champagne, resulting in Bleer, Blisky, chocolate, and bubbly blood. For those who overindulged, there was Blood Light, synthetic blood with low cholesterol and blood sugar. Robbie watched the couples happily twirling about the dance floor and decided to partake liberally of the Blisky. It would be the best way to survive the night. Hell, it was the only way. As he trudged to the Blisky table, he spotted Howard Barr dressed as Santa Claus and sitting on a throne. Howard had a baby in his lap, a little girl with curly black hair. That had to be Sophia, the youngest Dragonesti child. Her older brother Constantine was dressed as an elf, and he bounced around the throne, trying to make the bells on his pointed shoes jingle. Shanna had chosen well, having Howard look after her children. The werebear would be ferocious if anyone threatened his charges. 2 little girls ran up to join Constantine. Robbie recognized them as Bethany, Jean-Luc's stepdaughter, and Lucy, Maggie's stepdaughter. That could only mean that Jean-Luc and his wife Heather were in attendance, along with Maggie and her husband, Pierce O'Callahan. Robbie groaned inwardly. Just what he needed, an evening surrounded by happily married couples. He yanked a bottle of Blisky out of a tub of ice. There were glasses on the table, but he didn't bother with them. He unscrewed the top and jammed the bottle into the microwave. Why didn't she call? Olivia should have received the package by now. He double-checked the tracking information, so he knew her jumper had arrived at the FBI office in Kansas City. He'd included a note, telling her how much he missed her and wanted to see her again. He'd written his cell phone number down so she could call him. She never called. How could he interpret that except that she didn't feel the same way he did? He'd returned to New York 2 nights ago, his prison term over. If Angus and Emma had expected him to return all cheerful and full of energy, they were in for a big disappointment. If anything, he felt worse. At least before, when he was consumed with anger, he'd had a purpose. His quest for revenge had motivated him and filled him with passion. Now, he just felt like an empty shell, quietly enduring each night, doing his duties and trying not to check his cell phone every 5 minutes for missed calls. He opened the microwave and burned his fingers on the hot bottle. Bugger. He left it in too long. Some giggles sounded behind him, and he turned to find Constantine, Bethany, and Lucy watching him. Bethany lifted her chin with a prissy look.
You said a naughty word.
Aye, that I did.
Robbie inclined his head. My apologies.
You're wearing a kilt,
Constantine announced.
You're very observant.
Robbie swallowed some hot blisky. It sizzled painfully down his throat, and he liked it.
Go ahead,
Constantine whispered to Bethany, nudging her with an elbow.
I dare you. Ew!
Bethany made a face and ran back to Howard, followed by a giggling Lucy.
Tino?
Robbie arched a brow.
What are you up to, lad?
Constantine assumed an angelic look, easily done with his blonde curls and big blue eyes.
I was just wondering if you do like Uncle Angus. I heard he doesn't wear any underwear. So I dared Bethany to look under your kilt.
Robbie took another swig from his bottle.
First, you shouldn't be frightening the young lassies. You could end up old and alone. Like me.
He gulped down more blisky.
And second, you shouldn't be spending all your time thinking about a man's private parts.
Tino's mouth dropped open.
I don't. I was just teasing Bethany. Really?
Robbie nodded.
You're a good lad. And I know what to get you for Christmas now.
Tino grinned and bounced, causing his shoes to jingle.
What? What will you get me?
A kilt.
A look of horror flashed over the boy's face before his training in etiquette kicked in. He attempted a wobbly smile.
Thank you, Robbie.
He ran away, his shoes jangling.
Mom? Mom?
He dashed around, looking for his mother. Robbie guzzled down the last of the blisky. A comforting warmth spread through his chest and fizzled up to his brain. He stuffed a new bottle into the microwave just as Tino located his mother. With his superior hearing, Robbie caught the conversation. Tino, what's wrong? Shanna leaned over her son.
If Robbie gives me a kilt, do I have to wear it?
Shanna grinned. I think you would look adorable in a kilt.
Oh!
Tino scurried back to Howard to tell him the terrible news. Robbie sighed as he removed the bottle from the microwave. He was certainly doing his share of spreading Christmas cheer. He saluted the dripping reindeer sculpture and took a long drink. Is it true, Robbie? A female voice asked behind him. He spun around and saw double for a moment. 2 Shanna Dragonestes, wearing matching red gowns.
Oh, Shanna. A lovely party, as always.
He bowed and watched her 4 feet transform into 2. I heard some disturbing news, she said, thankfully with one voice. I hope I can change your mind. He straightened and the room swirled around him.
I will not buy the lad a kilt if it fascism.
Not about that. Shanna waved a hand. I heard you took your name off the Secret Santa list. You don't intend to deliver presents this Christmas Eve?
I'm not feeling very celebratory this year.
That's exactly why you should do it, she insisted. It'll make you feel better. He groaned. Why did every woman want to fix him? Correction, every woman except the one he wanted. He guzzled down more blisky. Shanna planted her hands on her hips. Getting drunk is not going to solve your problems.
Aye, but 'twill make me not give a damn.
He upended the bottle and finished it. Robbie, please. You need to see a therapist. Emma and I were discussing it last night, and you're clearly...
Not another therapist. The last one nearly killed me.
Shanna's eyes widened. You saw a therapist? When? Where?
On Patmos. But she ran away.
He yanked a 3rd bottle from the tub of ice. She?
Aye.
Shanna gasped. Then it's true. He stiffened.
I'm not crazy. I never was.
No, I mean, Carlos was right. He told us you were lovesick, but we didn't think you'd met anyone.
That damned Carlos,
Robbie muttered.
I told him to keep his trap shut.
Well, who is she? Shanna asked.
A Greek goddess.
He gestured dramatically with his bottle.
To know her is to worship her. To love her is to spout bad poetry till the end of time.
Shanna's mouth twitched. That sounds very promising.
Nay.
He pressed the bottle against his chest.
She's not interested in me.
Oh dear, Shanna murmured.
Oh, bloody fucking hell,
he corrected her. She winced. Try not to pass out under the table. It might scare the children.
As you wish, madame.
He unscrewed the bottle and drank the blisky cold. Oh, look! Shanna's face brightened. Darcy and Austin have arrived. Did you hear their good news?
Nay, but I have a terrible feeling I will.
You know how Darcy's eggs all died when she was a vampire?
I wasn't personally acquainted with her eggs.
Shanna snorted. She borrowed some eggs from her sister, and Roman used Austin's sperm to fertilize them. And it worked. They're pregnant. Robbie slanted a bleary look at Austin.
It doesn't look very pregnant.
When Shanna slapped his shoulder, he stumbled to the side. She shook her head disapprovingly. At least you know about Jean-Luc and Heather, don't you?
Nay. I was shuffled off to a remote island for 4 months. I believe that's what mortals do with their unwanted Christmas fruitcakes.
We all came to visit you, Shanna protested. Anyway, when Jean-Luc and Heather came back from Patmos, they told Roman they wanted to have children. So he did his little magic trick, and it worked.
Ugh, that's good.
Robbie was truly happy for Jean-Luc. Roman had found a way to use live human sperm, but erase the donor's DNA and replace it with a vamp's. Thanks to Roman's procedure, Jean-Luc's child would actually be his. Just like Constantine and Sophia were really Roman's children. They weren't quite human, though. Maybe it was just as well that Olivia hadn't called. He doubted she wanted to marry a vampire and give birth to half-vampire children. Well, guess what? Shanna's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. They're going to have twins! Isn't that exciting? Robbie nodded.
Aye, I can barely contain myself.
She gave him a wry look. You should try to be happy for your friends.
I am. I'm delighted that everyone but me is happily married and multiplying like bloody rabbits.
Not everyone here is married. Lady Pamela and Coralie are over there at the chocolate table. They'd probably love for someone to ask them to dance.
No thanks.
They weren't Olivia. How about the famous models, Simone and Inga? Shanna motioned toward the bloodlight table. You know them, don't you? From your days in Paris?
Aye, that's the problem. I know them. If vanity and shallowness were virtues, they'd be named saints.
Shanna grinned as she peered around the room.
You do not need to play matchmaker, Robbie told her. It'll be fine.
Are you sure? She gave him a dubious look.
Aye, go on. Enjoy your party.
Shanna patted him on the shoulder. Merry Christmas, Robbie. She headed in the direction of her children. From what Robbie could hear, Constantine was getting a lecture from Angus on the benefits of wearing a kilt, while Roman listened with an amused expression. Shanna drew Emma aside to whisper to her. Bugger. Maybe the Blisky hadn't been such a great idea after all. It had loosened his mouth too much. Now everyone would know about his sad love life. He turned to look at the dance floor. The band was playing a slow tune, and couples were swaying with their arms around each other. Bloody hell. Would the night never end? He took a long swig of Blisky.
Robbie, my lad.
Angus strode up to him and slapped him on the back. He stumbled forward and caught himself on the table. He looked to his left and saw Emma eyeing him with a frown. He looked to his right and found Angus scowling at him. He checked the left again, but the room swirled, so he widened his stance to keep from swaying.
Emma's frown deepened. He sighed.
To what do I owe the pleasure of your cheerful companionship?
Emma yanked the Blisky bottle out of his hand. Shanna told me you were getting drunk.
She's wrong,
Robbie said.
I'm already drunk. I'm feeling a very nice buzz right here.
He attempted to tap his temple with a finger, but missed and hit himself on the nose.
I'm not on duty tonight, so I shouldn't fash you.
Angus's scowl softened.
I'm not vexed with you. I'm worried about you.
Emma touched his shoulder. Do you need to talk about it?
Nay.
What's her name? Emma pressed.
What's the latest news on Casimir?
Robbie asked, attempting to change the topic. Angus took the bait.
We have a lead that he's hiding in Bulgaria. Zoltan and Mikhail are checking it out. Why is it taking so long?
Robbie asked.
Casimir and his followers like to kill after feeding. He should be able to track them down by following the trail of dead bodies. Aye, normally that would work,
Angus agreed.
But apparently, he's hiding alone right now. He does not trust anyone. And we believe he's cut back on the killing in order to stay hidden. Must be hard on the bastard,
Robbie muttered.
Right now, we're more concerned about you, lad, Angus said.
Is there anything we can do? Emma asked.
You can give me the bottle back.
Robbie reached for it. Emma plunked it on the table. What's her name?
Olivia.
Robbie grabbed the bottle. He started to drink, but set the bottle down. The thrill was gone, and the pain was still there.
I'll be all right. Go dance. Have fun. We'll be in New York through Christmas if you need us,
Angus said. Emma patted him on the shoulder. Merry Christmas, Robbie. May all your dreams come true.
Merry Christmas!
He watched them wander off to the dance floor. May all your dreams come true. His dream would be Olivia calling on his phone. Nay, Olivia lying in his bed. He might as well dream big. Her hair would be loose, and the black curls would fan out across his pillow. Her arms would reach for him. Her legs would wrap around him, and he would plunge inside.
What's so funny, bro?
Robbie was ripped back to the present.
Funny?
He glared at Phineas.
Yeah, you were standing there with a big grin on your face.
Phineas yanked a bottle of Blisky from a tub of ice.
Don't tell me. You were thinking about a woman.
Robbie groaned.
Was it that obvious? Only to me, bro. I'm super sensitized to all matters involving love and the fair sex.
Phineas shoved his bottle into the microwave.
And Carlos mentioned in passing that you're lovesick over a hot babe. A damn cat. Chillax, bro. This is your lucky night. The love doctor is in the house and at your service. Feel free to partake of my expertise by directing all your romantic queries in my general direction.
Robbie snorted, then thought, why not?
She didn't call. You asked her to call you?
When Robbie nodded, Phineas continued,
How many times? Once. I wrote her a note.
Phineas scoffed.
Once? Dude, you're barely getting started. After you've asked about 20 times, then you can get worried. 20 times? That wouldn't be a wee bit like stalking?
Phineas shrugged.
Take my situation. I'm madly in love with LaToya Lafayette. I know she's the one for me. But is she not the one who tried to poison you with hot sauce? A minor speed bump on the road to love, bro.
Phineas removed his bottle from the microwave.
You can't expect true love to be easy. Afterward, she said she was sorry and that she didn't mean for it to hurt that bad. So you see, she really does care. So, she's going out with you now?
Robbie asked.
Well, no. All of a sudden, she moved back to New Orleans. That sounds like a no. Dude, that sounds like a challenge. Only wimps give up.
Phineas gulped down some Blisky.
So guess where I'm going for Christmas? New Orleans? You got it. I'm gonna surprise LaToya.
Phineas took another swallow of Blisky.
Hot damn! It's gonna be good.
Robbie had his doubts that LaToya would ever accept Phineas. Still, the love doctor was making a valid point. True love was worth fighting for. One note wasn't enough. Robbie had sent the package to Kansas City, but Olivia could still be in Houston.
She might not have received the note. Right. It could have ended up in Timbuktu.
Phineas held up his bottle of Blisky.
You see this, bro? You gotta say the bottle is half full. You gotta believe there's hope.
Robbie nodded. He needed to trust Olivia, trust that she'd come through for him.
You're right. I'm going to write her again. I love her. I will not give up. That's the ticket.
Phineas grinned.
All in a day's work for the love doctor.
Chapter 12. Olivia was glad when the holiday season was over. The added stress seemed to be the tipping point for a lot of people. She and her colleagues at the Bureau had been busy nonstop with murders and abductions, usually committed by a so-called loved one. At least her loved ones were no longer angry with her. She'd spent Christmas with them in Houston, and no apples had arrived. It was a bitterly cold Tuesday morning toward the end of January when things finally settled down from a frantic pace to the normal hectic one. She draped her coat and scarf on the back of her chair, then opened the bottom drawer of her desk to drop her handbag inside. The letters were still there, a constant reminder of the pain and confusion she felt toward Robbie. He was mailing her a letter every week, and she didn't know what to make of it. She sat at her desk and placed the 3 envelopes in front of her. They all had the same return address in the corner, a place called Romatech Industries in White Plains, New York. Should she write back? And say what? Leave me alone. Don't leave me alone. She smoothed her fingers over her name, written by his hand. She still missed him something awful. The pain of his betrayal had still been too strong when she'd received a second letter. She'd thrown it in the trash. When the 3rd letter arrived, it made her wonder. Would a guilty man continue to write? Maybe. Otis was guilty as hell, and he loved to interact with her. A part of her, deep down in her gut, rebelled against the idea that Robbie could ever be like Otis. Robbie was noble and brave. He'd risked his life to save her from the panther. But she was afraid to trust her instincts. Blind faith could get a girl killed. All of Otis's victims had believed in him before learning he was a sadistic murderer. She dropped the 3rd letter in her bottom drawer unopened. Since then, 2 more weeks had passed, and 2 more letters had arrived. Chicken, she chided herself. Why don't you open them? Because they could be full of lies. They could be full of emotional pleas that would tear at her heart. She dropped the letters back into the drawer and shut it. If she opened them, she'd be opening herself up to the possibility of getting hurt all over again. She had to keep her emotions out of this, because where Robbie was concerned, she was an emotional wreck. Her heart ached for him, but her logical mind warned her to be cautious. She'd known him less than a week, and she'd been unable to read his feelings or gauge his sincerity. She simply couldn't trust him or her feelings toward him. And her penchant for overanalyzing everything was driving her crazy. What she needed was cold, hard facts. Facts she could trust. 3 weeks earlier, after the 3rd letter had arrived and her doubts had bubbled to the surface, she'd initiated an investigation of Robbie McKay. The website for McKay Security and Investigation was surprisingly bare, offering nothing more than an address in London and Edinburgh, and a contact button to email them for information. She hadn't emailed because she didn't want to alert the company that she was snooping about. Things had been so hectic at the office, she'd resorted to coming in an hour early every day to squeeze in time for her investigation. 3 weeks of research, and she still had zilch. There were hundreds of Robert McKays, scattered all over the planet. She'd started with the 3 Robert Alexander McKays she'd found in Scotland.
One was a 64-year-old physician in Aberdeen. One was a 35-year-old fisherman on the Isle of Mull. And the last one was an 8-year-old student in Glasgow. Dead end. She recalled that he'd mentioned owning property in Scotland, but her search there hit another dead end. The simpler name of Robert McKay yielded a much longer list of names, but none of those panned out. She broadened the search to the entire British Isles, but still no luck. She discovered an interesting article about an investigator named Robert McKay who had captured a notorious serial killer in London, but that had happened in 1921. Another dead end. She thought she might have found a reference to Robbie's grandfather. A Medal of Valor and knighthood had been awarded to an Angus Alexander McKay at the end of World War II. No mention of him again. Another dead end. She booted up her computer and examined the notes on her legal pad. There were numerous Robert McKays in Australia and New Zealand, a few in South America and South Africa, and many more in Canada. Since the return address on the envelopes had cited New York, she was now investigating possibilities in America. "How's the great Robbie hunt going?" She glanced up to see J.L. Wang leaning his forearms on the top of her cubicle wall. She told him several weeks ago that she suspected a guy she'd met on Patmos to be in league with Otis. Since then, J.L. had kept up with her research, calling it the Great Robbie Hunt. She sighed. 124 down and about 3 trillion to go. "Could be worse," J.L. muttered his favorite phrase. "He could have been named John Smith." She groaned with frustration. "I've been at this for 3 weeks. I've never seen anyone so hard to trace." "Too bad your guy doesn't have a more distinctive name. Something like Willoughby Gallsplat." Olivia snorted. "Yesterday, I located a 27-year-old Robert Alexander McKay in Kentucky. An ex-soldier awarded the Purple Heart." "Sounds good." "Yeah, he sounds like a great guy. He's a star player on the local wheelchair basketball team." "Oops. I gather your Robbie had legs?" "Yes. And a wonderful chest, broad shoulders, handsome face, soft auburn hair, lovely green eyes." "Did he have a fully functional brain?" She shot J.L. an annoyed look. "Yes." "I'm just saying it would take a moron to let someone like you get away." "Well, that's kind of you, but I'm getting worried about all the dead ends I keep running into. It's not normal." She frowned at her notes. What if he'd lied about his name? What if he'd lied about everything? "Yeah, this is weird." J.L. drummed his fingers on the partition. "With all the information we have at our disposal, you should be able to trace him. A person would have to purposely work at not showing up anywhere." She swallowed hard. What kind of person had no past? In this day and age, it was virtually impossible to erase every trace of yourself. "Do you think he's into covert operations?" "Maybe. Or maybe he gave you a false name." J.L. held up a hand. "I take that back. You would have caught him if he'd lied." She winced. "That's the problem. I couldn't read him. My grandmother couldn't either, and that's never happened before." "Never?" Shit. He could have been lying about a lot of things. Maybe he's had special training in deception." Her chest tightened. "Then you think he's the one helping Otis to harass me?" J.L. regarded her sadly. "I think we need to get to the bottom of this. I can't sense emotions like you, but even I can tell this is causing you a lot of pain." She inhaled a shaky breath. "I need to know the truth." She needed to know if Robbie had been sincere. He'd said he was falling in love with her. He'd made love to her so sweetly. It had to have been real. It was just too awful to think otherwise. "You want him to be innocent, don't you?" J.L. whispered. She nodded. Tears gathered in her eyes, and she blinked them away. "Okay, let's assume he is innocent. If he didn't send the apples..." "Then someone else did." Olivia finished his sentence.
Who knew you were going to Potmas? JL asked.
My family? You?
He affected a shocked look. I'm innocent, I swear. I've been a good boy my entire life. She scoffed.
I'm detecting a little deception.
Shit. I knew I shouldn't have robbed that bank. She grinned. JL, bless him, always had a way of cheering her up. And I shouldn't have kicked Mickey Mouse in the balls at Disney World. She sat back.
You're telling the truth now.
Damn, you're good.
Why did you kick Mickey?
JL shrugged. I was only 3 years old. Imagine the horror of meeting a smiling rodent that's bigger than you. Besides, I think he wanted my ice cream. She laughed. Who else knew where you were going? JL asked.
A few people around here.
Her smile faded and she exchanged a worried look with him. JL glanced over his shoulder, then lowered his voice.
What did Barker tell you?
He agreed that Otis could have an accomplice, but he ordered me to stay out of it. He told Harrison to look into it.
She rose to her feet.
I'll see if he's done.
They walked over to Harrison's work area. In most ways, Frank Harrison appeared completely normal. Average height, average weight, brown hair, hazel eyes. Olivia tended to agree with JL's assessment. Harrison acted like a jerk so he would stand out from the crowd.
Have you got a moment, Harrison? She asked.
He slanted an annoyed look in her direction, then went back to studying his monitor.
I'm busy. In case you didn't know, the Morehouse case is still open.
Olivia nodded. Tyson Morehouse was a postal worker suspected of embezzlement. He claimed to know nothing about the missing money, but Olivia had interviewed him the day before and knew better.
He was lying, she said. It was in my report.
Harrison snorted.
Like we needed your input. We already figured the guy's guilty. Saunders is trailing him while I trace all his bank accounts.
He glanced at Olivia.
Why don't you save us some time and use your weird-ass powers to locate the missing money?
I'm not a psychic, Harrison.
Oh, too bad.
He went back to studying the monitor.
I thought all that paranormal crap was the same.
Olivia sensed anger about to boil over from JL, so she gave him a warning look. He gritted his teeth.
Look, Harrison, we were wondering if you checked on the Otis Crump situation. Another waste of my time,
Harrison muttered as he scribbled some notes.
I went to Leavenworth last Friday and talked to the warden. He had a guard check the login book. The only visitors Crump has had in the last 8 months is me and you, Satiris.
And his mail? She asked.
It's all checked, coming in and going out. Nothing about apples.
Harrison glanced at her, and she could feel his growing irritation.
You've got the wrong guy. Someone else is messing with you.
She frowned. Apples would have significance only to Otis, or someone else who knew all the details about his case. Maybe an admirer? Some sick person who had studied Otis and wanted to harass the criminal's enemies out of a twisted sense of loyalty? I need a list of everyone who's communicated with him. A spurt of anger rolled off Harrison, and he glared at her.
Forget it, Satiris. The case is over.
It's not over as long as Otis keeps sending me apples.
So you're getting some fruit,
Harrison growled.
So what? If you can't take the heat, get out of the fucking kitchen. Hey,
JL protested.
Don't talk to her like that. It's none of your business, JL.
Harrison replied, using his nickname for JL. Hold it, you two. Olivia raised her hands. She returned Harrison's glare. I'm not calling the case closed because you didn't do a thorough job. Since you can't be bothered, I'll do it myself. Harrison made a sound of disgust.
You're freaking obsessed with the guy. You two deserve each other.
JL muttered something rather nasty sounding in Chinese, but Olivia hushed him with a slight shake of her head. She focused on Harrison. How many times have you seen Crump? Harrison turned back to his monitor.
Just a few times. I hate seeing that asshole.
When did you see him last?
I don't remember. She stiffened. Now buzz off and let me get back to work.
Harrison grated through clenched teeth. Olivia opened her mouth, but JL grabbed her arm and hauled her away.
Come on, Satiris. You heard the man.
JL said loudly as he dragged her across the room.
Let him work.
I wasn't done, she whispered. Shh. JL shot her a warning look and whispered back,
We need to activate the cone of silence.
We don't have a cone of silence.
We'll improvise.
He glanced around the open work area.
Go to Yasmin's office. She's out today. I'll meet you in 5 minutes.
Fine. Olivia headed right, while JL veered left toward the hallway. She slipped inside Yasmin's office and turned on the light. The supply closet was attached, so she could always claim she was getting paper clips or staples if anyone asked what she was doing there. She paced across the office, her heart racing as the severity of her new suspicions hit home. Why would Harrison lie about meeting Otis? What was he hiding? It seemed too far-fetched, too awful to imagine a special agent helping a criminal to harass her. But there was no mistaking the truth. Harrison had lied, and he tried to convince her that Otis wasn't the one responsible for sending her apples. She knew that wasn't true. She continued to pace, her thoughts growing increasingly alarmed. She spotted the sweater she'd given Yasmin neatly folded on a shelf. Thank God, Yasmin had never told anyone about her meltdown in the restroom. She wondered where the office manager was and stopped by her desk to check her calendar. A doctor's appointment. The door opened and JL strode inside with a bag of chips from the hallway vending machine. He locked the door.
Okay, let's talk.
Harrison was lying, she whispered.
I know. Whenever you hear a lie, you get all stiff and prickly looking.
She stiffened. I do?
Yeah, just like that.
He opened the chips and the smell of nacho cheese filled the room.
So we're thinking the same thing. Harrison's the one sending you apples?
She winced. It's a terrible accusation to make. We can't assume he's guilty just because we don't like him.
Okay, emotions aside, let's look at the facts.
JL removed a chip from the bag.
He lied to you. He knew where you were vacationing. He's had opportunity. That's contact with Otis. And he has motivation.
He popped the chip into his mouth. What motivation? I know he doesn't like me.
It could be more. You're the one who took Otis's latest confessions. They might be trying to make you look unstable so no one will believe you.
JL offered her a chip. She shook her head and paced across the room. Otis was already convicted before he met me. I don't think making me look crazy will help his appeal. JL bit into another chip.
What would help his appeal?
He would have to appear innocent.
She halted in mid-step.
He could swear that an accomplice did the murders.
JL winced. And you've been insisting that he has an accomplice.
Because of the apples, yes. But if he can convince everyone there was an accomplice during the murders,
Olivia groaned.
He's playing me. The bastard's using me.
It looks that way.
JL stuffed another chip into his mouth.
We need to be careful about this.
We need proof. Olivia pressed a hand to her stomach. Just the idea that a federal agent could ally himself with a serial killer. It was a nauseating thought.
I'll check on Harrison,
JL offered.
Don't worry. I'll be discreet.
Olivia nodded. I'll step up my investigation on Robbie. She would contact McKay S&I. If Robbie McKay was secretly sending the apples, she'd uncover it. She'd prove his innocence. And then, she'd be free to love him. Chapter 13.
I don't know why you have to take me,
Constantine grumbled. Robbie didn't know either. Usually, Roman took his son, but for some reason he was unavailable tonight. Connor, too.
Shanna had called Robbie to the waiting room of her dental office at Romatech and informed him that Tino needed help getting to school. Then she'd hurried off to an examination room, leaving him alone with Tino. It had to be a conspiracy of some sort. Robbie smiled to himself when he pictured Olivia calling him paranoid. Constantine puffed out his wee chest.
I could teleport myself.
"'Tis a long way to the school."
Robbie wasn't sure of its exact location, since that was a heavily guarded secret, but he knew it had to be several hundred miles from Romatech.
"'Twould be very dangerous if you got lost on the way."
Tino's bottom lip jutted out.
I wish everyone would stop treating me like a baby. Sophia's the baby. I'm almost 3.
"Ah, 'tis a wonder you haven't cut yourself shaving."
Robbie opened his cell phone and punched in the number Shanna had given him. "Dragon Nest Academy," a female voice answered. She sounded vaguely familiar, but Robbie dismissed that thought since he'd never been to the school before.
"Just a minute."
He covered the phone with his hand and gave Tino a questioning look.
"Dragon Nest? Is that the right place?"
Tino nodded.
Mom named it that because our last name is Dragonesti.
He hung his head and kicked at a chair leg.
But there aren't any dragons there.
"What a shame."
Robbie uncovered the phone.
"Could you keep talking a wee bit? I need your voice to know where to teleport to."
"Sure. Are you bringing a student with you?"
"Aye, Constantine."
Robbie scooped the boy up in his arms.
"Keep talking."
He would use the woman's voice as a beacon to ensure he arrived at the right place. After this, the location of the school would be embedded in his psychic memory, and he'd no longer need a beacon.
"Okay," the woman said. "I'm Constantine's teacher. I know he may seem a little young for kindergarten, but he's doing very well. I only have 3 students in the class, so they get a lot of individual attention." Robbie materialized in a classroom with 2 short round tables encircled with little chairs. The shelves along the walls were neatly stacked with supplies. A little girl with long black hair sat at one of the tables, coloring a picture of a ball with the word written underneath. With a quick sniff, Robbie could tell she was a shifter. Or she would be once puberty set in. He figured she was one of Carlos's orphans from Brazil. A were-panther. Tino squirmed out of his arms and ran to the table to take a seat.
Hi, Coco.
The little girl grinned at him.
Hi, Tino.
Robbie closed his cell phone and dropped it into his sporran. "Thank you for bringing Tino." A pretty young woman with reddish blonde hair approached him with a shy smile. Bugger. His conspiracy theory had been correct. Shanna was playing matchmaker. His eyes narrowed. He'd met this woman before. He thought back.
Wolfridge.
Her smile widened. "You remember? I'm Sarah. Sarah Anderson." She extended a hand.
Robbie McKay.
He shook her hand.
How are you?
The last time he'd met this woman, he'd used vampire mind control to help her regain some painful memories. She'd been one of the imprisoned girls at Apollo's compound, and he'd helped Jack and Laura rescue them. "I'm okay." She nodded her head slowly. "I love my job here, and I love the children."
That's good.
Robbie shifted his weight. Apparently, Shanna thought he'd hit it off with this mortal lass. "I'll be so happy when you guys finally defeat Casimir," Sarah added.
Aye, 'twill be a good day.
Robbie knew this lass had good reason to hate Casimir. The bastard had used vampire mind control to subdue her and rape her. Sarah stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Shanna told me what he did to you. I'm so sorry." He nodded. Shanna must have figured he'd be attracted to Sarah since they both suffered under the hands of Casimir. They did have that in common, but it seemed like a miserably sad basis for a relationship. And the torture wasn't something he wanted to be reminded of anymore. Olivia had shown him there was more. She'd brought joy and laughter back into his life.
Hey, Sarah, everything okay?
A young man rushed into the classroom.
From the alarmed look on his face, Robbie guessed the young woman already had a serious admirer.
Oh, hi, Teddy.
Sarah gave him a reassuring smile.
Everything's fine. This is Robbie McKay. He brought Tino to school.
I could have brought myself,
Tino grumbled.
I'm Teddy Brockman.
The young man shook hands with Robbie.
The headmaster of Dragon Nest Academy.
Teddy's very supportive,
Sarah explained.
He comes by every night to make sure I have everything I need.
Robbie nodded.
I'm sure he does.
He gave the young male mortal a pointed look.
Good luck to you.
Teddy's eyes shifted to Sarah, then back to Robbie.
Thanks.
A form wavered, then materialized. It was Jean-Luc Echard, holding his stepdaughter Bethany in his arms. He set her down, and she skipped over to the table to greet her classmates.
I need to get started now,
Sarah announced. She glanced at Robbie with a smile.
It was nice to see you again.
I'll see you guys later.
Teddy waved at Robbie and Jean-Luc and rushed out the door. Jean-Luc greeted Robbie with a slap on the shoulder.
Mon ami, stay for a while. I'm teaching a fencing class in 30 minutes. You can help me warm up.
Very well. Robbie accompanied the Frenchman into the hallway.
I could use some practice.
Robbie had been Jean-Luc's bodyguard for years, first in Paris and then in Texas. A few years ago, he'd helped Jean-Luc defeat his arch-enemy, Louis. Since then, the job had become too routine and boring for Robbie's taste, so he'd requested a transfer. Jean-Luc was a master swordsman, and he could usually take care of himself. So Dougal Kincaid had been given the job as his new bodyguard. Dougal had lost his right hand in a battle in New Orleans.
How is Dougal?
Robbie asked.
He's doing well. He's learning to fence left-handed.
Jean-Luc led Robbie to a wide staircase with ornately carved wooden balusters. As far as Robbie could tell, the school was housed in an old mansion. The wooden steps creaked under their feet.
I heard you and Heather are having twins.
Jean-Luc laughed.
C'est incroyable, no? Me, a father.
Robbie shrugged one shoulder.
I think he'll be a great father. You're certainly very good with Bethany. Merci, mon ami.
Jean-Luc paused when they reached the landing.
So, when is Jack's wedding?
April. Robbie grimaced.
I'm the best man.
Jean-Luc's eyes twinkled with amusement.
You don't look very happy about it.
Robbie stifled a groan.
It just seems like everyone is getting married. Everyone but me.
Jean-Luc nodded and headed down the stairs.
There's a rumor going about that you're lovesick. Bugger. People should mind their own business.
Jean-Luc smiled.
We're not people, mon ami. We're family.
They reached the bottom of the stairs, the ground floor, Robbie guessed. The foyer was grand, with a black and white marble floor laid out in checkerboard fashion. A huge wrought iron chandelier hung from the ceiling 3 stories up. The front entrance consisted of 2 heavily carved wooden doors with a Gothic arch.
"'Tis very fancy,"
Robbie murmured.
"Oui."
Jean-Luc motioned toward a hall to the right.
"The gymnasium is outside. It was the old coach house."
They headed down the hall. A door opened and 2 women emerged. The first one's purple hair made her instantly recognizable. Vanda Barkowski. Robbie jerked to a halt when he saw the second woman. A cold chill sifted along his skin. He reached over his shoulder for his claymore, but he neglected to bring it. She stopped, her eyes widening.
"Robbie,"
she whispered.
"You're all right."
"No thanks to you."
Anger erupted inside him.
"What the hell is she doing here?"
The woman flinched. Vanda stiffened.
"Where do you get off, talking to my sister like that?"
Robbie clenched his fists. He'd never hit a woman before, not even his wife when she'd betrayed him. But Marta Barkowski deserved it.
"What is she doing here?"
"We live here," Vanda snapped. "I'm the art teacher, and Marta's working as Teddy's secretary."
"Angus must be out of his mind,"
Robbie yelled. He fumbled in his sporran for his cell phone. Jean-Luc touched his arm.
"Calm down, mon ami. This is a serious breach of security," Robbie growled. "That woman cannot be trusted."
I'm not a malcontent anymore,
Marta shouted with a thick accent. Her eyes glistened with tears.
"You're upsetting her,"
Vanda glared at Robbie. He glared back.
"Has she ever told you how she assisted in my torture?"
Please.
Tears rolled down Marta's face.
I'm so sorry, Robbie. I didn't want to do it.
"It was smiling,"
Robbie shouted, raising a fist. His hand shook as he struggled for control.
"She was brainwashed and abused,"
Vanda explained.
"She's a victim as much as you."
Jean-Luc pulled Robbie back.
"You two go on."
Vanda and Marta rushed toward the stairs, Vanda looping an arm around her crying sister. Robbie glared at them, his fists still clenched, his breath hissing through gritted teeth.
"You probably set Marta back a few months in her recovery,"
Jean-Luc murmured.
"You think I care? The woman is a malcontent. She cannot be trusted."
Jean-Luc sighed.
"She's trying to start over and lead a good life. She doesn't deserve it,"
Robbie grumbled.
"Everyone deserves a second chance."
Robbie turned and stalked down the hallway. He'd tried for months to forget the details of his torture, but seeing Marta brought it all back. Casimir had left her alone with him to touch him and get him physically aroused, just to make Casimir's whipping more painful, more humiliating.
"She shouldn't be here. Not with the children. She cannot be trusted."
"Robbie," Jean-Luc grabbed his shoulder to stop him.
"I know you suffered, but you need to give her a chance."
"Nay," he hissed.
"She'll betray us."
"Not all women are like your wife," Jean-Luc whispered. Robbie stiffened. In the years that he'd worked as Jean-Luc's bodyguard, they'd become good friends. Robbie had confided a great deal about his past, about his wife. He tried to return to her after Culloden, but Mavis had rejected him in horror. He'd stayed nearby, hiding in a cave during the day and working the farm at night. He hadn't known what she was doing during the day until it was too late. She took up with the enemy, took an English soldier as her lover, one of the same English that had killed him and his friends on the battlefield. Robbie had been forced to leave when the Englishman swore to find him during the day and kill him. He tried to keep in touch with his daughter over the years. She'd grown up, treated like a servant until she ran away at the age of 15 to marry a local boy. Then they'd taken a ship to America, and he never knew what had happened to her. Robbie took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"'Tis difficult to trust women. They can rip your heart in two."
"I know." Jean-Luc opened the door at the end of the hall, and an icy breeze swept inside. The courtyard outside was dark, with snow piled around the perimeter.
"Come, you can work off your anger with some swordplay."
Robbie stepped outside onto the brick pavement, and icy cold air stung his face. His breath vaporized as he exhaled. He followed Jean-Luc toward the gymnasium. He didn't feel angry anymore. He just felt weary and tired. And so alone.
"Olivia, why do you not call me?"
If it were possible for a woman to be loyal and true, it would be her. He wanted it to be her. The cell phone in his sporran rang, and he halted with a jerk. Was it her? He reached in the sporran, grabbed the phone, and opened it.
"Hello?"
"Robbie, I'm calling from London." Emma McKay spoke briskly. "Something came up that I thought you should know about."
"You have a lead on Casimir?"
Robbie asked. "No. An email came through the McKay S&I website. Someone from the FBI is requesting information about you." His chest tightened.
"Who?"
"It was signed O. Satiris," His heart lurched.
"'Tis Olivia."
"The woman you met on Patmos?" Emma asked.
"Aye."
Robbie grinned. If she was investigating him, then she hadn't given up on him. "Shall I send her some information?" Emma asked. "I could make you sound really good."
"I'll take care of it. Forward the request to me at Romatech."
Emma chuckled. "All right, good luck." She rang off. Robbie snapped his phone shut, still grinning.
"Let me guess."
Jean-Luc smiled.
"You need to return to Romatech right away."
"Aye, I do." Jean-Luc slapped him on the shoulder.
"Go get her, mon ami."
Chapter 14. Robbie sat at the desk in his security office at Romatech.